We are live and this is day number 7 of UzChess. Sorry भाई लोग, 5 मिनट लेट हो गए, but we are live by and indeed it is going to be a very very important day because अगर आज नहीं जीते तो भाई खाली हाथ घर जाना पड़ेगा. I think we have two Indians fighting. Yesterday was a very tough day for the Indian players because we saw Arjun and Vidit both lose with the black pieces. तो काफी हार्ट ब्रेकिंग दिन कल था, but आज कुछ हो सकता है बिकॉज आज थोड़े से प्लेयर्स हमारे थोड़े रिलेटिवली आसान है, हमारे पास वाइट पीसेस भी हैं एंड आज अंदर की भावना जागनी चाहिए वो आग वाली पूरी कि भाई हमें टूर्नामेंट जीतना है एंड दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. एक बार सही भाई, एक बार जल्दी से एक बार स्टैंडिंग्स दिखा दो हमें ताकि हम पता है कितना कौन कितना पानी में है, कौन कितना डूबा हुआ है, कौन कितना उड़ रहा है. एंड देयर वी सी वोकिदोव एंड मदमिनोव भाई, टू अनएक्सपेक्टेड entries for the first place on 4 points. Brilliant play, by the way, yesterday by Madaminov. Like, it was absolutely like एक लेजेंडरी गेम जो गेम ऑफ द ईयर के लिए कंटेंडर होना चाहिए, वैसी गेम उन्होंने खेली. एंड ऑफ कोर्स नोदरबेक हॉट ऑन देयर हील्स विद 3.5. देन वी हैव अर्जुन on 3 points along with Niemann, Nepo, Mamidyarov and Yakubov. So 3 point पे पूरी भीड़ है. इसका मतलब with your 3 rounds to go, जिसको भी टूर्नामेंट जीतना है उसको अभी से ही जीतना चालू करना पड़ेगा. अगले 3 राउंड में कम से कम 2 से 2.5 पॉइंट चाहिए. I would say for Arjun it has to be 2.5 if he has to confirm a win. बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होगा. And Vidit at the bottom of the standings, not where he wants to be. So chat, crucial moment in this entire tournament. एक राउंड नंबर 7 में अगर दोनों इंडियन जीत जाए तो एक अच्छा खासा एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिल जाएगा टू एक्सेलरेट इन द फाइनल 2 राउंड. सुपर क्रुशियल मोमेंट. लेट्स गो बिट बाय बिट इनटू बोथ द गेम्स. पहले चालू करेंगे हम, let's start with it for now. I think let's see कैसा कर रहे हैं. He is playing Nicholas with the white pieces. तो आज he is a clear favorite in the ratings wise. White pieces है, knight f3 d5 d4 e6 खेलते हैं. He could have played the London but नहीं, it goes for the Catalan setup. g3 bishop g2 knight c6 खेला यहाँ पे, castles bishop d6 bishop g5 and this is the current position. Now again looks like कि भाई मतलब बढ़िया पोजीशन है, बार हमारे फेवर में, सारे पीस डेवलप हो रहे हैं. नेक्स्ट आई कैन ऑलवेज प्ले c4 नाइट c3, आई कैन प्ले नाइट d2 प्रिपेयर e4. लेकिन एक ही हल्की सी, वो बोलते ना ऐसे कान में मक्खी इरिटेट नहीं करती कई बार चैट, लेकिन अरे हटना यार, इतनी छोटी सी तो है, काहे बॉदर कर रही है. व्हाई इज विद इट्स क्लॉक लाइक 15 मिनट्स बिहाइंड? लाइक दैट्स माय ओनली पॉइंट. व्हाई? लाइक इसमें ऐसा कुछ था नहीं पोजीशन में अब तक जो क्रेजी करना हो 15 मिनट सोचने का. एंड बिशप g5 के लिए ही थॉट फॉर 7 मिनट्स एंड g3 के थॉट फॉर 6 मिनट्स. आई थिंक he could have avoided one of these long things. That's my only worry right now in this position. Ki Vidit looks a bit unprepared, like he's feeling his way through in the opening. Now that could just be thoda bahut, playing after a while. Bhai kya atka hua matlab? Oh, ek second bhai log. I'm back. I hopefully. Matlab my point is ki bhai ऐसे टाइम लेना नहीं चाहिए था. आई थिंक ओके, मैं वापस आ गया. थैंक गॉड. सो it feels like कि भाई कहीं ना कहीं पे he's low on confidence. That's really causing him to think for a long time. So hopefully विदित आज पीछे नहीं रहेंगे. ऑलरेडी थोड़े से येलो फ्लैग्स मुझे दिखते हुए यहां पे कि भाई दिस कुड बी अनदर गेम जहां पे टाइम प्रेशर विल बी एन इशू, although he's a clear favorite according to the ratings and the white pieces. So आज hopefully he pushes, but Nicholas will not be easy because he's already defeated Hans Niemann in this tournament and he is of course a strong contender. Now going to the Arjun Erigasi game जहां पे he's playing Hans Niemann. कई लोग कह रहे हैं भाई he is not easy. Of course Hans is not easy, but compared to yesterday जहां पे नेपो थे एंड उनके व्हाइट पीसेस थे, ही वाज वेल प्रिपेयर्ड. एटलीस्ट अर्जुन के पास सफेद पीसेस है एंड ही इज प्लेइंग आफ्टर अ लॉस. तो बुरा मोमेंटम होगा कि भाई आज जीतना है. सो हमें पता है अर्जुन कितना प्रिपेयर्ड होता है. टाइम डिफरेंस देखो जो विदित वर्सेस वहां पे उनका चल रहा है निकोलस का, प्रीटी सिमिलर टाइम सिचुएशन यहां पे, बट अर्जुन इज अहेड. That is the difference I'm talking about. Vidit is not pushing on the clock. He's not using clock as a weapon, and that is a missed opportunity. आता है d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, and यहाँ पे knight c3, no Catalan, bishop b4, Ragozin opening on the board, a3 केला, not the best move यहाँ पे, but कई बार सरप्राइज करने का अपॉर्चुनिटी यहाँ अर्जुन फायदा उठा रहे हैं. a3 मारा डबल पॉन हो गए, बट ऑफ कोर्स व्हाइट विल हैव अ स्ट्रांग सेंटर नाउ. ब्लैक इंस्टेंटली चैलेंजेस इन द सेंटर. इससे पहले व्हाइट को मौका मिले सेंटर लेने का. टेक्स एंड आता है pawn to g3. दोनों अर्जुन और विदित are putting their bishop on g2 and तो करेंगे. castles bishop g2 c4. Very interesting move, पहली बात, and also very ambitious. So in this position, I think knight e4, rook e8, knight c6, cd4, like all these moves have been played, but c4 is a very, very ambitious move because आपने central tension give away कर दी है. So there is no pressure on d4. White का plan, if he were to manage e4 here, bhai, it's over. It's over. मतलब then, या फिर even just pressuring d5, this pawn is a big, big weakness now. It can never be defended by another pawn. There's no pawn coming here, to save his soul. And also, अगर ये मर गया, तो ये तो automatic goner है. Like ये इसका मतलब बोलते हैं ना, like एक के साथ दो फ्री ऑफर चल रहा है. So अगर ये मिल गया, तो ये भी मिलेगा. And then the game is basically over. आइसोलेट पॉइंट जब होता है ना, कई बार लोग, फेमस सेइंग बाय ग्रैंडमास्टर, पुराने ग्रैंडमास्टर वैसे, कि भाई आइसोलेट पॉइंट में एक चीज है, दे आर वीक, बट अगर वो मर जाए तो यू हैव गॉटन रिड ऑफ योर ओनली वीकनेस इन द पोजीशन, एंड आप आराम से गेम खेल सकते हो. एटलीस्ट यू कैन प्ले फॉर काउंटर प्ले. यहां पे अगर ये मर गया, यू आर लॉस्ट, बिकॉज दोनों पॉन मरेंगे, एंड देन वाइट जस्ट कंट्रोल्स द सेंटर. सो देखते हैं. फिलहाल के लिए अर्जुन, आफ्टर अ 6.5 minute think, plays bishop to g5. And again, you can see the principle. It's the idea to put pressure on this knight and indirectly put pressure on the pawn on d5. Looks like at land, but the c pawn is a c2. Yes, I think you mean for Vidit there. वो C4 पे आ सकता है, by the way. It's still a possibility. Nepo and Hikaru are in their worst downfall. I don't think they can cover from this, especially Hikaru. I think Hikaru doesn't need to also. He doesn't play top level chess nowadays. He's going to play like one event a year, maybe something like that. And agar usme acha na bhi jaye, it's not the end of the world. He can basically retire at any point. He hasn't made enough money. He has, I would say, a very flourishing alternative career in streaming. So he does not necessarily need that career. But to be honest, I do disagree with you a bit. I think he played amazing chess in 2024, 2025. 2026, yes, not ideal, but at the end I think एक ही tournament खेला उन्होंने. That's the candidates, and candidates में हर कोई well prepared होता है, and कहीं ना कहीं it's the toughest tournament sometimes to play. तो देखते क्या होगा. Meanwhile, chat करें. Claude just killed content creators. By Claude, yeah, I think has become a meme now. Claude just killed everybody. So I think, sure, AI is after everybody's job, including mine, including yours, including I think the top chess players also. But जो हमने सीखा है, जब इंजन्स आए थे ना चैट पहली बार चेस की दुनिया में, लाइक जब ये स्ट्रॉन्ग इंजन्स आए थे, स्पेशली स्टॉकफिश जब आया था, इट वाज काइंड ऑफ एस्टैब्लिश कि भाई इट विल किल टॉप लेवल चेस. बिकॉज भाई अब कौन देखेगा ग्रैंड मास्टर को खेलते हुए. बिकॉज अगर मेरे पास ऑप्शन है कि कोई 3800 रेटिंग वाला चेस मैं देख सकता हूं, 3800 रेटिंग वाला, why would I even watch a 2800 वाला? Why would I even watch Magnus? But the point is कि कहीं ना कहीं human chess is flawed, and that's the beauty of it. Perfect चीज देखने में मजा नहीं आता है. So that's why I think कि sure AI will take away some jobs, but I think it will also bring new ones. देखते हैं क्या होगा. फिलहाल के लिए भाई मैंने भी Terminator देखी है, so wanna avoid that scenario. वाला. But meanwhile, let's see क्या होता है भाई. Hikaru is in stocks. Yes, bhai. He is in stocks and his stocks are going stonks. Can you? Abey, yaar, ye kya hai, bhai? What is this? AI. Arey, bhai. 5 minutes ago, Chess 24 was not speaking for itself, hands. Bhai, I think 10 minutes ago. I think I went live with my voice at 4:04. So I think 10 minutes ago. भाई इतनी गर्मी है ना, प्यास इतनी लग रही है, मैं क्या बताऊं चार यार. Meanwhile, Hans even looks a bit surprised. You know why I think Arjun has the advantage here? जो C4 मूव है ना, Hans ने 11.5 मिनट लिए उसके लिए. Now, easy kind of bluffing, like easy kind of acting कि मुझे पता नहीं है क्या खेलना है यहाँ पे, God knows. But अगर C4 is actually over the board inspiration, then after Bishop G5, this is not easy, I think. This is actually not easy because, for example, the best move here is actually Queen A5, which already, as you can imagine, is extremely, extremely double-edged. And look at the second best move, Knight D7. Ideally, you don't want to put the knight there, because the queen ka protection on D5 is now not there. And you might want to also put the knight here. In some cases, also, the bishop is now blocked. Like, what if I put pressure on this D5 pawn now by moving the knight somewhere? It's hard to defend, right? It's very hard to defend. So the knight d2 khela agar, you have to now play h6 and kind of, hope ki main marunga. So I'm just saying it's hard to defend this pawn. The third best move is already rook e8, jahan pe it's already getting very tricky because isko marne ke baad, I can castle, play knight d2, and ye pawn to bhai is very, very weak, already plus 0.5 edge for Arjun. So I think kahin na kahin, queen a5 jo best chal hai, it's very hard to find. And after this bishop f6, Queen c3, knight d2, gf6. I would already say white has enough compensation. I would say, even in fact, d5 is hanging, brother. So मुझे लग रहा है कि भाई this is already very tough. So अगर hands over the board सोच रहे हैं, अर्जुन या तो better position ले लेंगे या फिर He's gonna be way on the clock. Let's see क्या होता है chat. Very interesting. Meanwhile, Hans Niemann यहाँ पे सोचते हुए कि भाई क्या करना है मुझे. He's looking towards the left, looking for inspiration. कहीं ना कहीं पे best डाल क्या होगी. Queen a5, very very tough over the board to find. VD game here, small edge. Let's check it out, chat. What's the edge VD has? So we left it here. Bishop g5. Very similar structure, by the way. Chat, compare this to the Arjun game for a second. This is VD's game. This is Arjun's game. Like, I know the piece placement is different. White has not castled, pawn on a3, but bishop g2, bishop g5, d4, knight f3, no c4 pawn. Like similarities in the structure somewhat. ऐसा साथ में देख क्या है लोग कि भाई क्या खेलना है आज opening. So going back to VD, I think we left it bishop g5, castles, c3, very similar to Arjun by the way. ये pawn यहाँ पे है hands का. Now comes h6 and of course you want to take because bishop का square नहीं है. Bishop f4 will damage your structure. Bishop e3 will block the pawn. Bishop d2 will block the knight's square. So I think automatically you want to take knight d2. Excellent position for VD. e4 आ रहा है chat. And it feels like Vidit today for the first time in the event has an advantage out of the opening. Time ज़्यादा use किया है. But because he has an edge, I am hoping he will not, take too much time now. He will not take too much time. I'm really hoping so. Tough position here for Nicholas. उनके पास टाइम एज है बट ऑलरेडी यहां पे सोचना बहुत पड़ेगा एंड आई मीन ही इज गोना लूज दैट टाइम एज वेरी वेरी क्विकली. चैट स्ट्रीम लाइक करो. लेट्स गेट मोर पीपल इन. सुपर क्रूशियल मोमेंट यहां पे फॉर इंडियन चेस. अगर आज नहीं शाइन किया तो भाई टूर्नामेंट जीतना इंपॉसिबल हो जाएगा. दोनों इंडियंस को जीतना जरूरी, स्पेशली फॉर अर्जुन. आई एम गोना आर्ग्यू इफ ही वांट्स टू विन द इवेंट. आई थिंक दिस इज एन इंपॉर्टेंट डे फॉर अर्जुन एनिगेसी. एंड बाय द वे हैंस नीमन सामने बैठे हैं. उनको हरा के अर्जुन को रेटिंग भी खूब मिलेगी. सो इफ अर्जुन वर टू विन टुडे, I think, okay, he lost a few rating points yesterday, but at least he'll gain a bunch of rating. All the rating he lost yesterday, he's going to gain back if he were to win today against Hans. And Magnus Carlsen की सबसे बड़ी एक खासियत है. Chat, I don't know how many of you were following Magnus Carlsen's games during, let's say, 2013, 2020. उन 7 साल में क्या लग रहा है? Come on, chat, what do you think? So Carlsen, whenever he were to lose, first of all, हारना was rare. जितने full moon साल में नहीं उससे कम Magnus हारते थे. But whenever Magnus would lose, he would be angry. He would be like, अगला game तो मुझे जीतना ही है. Like that was his attitude. If I lose, bro, I mean, the next opponent was already kind of shaking, shaking his legs. Like he was like nervous because he knew कि भाई Magnus full force से आने वाला है. So that's the kind of attitude Magnus had. And to kind of be a top level player and someday reach the same metrics, touch the same goals Magnus has, Arjun ko bhi aisa hi aim karna chahiye. And he has that capability because he has that sharp play up his sleeve, which he really likes. So I think Arjun, after that lost yesterday to Nepo, I think he should aim to win this game. He has the white pieces and he still needs that one super tournament win jo unko aaj mil sakta hai. Tikwe, आज कोई commenters? Yes, today we're gonna have Priyanka again. Hopefully we're gonna have Dushyant also. I think we've checked with him. Hopefully he sees it in time. So Priyanka will be there at the same time. I think around 6 p.m. she'll join us. Meanwhile, of course, तब तक के लिए games में क्या रहेगा will dictate, कि कितना मजा आता है, at that point. But Arjun, meanwhile, looking in great shape right now, pressuring the center. And I'm very doubtful Hans finds Queen a5 over the board. Like, I think if he finds Queen a5, there's a good chance either he has seen this exact position या फिर उनको थोड़ा बहुत आइडिया तो है कि यहाँ पे क्या खेलना है. Can you go to, by the way, hardest thing to ever win in chess? I agree. I think top 8 players of the world who are in form and they get to play, against each other to qualify for the world championship. So the pressure is intense. The prize money is crazy. So everybody has a lot of people working for them. So huge teams for each player. And that just means it's the best of the best battling each other. And then it takes something spectacular like what Sindarov did to actually win the event. Of course, Vaishali did the same. And we're so proud of her to doing so. And I think बहुत मजा आएगा Vaishali games cover करने के लिए when she actually plays the women's world championship. Chad, how many of you, honestly बताना यार, ठीक है? I think this is not like a targeted point or a targeted question कि भाई, have you seen the women's world championship start to end पहले? Start to end, like every single day. I have personally not seen it. Like because Indians नहीं खेलते थे. So for us to have this world championship match, like at least since I've been in the content game, I have not seen a women's world championship match start to end, and I should, but I've not seen it because tough hota hai, and usually it's at different timings because Indian players khelte hi nahi hai. But now we get to see it, and now we get to experience it, live it. We get to live two world championships this time in the next year. That's amazing, man. That's amazing. I think Indian chess is kind of speaking volumes. He by, कहते हैं chess speaks for itself. By Indian chess also speaks for itself. And of course, it might be hard to replicate the exact results, the dominance we had in 2024. But 2024 में ना कुल मिला के 3 ही इवेंट थे भाई. Candidates, Olympiad, World Championship. We dominated all of them. Now, this year, we've had Freestyle World Championship. Jaha Arjun, of course he didn't win, but he had the opportunity. We had the candidates, the women's candidates. We had Norway Chess. We had, we're going to have Olympiad, the World Championship, Women's World Championship, Total World Championship. Like, there are more opportunities. And also, Indian players have gotten better at the Rapid and Blitz format. So we also have the World Rapid and Blitz as a potential opportunity for winning a title, like Arjun did last time, the bronze medal in both. So kahin na kahin pe, I think is saal, even though we might not be able to exactly copy paste what we did in 2024, kahin na kahin pe hamare paas opportunities zyada hai, so we might still get the same amount of dollars. Right? I mean, Divya won the World Cup last year. We saw already, Prague winning Norway Chess, which is a first ever, like for any Indian to win that huge event. So kahin na kahin pe already started doing those good things. And I think hopefully Arjun today can continue, because he, I think, has the best chance. Vidit is 1.5 points behind Arjun. So unke chances quite limited to win the event at least. Even 3 wins might not do it, but for Arjun, it totally can. There's only few good players in the world. That is why these players even get the chance to play here. I think which players do you mean? I would say Indian players are the best in the world, man. Arjun also won tape segment. Exactly. Almost did it. Why? Carlson ke saath tie karna for first place is not easy, man. It's not easy. And he did defeat Magnus in the tiebreak also once and lost that one, Armageddon game, which is anybody's game, yeah. Meanwhile, Arjun sitting calmly. This time he's not walking around, I think, a lot. So that suggests that this is not something which is his core prep. Yeah? ऐसा नहीं है कि अगली 10-40 उसको पता है. So this is something maybe he's seen a little bit. He has a clue about where to put the pieces, but maybe he doesn't know move by move कि करना क्या है. So I think interesting position जहाँ पे Arjun hands दोनों over the board खेलेंगे, and I feel like we'll get to see a real game of chess, exciting chess. I think beach mein they were stuck. Now they are back. Let's go full screen. Actually, I want to see Hans' expression because I think he's giving Arjun quite a lot of stares. Look at him, yeah. I think काफी stares देते हुए यहाँ पे Arjun को. Oh, again, yeah. So मजा है आज. Hans is, I don't know what Hans is hansing means. OTB is always nice to watch. I think it's debatable. I do agree OTB has his own charm, जहाँ पे दोनों के expression देखने को मिलते हैं. I think we get to see the players' expressions even in online formats. चाहे वो Speed Chess Championship हो, EWC हो, चाहे वो और भी online events हो, Bullet Chess Championship हो. But players को एक दूसरे के expressions, I think, over the board में देखने को मिलते हैं. So I do agree OTB has his own charm. But on the online chess also has its own charm, right? Because वो fast, pre-moving, thrill, 1 second पे खेलना, like वो उसका भी अलग thrill है. So it's like comparing, oranges to apples. Like both have their own benefits. Yeah, एक doctor दूर रखता है और एक भूख. More chess means more टिक्कू भाई गलत संकट में. अरे भाई, I think अगर साथ में होंगे, fun कर रहे होंगे तो गलत हो, अच्छी हो संगत, doesn't matter. I think we all have that one friend जिसने हमारी बचपन में इतना ट्रॉमा दिया हमें, but we still love him. I don't have that friend though because I'm alone, but meanwhile still life lessons. Why don't have that friend? Bishop, you have played. Let's see. Today Arjun gonna win. Mark my words. Bhai, I'm hoping so. I'm marking your words in bright green, brother. I'm hoping कि ऐसा कुछ होगा. And तुम्हारी चांस है और तुम ही घूर रहे हो. अपोनेंट के मुंह में स्टेयर किया तो टफ लगता है हैंड्स ब्रो. I mean, I think it's debatable, man. It's debatable. I think कब स्टेयर करना है, कोई टाइमिंग तो है नहीं कि फिडे ने बोला है. So श्री चेस प्लेयर, अपनी चाल में दूसरी मूव से तीसरे मिनट तक आप लोग स्टेयर कर सकते हैं. चौथे मिनट पे थोड़ा सा बैन लगेगा. ऐसा कुछ है नहीं. अपनी अपनी मर्जी है भाई. जब स्टेयर करना करो. अपना टाइम जा रहा है. Prakhar ki sangat, you will not believe actually, Prakhar and me were good friends, but we were in different teams. Like I was an under 19 team, he was under 14, because I was like 16 years old, he was 13, so on 3 years ka difference tha. So we interacted a lot, but I interacted more with, like other players actually. Like Prakhar's friend, like Shivam Bhaskar and his brother Akshay Bhaskar and other players. बट कहीं ना कहीं पे वी बोथ हैड इन द कंटेंट गेम, सो कहीं ना कहीं अब अपनी दोस्ती ज्यादा स्ट्रांग है देन कंपेयर टू इवन चाइल्डहुड. सो आई थिंक इट्स फनी कि भाई लाइफ कम्स फुल सर्कल इन मेनी वेज. एंड आई गेट टू लर्न अ लॉट फ्रॉम प्रखर अबाउट कंटेंट एक्चुअली. व्हेन आई स्टार्टेड कंटेंट मैंने एडवाइस ली थी भाई कैसे कंटेंट बनाना चाहिए, सो ऑन. सो ही इज बीन काइंड ऑफ अ मेंटर इवन दो ही इज यंगर, यार लाइक इट्स यंगर. एंड आई थिंक उस टाइम पे मैं चेस मेंटर था, अब वो कंटेंट मेंटर हो गया है भाई. लाइफ कम्स अ फुल सर्कल. 15 minutes, what is he thinking? Brother, I think either ये तो ऑस्कर लेवल एक्टिंग है, लाइक एंड आई थिंक विल स्मिथ से पहले हैंस इवन को ऑस्कर मिलेगा अगली बार, या तो ही इज जेन्युइनली कंसिडरिंग क्वीन ए फाइव, बिकॉज दैट इज अ वेरी ट्रिकी मूव. एज वी डिस्कस्ड क्वीन ए फाइव, white now if he goes back or defenses like I say queen d2, already knight e4 is just winning for black. It's a free pawn, so you are forced to take. Now black takes with check. Now क्वीन ट्रेड करेंगे तो भाई रुक मर रहा है, किंग मूव करेंगे तो कैश नहीं गई, सो आई हैव टू प्ले नाइट d2. नाउ ब्लैक टेक्स द पीस बैक, आई टेक ऑन d5, एंड यहां पे बेसिकली ब्लैक इज लाइकली गोना विन अ पॉन. सो रुक d8 फॉर एग्जांपल, लेट्स से आई प्ले आई डोंट नो बिशप बैक और e4, क्वीन d4 एंड कैसल. एंड यहां ब्लैक को एक पॉन मिल गया फिलहाल के लिए, बट इस किंग साइड इज डैमेज, ही इज नॉट डेवलप्ड. And does Hans want to go for it, right? It's not an easy decision actually. For example, look at this chat. Yahan black ke paas best move hai bishop h3. And can you guess what is white's best move? Come on chat. White ki best chal. What should white do here? This will tell you why Hans is thinking. And it's very hard to imagine this is Hans' prep. Very hard because काफी novel position hai. We already are in novel territory. No games on chess.com. So completely new territory and Hans को नहीं पता क्या करना है. I think you got it, chat. Akash, I think you all mean the same thing. It's queen h5 indeed. You sack the rook. If bishop f1, queen f7 check, king h1, and I just pick up the bishop aram se with the rook. Sorry, not rook e1, rook f1. And now I'm threatening if queen d2, there is queen f6 mate. So I am basically playing for an attack. Next thing I want to take on c4, bring the rook into the game, and I'm just saying, bhai, I'm better. What are you going to do? Like knight can now come to f5. I can play e5 at knight खेलने के बाद ताकि for example knight f3, e5 pawn से मारोगे, queen f6 is mate again. So this all Hans has to calculate. Arjun meanwhile played bishop g5 after what 6 minutes. Has he seen all of it? I'm hoping so, because अगर उसने नहीं देखा है then he could also be in trouble. So I hope Arjun has seen all of this. And look at him. That's why he's sitting. He's calculating these variations right now. He understands queen f5 pe, bishop f6 pe, queen c3 pe, knight d2. He cannot be worse. That's the good news for white. He can castle and he will be at least be equal or maybe slightly worse. But Hans ne galti kar di. King double, pawn double hone ke baad, like he could just be lost. That's why Hans' calculation is much tougher than Arjun's calculation. Because king weak hai, matlab any mistake in calculation, you are dead lost. So that's the advantage for Arjun, ki he can take a bit of risk. भाई आवाज आ रही है समय भाई? भाई ये क्या था भाई? Hopefully chat didn't hear it. Chat, hopefully you didn't hear what happened. ठीक है भाई साहब, हमारे प्रोड्यूसर साहब मतलब बहुत क्रेजी बातें करते हैं भाई. Meanwhile, Mr. Ji have played and we are still thinking. Weakening your king side against Arjun is not an easy decision. I do agree that with anybody. We did. There's no chance you heard it, chat. कोई कह रहा है we did. Do you see Shaq sitting about in the top for? Nahi. What did he say? Akash bhai, let me know. Meanwhile, I'm thinking chat कि बहुत मजा आने वाला है. मेरे हिसाब से बिशप जी के बाद it's gonna be insane pressure on Hans, and जो उनका टाइम है 19 मिनट लेने के बाद, it's not a coincidence. It is not, like a bad decision on his part. He has to take that time. He has to take that time. And this is a tough situation for Hans Niemann. Look at him giving Arjun constant stares. Arjun not even looking at Hans. He knows he's in the driver's seat right now. By the way, brief look at Vidit. Let me jump back here. I think after knight d2, e5 was played. And good move by Vidit, by the way. Not taking on e5, playing e4 himself. Excellent move. If you take on d4, I will take on d5. You will move the knight and I will take back. So he has to first take, and now knight takes e4. At the very least, chat gets Vidit the bishop pair. Clean advantage for Vidit Gujarati. Easy advantage. Ye game Vidit is already the favorite. Clearly. Open position. Bishop pair milne wala hai. Structure is symmetrical. So drawing chance is high. But Vidit is playing for 2 results. That is, he cannot lose this, chat. He cannot lose this. Time kam bhi hoga, tab bhi he won't lose this. So that's the good news. Now going to the game, of अपना Arjun Erigesi back because oh, hands by I think Hans has given at least 25 stares to Arjun so far in this move alone. कम से कम 25 स्टेयर दे चुके हैं. कैन भैया बहुत पीछे चल रहे हो, आगे आ जाओ. Win or loss with it? I think win or draw is the question. I think Vidit will at least draw this game. No stress there. The question is, can he win or not? Now coming to Arjun, by the way, chat, let's like the stream. Let's get more people in. Aaj is do or die. 7th round of UzChess. Agar India na jeete hain, they're going to maintain their chances of winning the event, especially for Arjun. Jo badhiya si ubasi lete hain abhi, lekin I know he's fully charged up for today. Opening prep karne mein time zul jata hai. That's why they're tired sometimes. But he knows the gravity. And look at this. Hands does not go for it. After all the analysis, like, bhai, too tough, brother. Too tough. I'm going to play knight d7, the second best move. And it's solid for hands, but look at what it took out of hands. It took out lagbhag what? 20 minutes, 21 minutes and 19 seconds completely wasted. नहीं, I think मुझे पता नहीं रिश्तेदार है कि नहीं. Can you check with Rakesh भाई एक बार कि वो आ रहा है कि नहीं? Priyanka is coming, I know. Are you guys following Asian Sports Chess Cup? Looks like Magnus is one. I didn't follow it, chat, actually. I think वो कुछ उसका क्या purpose है event का मुझे इतना details पता नहीं है. So not following it, but would love to know the result at the end. Best move for Arjun in this position. So now it's strategic. So you understand कि भाई Black ने complications से घुसने से मना कर दिया. And now that he's defended this, Queen A5 अगली चाल में without risk आ रहा है. So now Arjun should quickly take care of it. Whether that means castling quickly, whether that means Queen C2 preemptingly defending this pawn, I don't know. But he should not sit idle because Queen A5 is incoming and now it's going to come with double vengeance. Like it's going to be tougher to handle for white. Magnus already won. Okay, I think Magnus खेल रहा था, Caruana खेल रहा था, right? I think that's the stream. I think Magnus, Caruana and some other players playing. So of course Magnus won, man. It's not a surprise. So best move now, I think, is castles for me. I think that makes the most sense. King ko kone mein dalo. And if Queen A5, Queen C2, Knight E4, you can defend the pawn with something like Rook FC1. And okay, if he takes on G5 chat, usually this would be a nice move, right? Chat bishop mil raha hai. But yahan problem hai. Problem kya hai? Takes, yahan mete ho rahi hai aur yahan pyade attacked hai. So this might turn out to be a bit tricky for Black than he might have envisioned. So yeah, knight f6, by the way, only move for Black. You see how it's getting a bit tricky. And this is under constant pressure and long-term e4 will completely break open the center. And jab bhi e4 khelunga chat, ye hoga protected passed pawn. You see the long-term strategy Arjun has. जब भी e4 board पे आएगा, this pawn on d4 will be a protected passed pawn. And जो c4 move जो hands ने खेली will bite him. So I think कहीं ना कहीं पे long term play for Arjun, बस थोड़ा सा counter play, थोड़ा digest करना है and he just needs to play normal moves. He can also play Queen C2 preemptively. I think other moves possible, but castles, okay, feels like one of the most logical moves here. So will Nihal ever be top 10 in classical? Seems like he can do it. I mean, he totally can, chat. He totally can do it. But मेरे हिसाब से, my take is Nihal should not kind of hurry to do it. तुम समझ रहे हो? कई बार क्या होता है ना, you feel like, okay, I'm now, invincible, I'm doing very well, I have to win every event, and suddenly you collapse back. I think जो चीजें काम कर रही हैं वैसा चलने दे, and just keep improving. Gradual improvement is better than, sharp improvement sometimes because you fall back. अगर आप एक ही month में मान लो 50 पॉइंट बढ़ा दो, कैसे बढ़ाया आपने 50 पॉइंट? या तो पिछला आपका स्किल लेवल शो नहीं कर रहा था, या फिर ये तुक्के से हुए हैं, and you will lose it back, right? So I think and for most players, वो level कहीं ना कहीं छुप के रहता नहीं है. And for Nihal, I think if the former is the case, great. But if the latter is the case, he'll lose the rating anyways बाद में. So आराम से gradual improvement. He doesn't need to do it next month. Doesn't need to do it this year. धीरे धीरे करके पहले let's aim for incremental improvements. 2730, 2740, 2750, 2760. Gradually ऊपर आएंगे and then he'll get the opportunity. So I think whatever he's doing for the past year has been working. बस वही करते रहो भाई. Don't change anything. Don't try to rush it, basically. By the way, wait, what? By Nicholas Theodorou, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, has made a mistake. भाई ये रानी कहां जा रही है यार? अपनी रानी का ख्याल नहीं रख रहे निकोलस. Let's have a look. So e4, d4, knight e4. See, I understand why he didn't want to play queen e7 because rook e1 feels like, it's a tactical nightmare. I understand why he didn't want to go to d8 because it feels like, why did I bring the queen out? I'm wasting moves. But queen g6, I'm not sure if that's an improvement. And chat, यहाँ simple formula hai. What if white plays knight h4? Where is the queen gonna go is my question. Simple question. Because if the answer is h7, then something has gone wrong. Then something has gone wrong seriously. So mere hisab se, and by the way, that's the that's the best move. The second best is queen g4. By the way, queen h5 is not possible. I will take the queen. Ye square covered, ye square covered, ye square covered, ye square covered. So you have very ye square covered. So limited squares. You have queen e6, but then there is d5 losing a piece. So that's also not possible. So queen g4 pe, I mean, even as a stake, yeah, like in the end game looks very nice with this bishop attacking this diagonal, but it's also like d5, queen d1, rook a d1, let's say bishop e5, I have knight c5, I have f4, and oh man, this is very, very difficult endgame, by the way. Very difficult endgame for Nicholas. Double pawns, d5 in my control, knight ready to hop in, bishop threatening another double pawn, very tough endgame. And Vidit is known to play marvelous endgames. So not queen g4. And if queen h7, I mean, not sure about this. I am absolutely not sure about this endgame for Nicholas, unfortunately. The simplest seems to be just taking on d6 for me. I mean, simple chess kilo, nothing is to be done. This queen looks a bit weird. Rook e1 aa jao. Bishop e4 is always in the air as a tactic. Putting pressure on the e5 pawn as well. Okay, this is not lost, but this is tough. I think maybe he couldn't find a good square. I think that's understandable, and he's banking on it not finding knight h4. Maybe he missed knight h4. That's definitely a move which looks tough. But you know why I think he'll find it? Because the knight is attacked. So you're forced to react. You have only two options. Yeah, either you take the bishop or you think, what if I don't want to take the bishop? तो मैं क्या करूंगा? क्या ऑप्शन है? इसको कैसे मैं डिफेंड कर सकता हूं? Rook e1 feels like an automatic move. But you know कि भाई फिर ब्लैक मारेगा सेंटर में, ठीक है. I mean, it becomes a bit simplistic. Bishop g4 आ रहा है. This is a bit uncomfortable, right? Like takes, bishop g4. I'm not even sure if white is better anymore. So ये देखेगा विदित कहेगा भाई ये तो बढ़िया नहीं लग रहा. So what can I do कि knight भी defend हो जाए और मेहनत भी ना करनी पड़े. So knight h4, yeah, it's not too hard to find. I agree, Akash. I think he will find this, but the only problem, as we discussed in the previous rounds, I hope he doesn't take 20 minutes. I think 10 minutes max, I think, is a good decision. Anything more is too much for somebody like Vidit. Like if I take 20 minutes, understandable. Vidit, I think, should not take more than 10 minutes, and he's already been thinking for 6 minutes here. So mere hisab se, he needs to play quickly in the next 2 to 3 minutes, and then I think he's golden in this game. So going back to by the way, I also want to look at two games. Why? Because both these players are leaders. If they keep winning, it's going to be tough. First of all, Vokidov ki game chat likely draw hogi. So he's not going to win this game, but he's not going to lose also because bishop pair hai. So he's going to go to 4.5. So if Arjun wins, he's only going to be half a point behind the leader. Next is Madaminov, who's also on 4. This game is much more complicated, but he's playing Nodirbek Abdusattarov, right? So Nodirbek also would put up a lot of pressure here because he's not only playing to win the event, he's playing to beat Sindarov second. Imagine if he can't beat Sindarov second with the white pieces. I mean, that's going to pinch a bit, I feel. Like, personally, thoda pinch karega Nodirbek ko, right? So I think it's a must-win game for Nodirbek. I expect him to win this one. There are certain weaknesses for the Black King as well. So, like bishop d5, bishop e4, maro knight se, and you get the square under your control at some point, chahe pawn se maar ke, whatever. So I think he will win, and he will go to 4.5. So 2 plays on 4.5. So Arjun ke jeetne pe, he will be half a point behind the leaders is my guess. And right now he's still thinking, by the way, Hans Niemann hasn't gotten up from the board even. That is insane. Very interesting position. At least one Indian is winning today. Bhai, I hope both. कल दोनों हारे हैं तो आज दोनों जीतेंगे. भाई पूरा मतलब टिट फॉर टैट करना पड़ेगा हमें यहाँ पे भाई. ऐसे कैसे? Not sure hoga, I agree. Winning for Vidit, I don't think it's winning, but it's very good. It's very good. Like, it's the perfect dream start for the white pieces for any chess player at the top level. Like, you can't imagine even this much happening. Queen c2 and castles. Yes, that is the plan, chat. I think that is the plan. What Arjun is maybe thinking, is there a way to complicate matters, right? Like, that's what he usually does. अगर मुझे जबरदस्ती है और कॉम्प्लिकेट करना ही है भाई, मतलब मजबूरी है, मान लो किसी ने लाइक कैसे धमकी दी, कॉम्प्लिकेट कर, So what can I do? I'm thinking, can I play knight e5, for example, just to complicate matters? Oh, wow, it's a good move. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, nice. The idea is that if you take, then of course I take with the pawn, and this is a pin. So this is a nice move, actually. And look at this. The best move is again queen e5. Ooh, so this is actually possible, yeah? Wait, what? Look at this variation, chat. It looks like I found something crazy. So queen a5, and now the move that looks impossible is the best move, queen d2, knight e4, and now not saving the queen, not taking the knight, but knight takes c4. If you take, I win a pawn. Only move is queen to b5. Bishop takes, pawn takes, and knight b2, and you are a pawn up. Is this what Arjun is thinking? Bhai, this is crazy. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So clearly that 6, 7 joke was a coincidence. But the point is, I have one pawn, you have light squares. I think there is sufficient compensation for Hans Niemann, though. I don't think Arjun at the end goes for this, although it is possible. It is not completely impossible, though. So 95 जो मैंने सोचा था move is definitely an interesting idea. Interesting. An excellent question by Mr. DC. Has the World Chess Championship location been decided? What's the likelihood for different locations? I feel like India and Uzbekistan are the top two locations. The question is, will the other player agree, right? Because they have to take into consideration the preference of both the players. If Mukesh says, मुझे उज़्बेकिस्तान में नहीं खेलना है, या सिंधारा says, मुझे इंडिया में नहीं खेलना है, then that could be a factor, right? That could be a big factor. Now, I personally feel neutral ground would be nice. जहाँ पे nobody has the home edge or the home disadvantage, ताकि we can just see the chess. जैसे वहाँ पे हो ना सिंगापुर में, like it wasn't home to either of the players, but it was like it was close enough that people could go and travel if they want to, and time zone was very convenient for us. So I'm really hoping it happens maybe somewhere in Asia, but maybe not, like India or Uzbekistan. However, last World Championship happened during the day, chat. So it started, I think, around like lunchtime, right? If I'm not mistaken. I would prefer it starting a bit late, because I think आजकल थोड़ा trends change हो गए हैं. Like the audiences, like I say, like आजकल रात को ज़्यादा watching होती है in general India में. So I would prefer it being like थोड़ा सा late in general, like maybe around, I don't know, like the stream should end around like 11 p.m. or so. But tough. I think ऐसी कोई जगह जहां 11 p.m. endo is not going to be easy, because World Championship usually starts 3 p.m. Local time. So Asia में ऐसी जगह जहां पे it starts, हमारे हिसाब से it starts at 5 or 6 p.m. ऐसी कोई जगह है भी कि नहीं, I'm not sure. Maybe Europe में हो सकता है, but Europe में होगा नहीं, is my guess. Meanwhile, chat, Vidit has played a move, and he found knight h4 by great find, and he took 11 minutes. I'm so happy by. I said 10 minutes, ठीक है, 11 हम दे देंगे विदित भाई, इतना तो हम चलता है भाईचारे में. So best move played after 11 minutes, not a super long think. And now queen h7 is the best move for Nicholas, a move he really does not want to play, but he has to. He has no other choice. So Vidit Gujarati in the driver's seat, already a +1 edge for him. No FIDE organizes December tournaments in Central Asia. I mean, Central Asia में कौन सी country की बात? Central Asia is too huge, man. Other mistake coming from Nicholas. It's possible, but what mistake? Yeah, I mean, both moves are possible. Both are not like too different in evaluation. So he should, I mean, he does not going to play queen e6 and blunder d5, right? I mean, he's not Sahil Tiku. If I'm playing 2250 FIDE at 20, or can I play like these top guys, top players like 2 years? 2 years में तो कुछ नहीं होगा, Monster Bhai, because I was 2275, FIDE, and it's very hard to go from like 22 or 2300 to 24, 2500. That's a big leap, and it takes years. And I can tell you, chat, how fast Magnus Carlsen grew. So Carlsen is the greatest player of all time. And when he was growing as a chess player, he went from like 1000 rating to 1900 rating in 1 year, which is very doable actually if you give it your full attention. But 1900 se leke 2700 tak, on average, he could only gain 100 points a year. You can go and verify this on FIDE, FIDE's website. Okay, some years it was 80, some year it was 120, like, but on average, it was 100 rating points a year. So अगर आप उस हिसाब से भी लगाओ 2250 FIDE, that means अगर 2750 पहुंचना है तो 5 साल तो straight हो गए भाई. Uh, oh, he plays Queen G4, a slightly worse move, and this should walk into Vidit's plan, I think, because Vidit is an endgame masterman. And I think यहाँ पे after D takes C5, this is what he should play. Let black take on D1, activate his rook, and get this beautiful endgame, man. Like, look at this endgame. Let's say bishop takes F4. You can't come here because I'll win a pawn. Bishop F6, takes. What a dream endgame. He can even play, by the way, a move like F5, which gives the knight a square but completely dominates the bishop. It has no squares on the board now. So multiple options, bishop d5 possible, bishop e4, knight f5 possible, rook d5 possible with the idea of knight f5. So I feel like tough endgame for Nicholas, and Vidit ये जीतेंगे तो बहुत मजा आएगा. I think good chances for him to do so. But of course, he has to be accurate. Yeah, he can't take this lightly. Can you tell me the current standings? Current standings, I think Arjun has the best chance of winning though. So going back to the Arjun game, have there been any developments? None yet. भाई अर्जुन कुछ तो स्पाइसी सोच रहा है भाई, है ना? यू नो इट. लाइक अगर इतना उसको सोचना होता तो कैसलिंग के लिए नहीं सोचता भाई. He's thinking of something spicy, you just know. And look at him calculate. He's not even, now he's looking at the board. Look at him. दीवारों पे देखता है भाई. अर्जुन while calculating कभी देखता ही नहीं है बोर्ड पे. दीवार है भाई. And if you ask him दीवार कौन से कलर की है, he will likely not know. Because that's what chess players do, yeah. They just look at in random direction, calculate in their minds, and they don't even know where they're looking. I can guarantee you he will not be able to tell you the color of the wall where he's looking at. 100%. Tiku 26 Olympiad, China has announced its national roster: Wei Yi, Ding Liren, Yu Yangyi, Bu Jiangji, and Kong Xiangrui. Clearly, unka fourth board is the weakness, right? I mean, Zhu Jiangzhu is not really a top level player. Yu Yangyi, wait, Yu Yangyi? Wait, what? Okay, Yu Yangyi is, oh, I forgot. So Yu Yangyi is from China as well. So मैं confused था. But the point is like, it's still not like a star lineup. So Ding Liren out of form. Yu Yangyi doesn't play as much top level chess nowadays, right? Like he was very, very strong at some point. In fact, played the tiebreak, I think, of the Qatar Masters with Magnus once in 2013 or something, or 15. I don't know which year it was. But no, not 15. 16, I don't know, whatever it was. But the point is, like, it's been a long while since he's played these top level events. So board number 1, very strong for China, a tough competitor. Board number 2, 3 would be variables, like they could do very well or very weak. And board number 4 is a real target. So I think China, top 3 mein aane ke chances very low, actually, I would say. I don't think they'll finish in the top 3. Like, I'll be very shocked if that happens. Ding will return Tikubai. I know he will, but will he perform at the level of the US team, the India team, the Uzbekistan team? I am doubtful, I think. World Championship venue: Baku, Moscow, Dubai, Cyprus, Singapore, some are good neutral places. I wouldn't go Istanbul, and like Cyprus is too far away. I feel like it बहुत दूर है. Like for example, किसी Indian fan के लिए जाना will be very expensive. I like for Moscow also, it's very far away, I think. And he plays my move. There is no way. Arjun Erigaisi plays my move. By proud feeling, by hashtag feeling proud. Hashtag feeling proud. भाई साहब मजा आ गया भाई. मजा आ गया. He goes for, I told you. Like अगर कैसल खेलना होता, he would not think for so long. 95 भाई, Tikku's move on the board. Let's go भाई, मजा आ गया. भाई Arjun is crazy भाई. Hands even मेरे against खेल रहा है भाई. Tough है hands भाई, tough है. I did not see your session भाई. Maybe you did also भाई. I genuinely thought 95 was a move. So इस बार तो मैं खुद को क्रेडिट दूंगा भाई. मजा आ गया भाई. But if you found it great, man, great move, Akash bhai. I think Arjun played it. So अपन लोग बस बढ़िया फॉर्म में आज स्ट्रीम के थोड़ा बचेस खेलना पड़ेगा भाई. आज थोड़ा फॉर्म में लग रहा हूं मैं. अर्जुन की चालें खेल रहा हूं. Okay. Queen A5 about to happen. I think Hans clearly saw this. So this is the move, which is the most ambitious one. But Arjun has to find Queen D2. So he's going for the line जहां पे pawn sack करने वाले हैं. And coup played on the board by Hans Niemann instantly. What will Arjun do now? Queen D2, Queen C1 are the moves to defend the pawn on C3. Let's see what Arjun does. I hope he plays quickly. That's the good news. If he plays quickly, we are in good shape. अगर आराम से खेला ना, then that's a point of worry because then maybe he either didn't see queen a5 or he underestimated it. So Arjun was in chess 20 for India. अरे नाइस नाइस, हाँ वहां पे लगा, हमारी स्ट्रीम लगाई हुई है वहां पे दीवार पे, तो वही देख रहा था वो. बार इज इक्वल, ऑफ कोर्स बार इज इक्वल भाई, बार तो गेम की स्टार्टिंग में इक्वल होता है भाई. बट दैट डजंट टेल यू हाउ कॉम्प्लिकेटेड द गेम इज. व्हाट. भाई ये तो मेरा आइडिया नहीं था यार, अब मैं थोड़ा कंफ्यूज हो गया हूं. ये तो अपन का आइडिया नहीं था यार. वेट 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 वेट. सो क्वीन c3 is a mistake because now you can play knight d7. This is setting. So knight d7, and can I pick this up? Just curious. No, queen a5 पे दोनों bishop hanging है. I can't do this. But I do have like bishop d, oh, bishop d2, queen here, and bishop b4. Wow. Takes and takes. And okay, I get this pawn. I will get this pawn. I am okay. This is fine. Queen c3, not a problem. But what if black plays knight to e4? What is Arjun's plan then? Because knight c4 जो पहले चल रहा था doesn't work now, chat. Because d takes c4 पे queen here was defending the bishop. So you could take this and black couldn't take this. So knight c4 doesn't work. Is he thinking? Wait, what is he thinking? So here also doesn't work because of queen g5. So what is the plan? Is he gonna take this? Wait, this is tough. Wait, he's played. भाई look at this. He castles with confidence and hands even नहीं निकाल पाए best move. Hands also panicked. भाई the gamble worked. The gamble worked, भाई. The Arjun the gambler, man. Arjun the gambler, भाई. Oh my god. I don't know what his idea was after 94, but couldn't have been that great. Could I hand he would be under pressure for sure, and hands भी थोड़ा got spooked, yeah. This is not full. Look at hands. उसने भी शर्ट अपनी नाक के ऊपर रखी हुई है because I think he got a bit spooked, I think, by Arjun's idea. He saw ghosts in the position which was not there. Wow. बच गए भाई, बच गए. But maybe there was some complicated variation there which Hans didn't like. We might have missed something, of course. But in general, 94 would have given Hans the edge. And now Arjun is fine. Now, Chad, you can take on d7. And the idea is I can't take with the bishop because, again, these double pawns and this is just lost. So knight se marna padega. And now queen c2. And basically, like this knight is stuck. You can never replay f6 because I'll take again. So knight b6 khelna padega. This is not where the knight wants to be. As we mentioned, यहाँ e4 कभी ना कभी आएगा, which is going to be scary. h4, h5, h6 looks so tempting, by the way, to completely weaken these dark squares. And of course, इस pawn पे कितना pressure है. Like this is very uncomfortable for black. So I love Arjun's position now. There is no bishop f5 because this square is covered. So, I think Arjun is in a great position now. Love Arjun's position, chat. Do you think Olympiad team should be picked on form rather than players who are retired and not in form? I think retired players in general don't play the Olympiad, right? I mean, Vichy sir is not even retired and he doesn't play. So who is the player you're talking about? Like, I don't see any player in India who's kind of retired and could play the Olympiad. Everybody is playing and very active. So Arjun has a good chance now, chat, of winning this, going to the Vidit game. Jहाँ पे after queen g4, Vidit Gujarati, after just a 3.5 minute think, has found the best move. आज अपना लड़का फॉर्म में लग रहा है भाई. आज VD is looking like he's playing some very, very good chess and also not taking as much time. So good news for VD fans. Things could go our way today. Let's go. Both players are now better. Vidit is much better. Arjun slightly better. Okay, Vidit has an endgame, so might be more strategic and slow. Arjun will be sharper, but regardless, it's going to be fun. Salbhai, for the World Championship, my pick is Layari. Bhai, I don't know what you think about Layari, but in general, I think थोड़ा सा मुश्किल है वहां ऑर्गेनाइज करना, नो. थोड़ा एक मीडिया कैंपेन उनके खिलाफ आ चुका है, लोकेशन के खिलाफ, so थोड़ा टफ रहेगा वहां ऑर्गेनाइज करना. Women's Chinese Olympiad team Zhu Jin Zhong Mayu Zai. Oh, acha. So no Wen Yunju, no Hu Yifan. So great chances for India again. That's amazing news for India actually, because इस lineup के साथ ही India has officially become the favorite to win the Women's Olympiad again. Straight. That's amazing news. Vidit is, अरे ये क्या भाई? Pranav, he won the freestyle Friday yesterday, and if he wins another one, then he qualifies for freestyle championship. Oh, that is amazing, bhai. I heard he did win yesterday. I didn't know he would qualify for the freestyle world championship, but regardless, that's amazing news. I think Pranav, Pranesh, all these guys are doing an excellent job. I think trying to rise to 2700 pretty soon. I think maybe in a couple of years, maybe even just 1 year, we might have like even more 2700s, like joining the fray. And it's going to be an intense battle. Jahan pe 2700 might not be enough to make it to the India Olympiad team. Is VD playing Chennai? I don't know of it. Somebody told me in the chat itself that VD has mentioned that he is not playing Chennai. So I'm guessing that's the case. But I don't know. But I do know कि अगर 8 players हैं चेन्नई, which I think I heard कि 8 लोग खेल रहे हैं. 3 Indian players I know. One is Gokesh, which was announced. One is Arjun. I'm guessing he always plays, so he will be there. And one is Pranesh because he qualified, he won last time. So 3 player तो हो गए. So एक spot VD को मिल तो सकता है technically. By the way, Night Descent played, so that is best move by Arjun on the board. Excellent chess. Unka gamble worked, and now he is clearly better in this endgame. Not endgame, by middle game actually. Because ये pawn आसान है defend करना, but ये pawn defend करना बहुत ही मुश्किल. So many good in Asia. अरे भाई 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 आइलैंड पे खेलो यार. आइलैंड सिप्रस भी था एंड कैंडिडेट्स वहां पे ठीक ठाक हो गया, सो आइलैंड्स पे खेला जा सकता है. बट आई डोंट नो विच आइलैंड. यहाँ पे श्रीलंका में भी इज द बेस्ट आइलैंड यार टू प्ले इन एशिया, बट नॉट श्योर, नॉट श्योर. श्रीलंका पहुंचना आई डोंट नो हाउ इजी इज इट फॉर. इट शुड बी इजी. दो ही प्लेयर तो है भाई, कर सकते हैं. Right, Knight D7 मारेंगे Hans Niemann in just a second. I don't think you would think for more than 10 seconds for this move once he writes it down. By the way, it's quite interesting. By the way, he has played it. Chess players still note down the notation. I would expect like something to change regarding this. I feel like we should already have like some tech. By the Queen C2 played. Best move by Arjun again. Bhai, kya banda hai bhai? He's ready. He's ready to win this game, chat. I feel like there should be some tech advancement जहां पे ये लिखना जरूरी ना पड़े. Like we are already there. I think this is kind of old school. While I love this, it reminds me of old chess. When I used to play ऐसे district tournaments, वहां पे भी लिखना पड़ता था and so on. But I feel like maybe we are in that zone जहां पे ये लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है. कोई claim करना है, like maybe it's like some sort of device they're using, which directly also transmits the moves to the board, right? Because DT board की जरूरत भी नहीं है फिर. So that's my kind of feeling कि हमें paper को हमें retire कर देना चाहिए. Chad, do you think the pen and paper should retire, or do you think this is too traditional and too historic to retire? What do you think, Chad? Yes or no? नॉर्थ कोरिया में रखो. ये देखो भाई, ये आ गए. ये ग्राफिक डिजाइनर है भाई हमारे. ये ग्राफिक डिजाइनर है कोई जो नॉर्थ कोरिया में रखेंगे भाई. देख रहे हो तुम इस बंदे को. पेन एंड पेपर शुड गो. आई काइंड ऑफ अग्री. आई थिंक वो जमाना आ चुका है. इट शुड बी ऑप्शनल. ऑप्शनली एक ही चीज होगी राइट फॉर एवरीबडी. ऑप्शनल रखना मुश्किल है बिकॉज पीपल डू नीड टू नो कौन सा मूव नंबर है या फिर 40 मूव कब हुए. सो दे विल नीड सम वे. बट आई फील लाइक पेन एंड पेपर आई थिंक मे बी कुड बी रिटायर्ड नाउ. Some people also saying no. Very interesting. So in third world countries, I don't think it's about the third world countries. I think it won't cost much to replace the pen and paper. Actually, it won't cost much at all at this point, especially for top level events. But how would players know? Maybe they should put a tablet. Like there have been things that have been done. Yeah, there was like this company. I forgot the Monroy something. I don't know what the name was. Like you could feed the moves basically. It was like a handheld device, like a old touchscreen phone. It was. You would feed the moves there. Even I have played with it, and that was the old way of doing things. I'm guessing a modern version of that could be very nice. I feel like that should be nice to kind of shift to now. 400 येलो वहां जीतेंगे भाई. 400 येलो कौन जीतेंगे, हम की वो? अगर क्रिकेट तरह इंडियन चेस में भी डोमिनेट करेंगे? आई थिंक सो यार. क्रिकेट आई थिंक बेसिकली कुछ 10-15 नेशन खेलते हैं एंड उसमें से भी 4-5 या 7-8 तो ऐसे ही हैं who are not really competitors, right? In terms of cricket, if you think about who are the real competitors for Indian cricket, it could be New Zealand, it could be Australia, it could be South Africa. ये 3 देश हैं and then maybe 3-4 other countries which could be some competition, like I don't know, depending on form. Yeah, तो कुल मिला के 10 नेशन से ऊपर तो है नहीं. चेस भाई सारे देश खेलते हैं, ओलंपियड में 200 कंट्री से प्लस से लोग आते हैं, एंड it could be a bigger thing, I think, at some point. It's of course not as watchable as cricket because लोग बैठे होते हैं एक सीट पे, but a blitz chess, could be a nice format for the audience to consume. Like, chat, I don't know what you feel about blitz chess, but even if you don't know how to play chess, watching blitz chess, like 3+2, is always fun. Like, it's always fun. Like, I think many people who don't even play chess, like, send me reels, like childhood friends or somebody, like, send me some reels of people playing blitz chess. So I think that's very consumable. Nicholas is also taking time. One look at the Nicholas game, कि क्या चल रहा है वहां पे. By the way, he has taken on D1 after a 12.5 minute think. So time भी लगभग बराबर. अब VD यहाँ सोच रहे हैं, but I think rook D1 should be an automatic move because this rook belongs on E1, and I feel like VD has a great position. He should not waste time. Just take the queen. He knows what to do here. So going to the game of Arjun again. So Queen C2 के बाद hand CM, by the way, has 49 minutes. Look at that, 18-minute edge for Arjun on the clock already. Why Arjun Erigasi does not kid around here. He only thought for one move in this entire game. That was knight to E5. जहां पे he thought for 17 minutes and 41 seconds. And बाकी सब वो seconds में खेला है. Like, he did not even think for a second. That was, yeah, he did not think for a single second in any of these moves. Crazy banda yaar. What am I seeing? Yes, Vidit has an edge by clear edge. WHS looks too stacked to win the Team World Rapid Blitz. It's possible. I think they have Magnus and Fabi, right? If I'm not mistaken, in the same team. But Magnus not in peak shape now, so is debatable. Vidit not even top 30 now. Arjun at 9. That's true, but even Gukesh, I think, is not in top 30, no? Gukesh he rank as 26. So I think it's hard to judge players by their rankings sometimes. In fact, Panvel में ही रखो Olympiad. Bhai, I am in. Panvel में रखो भाई, मतलब दो ही, Olympiad क्या भाई, World Championship रखो भाई. Oh, by the way, H6 played, which is a logical move, of course. You want to ask the question, what are you going to do with the bishop before you put the knight here? So if bishop F somewhere, the knight F6 back. And if bishop H4 chat, what is the move for black? What can black do? I think simple चाल है यहाँ पे. The move is G5 and the bishop is trapped. So that's why this pawn, ये जो bishop, जब भी ये pawn G3 पे होता है ना, so H6 is a nice move because bishop cannot go here and maintain the pin. So that's why bishop has to come back to F4, and then black has the option of like knight F6 now because that's where he wants to put the knight. So very nice. And chat question for you. If H6, bishop F4, knight F6, which is very much possible, what do you think is white's best move? हमने discuss किया है पहले कि white का plan क्या है. So what do you think is the best move for white here? Come on, chat. It has to be in sync with what we discuss. It's white's main plan. Where is GM Sajgo? आएंगे भाई, वो अगले इवेंट पक्का आएंगे. He might come tomorrow, by the way. चल कल I think we might have Rakesh भाई और सहज भाई में से एक बंदा taking the stream forward. I'll come back for the final day after. कल I'm planning to record some content somewhere. कुछ idea है, experiment करना है मुझे. Not necessarily complete chess also, just for fun. कुछ idea है, तो I've asked Rakesh भाई to fill in, so he'll be here tomorrow. And so kal says I might join for a while, possible. Otherwise, he'll be there for the bullet chess champ. And that is on the board, chat. We have this on the board actually. So this is the position. Arjun has to find this move. Yes, हमारा plan E4 है. But right now, if E4, black will just take. It's a free pawn. Bishop takes, rook takes, and black is winning. So we have to prepare that exact move. And yes, Mr. Azman Bhai, you're correct. The move is pawn to F3 with the idea of E4. And if let's say you play bishop E6, normal move, E4, takes, by, I mean, do I need to even explain further, man? Look at this center. And ye pawn yahan kar kya raha hai? It's literally blocking the counterplay for black on the C file. So, and why not? Rook E1 is possible, chat. But problem ye ki rook E1 ke baad, let's say you play bishop E, I'm going to play the exact same move, E4, like takes. You can't take with the rook. I mean, you can, but there's bishop F5 and takes. I mean, it's tricky. And of course, like queen takes will lose the c3 pawn and there's attacks. Like this is not the structure we want. Even if you could take this pawn without c3 hanging, black will have like bishop d5, for example. And these light squares are weak. Like I don't think white is even better here. White is much worse. White is much worse. ये queen कभी यहाँ आएगी and could be checkmate. So going back, अरे अर्जुन भाई f3 का है क्यों नहीं निकाला? But he finds the second best move, rook fb1, which is also very nice because it kind of prevents the pawn, bishop from being developed. But f3 was the best move. अरे यार, he should have found f3. I think his plan is knight e4 pe he wants to go rook b4. I think that's the plan. But there is bishop f5 now, some discover attack, queen b2. Yeah, this is also very good. This is also very good, by the way. Very good plan by Arjun. But f3 was a bit stronger, I think. It was a bit stronger objectively. Yes, graphic designer G. That's the plan. f3, e4, and then you can kind of, take the center in your hand. And black karega rook e6, rook b6, but it doesn't matter. Center hamare paas hai, we are better. Very, very anti-intuitive move. I agree. But I think if you want to go for this plan of pressuring the b file, then it makes sense because this rook is defending a3. Ye rook kuch kar nahi raha tha. So essentially, it's a completely different plan. But it's also risky because kabhi na kabhi black could threaten this. And ye pieces thode se, awkwardly placed for this move. So you have to be ready to move them quickly. That's why rook b4 could be a pre-move, basically, with the idea of queen b2 next. So you can't keep them here for long, though. Is this game an easy win? I don't think so. By the way, nice. So he played all the best moves. Bishop e5. He found f4 as well. By the way, in just 46 seconds, that is amazing. Took in just 8 seconds. And VD has a dream position, chat. Ye endgame, by the way, if I was playing against Nicholas, I would be saying, draw to J mein hai. Can I win this? And I'm not even like exaggerating. Like I would easily get a draw here. Like I can't imagine losing this game to even like a player like Nicholas, who's so strong, because it's very hard for black to play this. If I just put the bishop here or, somehow play f5 even, just double up rooks, like what is black even going to do? Like there is literally no plan. Okay, I'm just going to take this. How on earth are you going to win this as black? Like it's literally impossible. So I think, great position of VD, playing for 2 results with good chances to win. I love this position of Vidit, I think. Amazing position. So, end game hai, so matlab time bhi less matter karta hai. So, aaj time pe se face karne ko milega nahi. Now, best move is a weird one though. That is rook to d5, which is something I would not consider, I think. Bishop e6 and now rook b5 is what he has to find. This is a bit tough. I think I wouldn't definitely find this. But very interesting idea, yeah? With knight f5 to follow, rook b7 attacked. So very interesting idea for Vidit. But I think what he could do is take on c6. Bishop d5 cash. I also like this bishop d5 move. Also very nice, by the way. Very nice move. And of course, rook f2 with the idea of rook d2 also appeals to me quite a bit. And किंग का रास्ता भी खुल चुका है. बस बिशप e6 पे इस पॉन का ख्याल रखना है. I think a3 पे there might be bishop b3 ideas. So you can actually play b3 instead. It might be the stronger move. बस ये ध्यान रखना है आपको. बाकी I think white is just doing very, very well. So going back to the Arjun game chat, जहाँ पे Arjun is slightly better. After rook fb1, Hans Niemann under serious time pressure, by the way. 45 minutes, he has to play 25 moves. Doesn't feel too much, but the position is really complicated. So I think धीरे-धीरे time pressure build होगा. सर भाई मैंने कूलर ऑन किया, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही, प्लीज टर्न ऑन ऑडियो. भाई आपके कूलर की वजह से बाकी के कान नहीं फाड़ सकता मैं यार. I don't want to be accused as somebody who is going to burst somebody's eardrum. So नहीं भाई, कान फाड़ नहीं सकते चैट. सो आपको अपना कूलर बंद करना पड़ेगा. इतनी गर्मी है भाई. I mean, I understand why you need the cooler, but sorry भाई. Knight e4 for Hans. Yes, that's the best move in the position actually. The idea is you basically attack c3. So आप ये pawn attack कर रहे हो, and you're saying कि, and he plays it, by the way, great move by Hans Niemann, because it kind of restricts white now. You have to play rook b4 because rook c1 is saying कि भाई मैंने एक move waste कर दी. That rook f1 was a mistake. So excellent move. I would expect rook b4 in just about a minute from Arjun, not more than that. Played, by the way, less than that. मैं रो दूंगा साल में. Please don't do this. Do what भाई? भाई गर्मी तो है यार, गर्मी यहाँ पे भी है भाई. You know, when I was streaming India Rising with Srinath, by the way, had just shifted to Pune. I don't know if I was supposed to reveal that, but reveal ho gaya. Sorry, Shivai. But he had just shifted, तो उन्होंने उनके ACA भी लगे नहीं थे. So he streamed for like 3 hours plus with like a full shirt and everything without AC, and it was so hot at that point, like 40 degrees था. And he must have been sweating like crazy, but he did the stream. So Chad, भाई कई बार करना पड़ता है भाई, dedication required in life. Rook b4 played, and now Chad, I think the move I really want to play is bishop f5. Like I really want to play this, but after queen b2, like I'm not sure if this helped because at the end ये pawn hanging है and इसका कुछ plan निकला नहीं. So best move apparently is the weird move b5, which kind of makes sense. But now I again have this move f3, knight f6. I still can't go e4 comfortably, can I? Like takes, bishop b7. It's not clear. In fact, black is better now because rook is weird. I would rather have the rooks on e1 and so on. So going back, what happens after b5? What is Arjun's plan? Because a4 doesn't do anything, right? a4 pay, I think bishop d7. And you can't take the pawn because this rook is hanging. That's the problem here. So going back, what is Arjun Erigaisi's plan? It was so hard, she almost, अरे ये क्या है भाई? Crying for what? There was a song, no? Like crying for what? Some song, something like that. I don't know what was the lyrics though, something like that. Theodore King in trouble. Yes, it is. Maybe not the king, but the game in general, because endgame में तो king safe रहेगा, but the pawn structure is a nightmare for Theodore there. Sir, would you rather वाले question में पढ़ना वैसे ही नहीं चाहिए, but okay. Play boring chess and win 90% of your games. Play interesting attacking chess and win 75%. You will not believe it. I think majority of people might choose the second, but I would choose the first. And that comes from my playing style. I love endgames. So I love endgames, rook endgames, slightly better endgames, जहाँ पे I can move around, धीरे-धीरे put pressure. I love that. So I will choose the first one. Even though I love attacking chess, I feel like tactics is not my strength. I think strategy is. So that's why I play 1d4 as well. So I would choose the first one. Also 90% results by, I mean, at the end, everybody remembers the results, yeah? That's more important. Oh, he goes for my move. I told you it was tempting, yeah? I told you it was tempting. So he goes for, wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? He pulled the bishop back. He pulled the bishop back. He pulled the bishop back to do. He pulled the bishop back to do. यहाँ पे rap बन सकता है भाई. Wait, what did he just do? Okay, writing short form video in to-do list. Wait, what? That's allowed until you leave the piece. The rule is once you touch a piece, you have to move it. But until you leave it on that square, you have the liberty to move it to a different square. But once you touch the bishop, there is literally no other square we can move it, chat. Because bishop d7, bishop e6, bishop g4, all allow, I think, rook b7 at the very least. Let's play bishop e6, for example. Let's see. How bad is it? Yeah, f3, knight f6, and just pick up the pawn. So free pawn. So going back, he is forced to do it. Was it like a trick or was it like real? Like, was it like, oh, bishop galti, oh no, oh no, no, no. I am thinking maybe he missed g4. Like he played bishop g, but g4 pe knight g3 bhi to hai. I think maybe he played bishop f5, realized g4 ek chal hai. I can't take this because of f3 losing a piece. But then he saw knight g3. He's like, okay, theek hai, badhiya. I think that's what happened. I think. And look at this. Arjun, not even taking a minute. He took 40 seconds to play the best move, queen to b2. Bhai sahab, crazy. Good acting by hands. It could be acting. I'm not going to lie, bhai. It could be. But I think right now it might just be genuine realization ki bhai wahan pe, g4 aa raha hai. It could be possible. And yes, Arjun's playing fast. And I think one of the reasons is he's sitting at the board. Now he gets up, but he was sitting at the board for majority of Hans's moves, and he was using his time. And I think he senses कि आज की गेम क्रूशियल है. अगर आज ड्रॉ होता है ना अर्जुन का, and let's say, other people also draw. Let's say Yakubov draws, Vokidov draws, and Madamino also draws, and there's a 1 point difference with 2 rounds to go. He knows he can't win the event. He can finish tied first if he's very, very lucky, but वो luck उसके हाथ में नहीं है. So if he wants to keep things in his control, he has to win today. That's the point. By the video game, we saw a move. No, we have not seen a move, chat. It's still the same position. Vidi thinking, by the way, I don't think this is a bad moment to actually go for a long think, because you want to figure out the best position for your pieces. So fair deal, but let's not take more than 15 minutes really by. You might need that time. Abhi bhi 24 moves to play in 43 minutes of it. No, he can take the piece back as long as uska haath or piece touch mein hai. So for example, if he leaves the piece from his hands, the move is done. Clock dabana is not a part of the decision making. So एक बार piece छोड़ दिया आपने f5 square पे, going back to the Arjun game to highlight, let's say आपने यहाँ पे bishop f5 छोड़ दिया and हाथ से निकल चुका है piece, you can't really move it again, चाहे clock दबाई हो ना दबाई हो. And chat, इसका best example will be none other than the Kasparov moment. अगर आपने जुलिट पोलगार की डॉक्यूमेंट्री नहीं देखी है Netflix पे, I highly suggest watching it. There was like an insane controversy. I'll give you like a brief summary of it in 1 minute. So Garry Kasparov, the world champion, like the legend of the game, one of the goats of chess, was playing against Judith Polgar, and he was completely winning. Completely winning. जीत रहे थे वो. And suddenly उन्होंने एक चाल चली, वो चाल ब्लंडर थी, and वो winning position से game draw हो जाती. So he played the move and then instantly put the piece back. Juliet को लगा कि उन्होंने piece drop किया, like he left the piece. Kasparov thought he had not left the piece, and he brought it back, and the game continued. Now, later on, she said कि भाई आपने piece छोड़ दिया था, and everybody said it's not possible because Kasparov है, he would never do this. And then luckily, by pure chance, कोई स्पेनिश टीम का कैमरा रिकॉर्डिंग पे छूट गया था वहां पे, एंड दे सॉ द वीडियो फुटेज एंड दे सॉ कि भाई वहां पे वो पीस कस्पारोव ने फॉर अ फ्रैक्शन ऑफ अ सेकंड आई थिंक छोड़ दिया था. नाउ मे बी कस्पारोव डिड नॉट रियलाइज दैट्स पॉसिबल बाय द वे, वो होता है, को पता नहीं लगा छोड़ा कि नहीं छोड़ा, बट ही डिड एक्चुअली लीव इट. सो इफ शी हैड कंप्लेन्ड, शी वुड हैव लाइकली ड्रॉन दैट गेम, बट शी लॉस्ट. सो ये कंट्रोवर्सी हुई थी एक इसी सेम चीज पे. सो बिशप f5 पे हैंस का, he can move the bishop back until he has not left the piece, but उसको यही piece चलना पड़ेगा because there is touch and move. So he has to move this piece now. There is no other good square, by the way, जहां पे he could have moved it. So he must have thought bishop 5 g4 पे कुछ हो रहा है. He saw 93 आ रहा है, it's okay because यहाँ पे attack है, and 92 check भी आ रहा है, so safe. And then he played that move. But Arjun anyway wasn't doing anything. He wanted to play queen b2, so all good and fair. What is the biggest over the board controversy involving an Indian player? Oof, that's a tough one. I am not sure actually. I am not sure because Indian players make सारे players बहुत like very down to earth, very non-controversial. So I can't even think of a moment which is like really controversial. Yes, I think Nepo Hari kuch hua tha. Nepo said something, which I think Nepo says a lot of stuff, man. Like, कई बार बहुत चीजें बोलता है, and it's hard to kind of take it as a controversy. I don't know which was the biggest controversy. I mean, Magnus's table smash wasn't even a controversy. It was just his reaction at himself. So I'm not sure कि controversy कोई हुई भी है as such. Vidit King was not a controversy, by the way, because it was just a funny reaction था. Cramming Nihal क्या? ये तो मुझे पता भी नहीं है actually. This I don't even know about. Anish Giri is not controversial. He's funny, man. I think controversial is a strong word for Anish. He's funny. By the way, chat, do like the stream. Let's get more people in because Arjun जीतने की कगार पे खड़े हैं. Time देखो, 1 hour 6 minutes versus 36 minutes for Nihal. For Nihal, for hands. Under pressure लग रहे हैं अभी यहाँ पे. Position ही बढ़िया है. By the way, chat, in this position, I'm threatening rook takes b7. Maybe directly or after f3, ताकि ये pawn hanging now. You will move the knight back, then I will take the pawn. And you can't go knight d6 to defend the pawn because bishop controls that square. So, अगर आपने इस pawn को नहीं बचाया, then this pawn is gone in the next move. And if you play b6, by the way, he played the best move, but if you play b6 for example, आपकी queen थोड़ी सी मतलब समझ रहे, थोड़ी weird लग रही है. For example, now f3, knight f6, and e4 already works. If you take this, there is rook b5, and अपने bishop को आपको goodbye कहना पड़ेगा. So you can see how b6 was a blunder, so he didn't play it. He plays the best move queen a6 and gets out of this double attack now. But even now, Arjun is better. Even now, he's better. And Chad, by the way, if f3 and let's say the knight goes back, I don't know where you, let's say f6, and if you try to take this pawn now, what can black do? Is rook takes b7 possible, Chad? Black to play. Come on. Why is the same move not working now is an important question in this position. How do chess players calculate? Why? Good question. I think it's just a brute force calculation held by intuition. Unki intuition kuch chale ignore kar deti hai, which do not make sense. And they go very deep into certain moves. There are certain books I can recommend. Calculate Like a GM by Alexander Kotov, which is a great book on this for elementary understanding. Yes, rook takes c2 chat. And that's why it's not working now, because आप ये मारोगे, मैं ये मार दूंगा. And going back, जब अगर आपने b6 खेला होता, let's say f3, knight f6, now e4 works, takes, and rook b5 is a winning move. So what difference है? And that's why you can't take the pawn instantly on b7. It's well defended now. So white can do other stuff. White can still play f3, by the way. It's still possible. He can also play a4. Very nice move. Completely preventing b5 forever, and also gives white some squares. Yeah, like queen a3. White could have this diagonal also long term. Vidit is still thinking, I wouldn't worry just yet. I think ठीक है. Endgame, I think time trouble will not be an issue for Vidit. So he should play quickly, but I wouldn't worry this time because endgame. I wouldn't worry too much here. Going back to Arjun, because our hands just showed up at the board. Let's see what Arjun does now. Crucial moment for Arjun. If he wants to win this game, he will have to constantly put on pressure. याद है hands ने Vidit के साथ completely winning game में blunder कर दिया था. So he will give Arjun an opportunity. He will give him a chance at some point, to win the game. So pressure maintain करना है कि जब भी वो मौका आए, we are already slightly better and go from slightly better to completely winning basically. Kraken Fide was also a big controversy. Took a legendary player away from the chess world. Kraken is a very controversial guy, by the way. I have some opinions on him that I don't want to share right now, but very controversial guy. So I think what debate I think was fair, I think from Fide also. At least that's what I feel, but hard to debate it, man. वो ट्विटर पे बहुत ट्रेंड कर रहे थे उस टाइम पे क्रैकन जी. My peak chess com rating is 1300, so left it now. I'm stuck around 800. I was trying to hard, but you're gonna. I would say solve a lot of tactics, because at that level you're blundering a lot of pieces. Tactics solve karo, you will see the maximum gain in rating, by the way. With every game has great moves, but he can't turn them. I think at convert karna is always tough. I mean, out of practice, I think sometimes it's harder because you take a lot of time for each move and time pressure aata hai. When you're actually winning in the end game, you don't have time to easily convert. Your intuition is, kind of shaky. But I still feel kahin na kahin, this game for Vidit is right up his alley, because endgame hai, he loves these endgames. Sabe, your prediction for World Team Rapid and Blitz? I am rooting for the team which has Anish, Vidit, Divya, like, it's a very, very fun team. So I'm rooting for that team. So I'm hoping they win. Because there'll be a lot of content if they win. I'm on the side of content, basically. By the way, best move played by Arjun Erigasi. Nice choice. By Arjun, गलती करने का सवाल ही पैदा नहीं करता भाई. Like, he will not make a single mistake, man. What a great move. And rook b7 we saw chat. Rook b7 mein, directly if you play, for example, here, there is knight takes c3. Beautiful move. ये मारोगे तो रुक जा रहा है. And even if you try first f3, knight f6 and rook b7, even then there is rook takes c2. And then suddenly this is a problem. So yeah, not going to work. Sadia, what's the potential future possibilities when Arjun wins the tournament? I think he has to win this one game because he has 2 whites and 1 black remaining. His white had come against Nicolas Theodorou. So last round, that he's totally capable of winning. नेक्स्ट गेम ही प्लेज अगेंस्ट मदमिनोव. मदमिनोव इज वेल प्रिपेयर्ड, बट उनका जो बोलते हैं ना जो स्किल है, आई थिंक मदमिनोव का क्रिप्टोनाइट अर्जुन ही होंगे, बिकॉज उनकी ओपनिंग प्रेप शायद काम ना करे. अर्जुन भी एटलीस्ट इक्वली वेल प्रिपेयर्ड, राइट? सो वहां पे भी वो जीत सकते हैं, या एटलीस्ट ड्रॉ तो कर ही लेंगे. सो आज अगर जीत गए, I think he could have a very good chance of winning this entire event because he's already played all the tough players. Now he's facing the lower seeds. Rishi, do you think Vikesh will win this? Yes, he can, bhai. He can. What's the best time for to play for online side? I would say it depends on your goals. Yeah, if you want to learn chess, improve, jitna longer time control hoga, utna you will learn the most because you get more time to think about a particular position. But if your goal is to have fun, that's also a nice goal to have. Don't let anybody guilt trip you into thinking कि भाई just because I play chess मुझे improve करना ही करना है. You can always play for fun. In that case, bullet chess could be more thrilling. So I think it depends on what your goals are, and it should be okay. Either format, blitz, bullet, rapid, depending on what you nice. Try all the formats. See which what you enjoy the most, what gives you the most pleasure, and see and play more of that. बट येस, अगर गोल है इंप्रूव करने का, सीरियस गोल है, देन थोड़ा सा आई थिंक लॉन्गर टाइम कंट्रोल्स, ब्लिट्स एंड रैपिड माइट बी मोर बेनिफिशियल. ओलंपिया टीम अनाउंस आई थिंक जुलाई में होगी, बिकॉज आई थिंक तब तक के लिए 3 months का एवरेज रेटिंग काउंट करेंगे. दैट्स गोना बी अप्रैल, मई एंड जून. आई थिंक दोस आर द 3 months. बट रिगार्डलेस आई थिंक जुलाई में अनाउंस हो जानी चाहिए चैट. If Vidit wins every game from now, how can he come in top five? Yes, of course, by. I think top five is definitely easy. Even top three is possible. If he wins all the games, he will easily finish in top three because he'll go to 4.5, and likely there only the leaders will be 4.5. Like top five to ho jayega, definitely. But the tino jeetna mushkil hai na, bhai. That's the problem. By the way, Vidit has played a move chat after a deep think. He played pawn to b3, which I don't really like. The idea is to preempt against bishop e6, which is a nice move. We discussed that b3 is a nice move. But it's kind of, how do I put this? आपका opponent boxing में आपको मुक्का मारने आ रहा है और आप डक कर रहे हो. अभी उसने मारना मुक्का चालू ही नहीं किया और आपने डक करना चालू कर दिया. So basically he could have a chance to completely ignore the original punch and directly punch you in the new position, if that makes sense. So now, because you played b3, I will not play bishop e6. I will play a5. And suddenly, I mean, it's harder to win because a4 aa raha hai. And you don't want to play b4 because then bishop e6 becomes stronger. So I feel like b3 not the best move in this position, is my guess. I could be wrong, but it feels like he's playing a bit defensive for some reason. Like, I don't like this move, b3. But okay, let's see. I think still, I think he's much, much better in the position. Meanwhile, chat, Nodirbek, as expected, piling on the pressure on one of the tournament leaders, Madaminov, so likely to win as well. And Mamidyarov and I think Vokidov looks like an equal position, so should end in a draw. So going back to the Arjun game now, let's see how our India #1 is faring against, Hans Niemann. आते हैं इस पोजीशन में, and there you see A4 के बाद Hans Niemann still thinking, no moves on the board. By the way, Hans के लिए ना, I feel like he is very interesting because बहुत कम लोग बोलते हैं ना, like वो डायलॉग है, कह के करूंगा, like something something डायलॉग, तो बहुत लोग कम कर पाते हैं. Like you can say कि I will achieve this goal and then to do it is very tough. So huge respect for Hans for doing so. But it's like he's reached the world top 20 now, and अब वर्ल्ड टॉप 10 में उनको एंटर करना है, विच इज ना नॉट इजी. उनका जो स्टाइल भी है ना, लाइक इट्स अ बिट अग्रेसिव, उनकी पर्सनालिटी अग्रेसिव. समटाइम्स यू नीड दैट stability in your play to enter the world top 10. So it's not going to be an easy task for Hans to go into the world top 10, I feel. That's my instinct. Like world top 20-30 में रहना is easy for hands, but world top 10, I'm not sure if he has the mental stability to get there, because it will require him to take draws. Jo Gukesh bhi struggle kar raha hai, by the way. Like over pushing, right? Like he also has that same problem sometimes, I feel. I'll rook d8 now, and which defends the d5 pawn, but I feel like that's not the best move. I think Arjun ka jo plan hai f3 could be very, very strong here. So let's see, can Arjun find this plan? And Chad, what's the plan? Let's say f3, and you play knight to f6. And now not only e4, we have another pretty plan, and that is pawn to g4, bishop g6, let's say, and now bishop to e5. And basically, I'm going to even potentially go h4, h5. This pawn I'll keep defended. I have beautifully covered all these squares for your bishop and knight. And I'm going to even launch an attack at some point on the king's side. Like it's totally possible. Like h4, g5, king f2, rook h1. Like it's on the cards. And the queen is far away from the king's side. So I think this could be a very nice plan. But if not f3, I'm thinking, what else could you do? Could h3 be with the same idea, like trying to do this? But there's g5 apparently, and suddenly it's a bit tricky. Bishop f5, there's f6, yeah? So maybe f3 and then g4 is a nice plan. There's also the plan of taking on e4, bishop takes and rook b7, which wins a pawn. But this is more risky, right? Because aapka king thoda weak hai ab. And suddenly, if the queen were to somehow enter here, are baap re, then suddenly it could be the end of the game, yeah? So Arjun can also go for this, but this is more double-edged. Jahan pe Hans will also have his own chances. So I'm not sure if Arjun goes for this one, but it depends. If he really wants to win this and he doesn't see a clear edge in the other line, he might go for it. Yeah, he might go for it. By the way, Hans पानी पी रहा है chat. You know, just पता comment आएंगे तो पहले ही बोल रहा हूँ. Going to the game of Vidit, by the way. Oh, after b3, his opponent missed the critical moment of playing a5 and plays rook to e8. I think that's a big mistake. And now, after rook e8, king f2 is an excellent move. It's a beautiful move. Why? Because you're controlling the e2 square. And now, I think that a5 move, for example, is slow because my king is closer. Now rook f1. It's still a good move, by the way, but it gets a bit tricky because my king is closer. So I have made an improvement, and rook e8 basically is going to be traded off. So yeah. So let's see what happens. Mukesh will out-prepare Javokir. Bhai, that's not going to be easy, right? Because at the end, Javokir is going to be somebody who's shown his preparation at the candidates to be absolutely world-class, way ahead of even players like Caruana. भाई हिकारू के सामने उन्होंने प्रेप दिखाई एंड ही जस्ट क्रश्ड हिकारू इन ओपनिंग प्रेप इटसेल्फ. याद है वो 94 जो ब्लंडर किया हिकारू ने, देन ही सेड कि उनके सेकंड्स ने मिस किया. दैट्स नॉट अ जोक. Who are the next opponents of VD after Nicholas? That's a good question, but I think they're lower seeds. So it's Vokidov. By the way, he plays the tournament leader. So that could be a good way for Vidit to help everybody, including himself, by beating Vokidov. And then he plays Yakubov. So two decent players, two Uzbeki players in the next two rounds. Who are, okay, do you know NM? So I really find it hard to believe any chess player has 13.4 million YouTube subs. So अगर आपने कोई थोड़ा सा कुछ ट्रैप लगाया है तो उसमें नहीं फंसने वाला भाई. Not gonna fall in that trap भाई. What do you think about so much? अरे यार, या देखो पता है, when you are the world champion, people have high expectations. Because for example, गुकेश वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बने, दुनिया को गुकेश का नाम पता चला यार. Gukesh's Instagram followers, I'm telling you this true, like this is true story. I was just refreshing Gukesh's Instagram profile that the next day to when he became world champion. Every time I refreshed, he was getting like 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 followers. Like every time, every 5 seconds. So he became like the face of Indian chess for a new generation, I think. So these guys have mostly only heard of Gukesh. Like he is the entry point for chess. Of course, they might know what Vishy sir, but Vishy sir, okay, doesn't play as often nowadays. So for these guys, Gukesh is the main face of chess. And if he doesn't do well, then of course, like that's the ones that are gonna get the most hate, right? Hate is a strong word. Of course, you don't want hate, but criticism to aayega bhai. It's always gonna be there. And Gukesh knows this, and he understands it also why it's there, because people have high expectations of him, and it does play on his mind. If there was no pressure though, it also means people don't care about chess. So you don't want to be in that situation also. It's not the ideal way. So you क्रिकेट में देख लो यार, कुछ भी अगर हारते हैं वर्ल्ड कप में तो क्या क्या हो जाता है, क्या क्या हो जाता है. King f2, when you can play rook d2 and so वाइट का गोल क्या है, वाइट का गोल है बिकॉज ये डेवलप नहीं है, वाइट वांट्स टू प्ले रूक एफ ई वन. तुम समझ रहे हो, दैट्स व्हाट ही वांट्स टू प्ले. डी फाइल पे एंट्री पॉइंट है ही नहीं. I cannot go here, cannot go here, cannot go here. So I can't really enter. I don't even have an entry square on these squares. So the only entry point I have is e8. So he wants to play rook e1 ताकि मार मारने के बाद he gets the e8 square. So this rook has to go here. Once you play rook d2, you can't play rook e1 because the rook will hang. So that's like, and look at this, king f8. It's all about the e8 square right now. Now the king defends e8. ताकि rook f e1 के बाद भी he can just take, and the e8 square is not available. See, it's just logical chess. It's logical chess. How can I apply it to your seconds post? Wow. By which will lead to a lost position under 8 moves, keeping your legacy. Why, yeah, the problem is 8 moves is too much, brother. I don't have that much time. You know, like if you had mentioned 3 moves, I would understand. 8 is too much. In case it's Mr. Win or Mr. Lose. Why, ye kya matlab? Everybody is Mr. Win or Mr. Lose, no? You mean like draws nahi leta hai? Yeah, fair enough. But I think there are many players like that, though. By the way, going to the Arjun game quickly, because we might have updates, just checking their updates. No updates, by the way. Arjun has been thinking for almost 8 minutes. Very interesting. Arjun Legacy does not think for 8 minutes unless he has something crazy up his sleeve. Yeah, कुछ तो crazy सोच रहा है वो. And I think it might be some G4 crazy stuff. Yeah, it is possible. If G4, again, you can't take because of F3 and you lose a piece. So what does black play on G4? That's a bishop G6, yeah, maybe. And now F3, and we transpose into the same variation. So I think regardless, G4 खेलेगा तो F3 तो खेलना ही पड़ेगा यार. Otherwise, his knight is a bit irritating. Yeah, it's very strong. Pressures a lot of pieces here. Can you beat GM in rapid? If I'm lucky, yes. If I played 10 games against a GM, would I, draw a couple or win one game? Probably yes. But yeah, it's still gonna be 9-1, I think, the final score. I checked. Kurt is both music producer and NM. क्या बात कर रहे हो? कोई NM है जो really? क्या बात कर रहे हो? Oh wow, he is. He is. That's crazy. There's a famous musician or something who is an NM in chess. By what am I doing with my life, yaar? Shit, man. एक 1.3 करोड़ followers. भाई more than समय रहना. Oh my god, damn. भाई क्या कर रहे हैं हम लाइफ में? समय भाई एंड चैट, व्हाट आर वी डूइंग इन लाइफ यार? एक एनएम मतलब 13.4 मिलियन सब्सक्राइबर्स लेके बैठा है और यहाँ 13.4 सब्सक्राइबर्स नहीं है. बताओ यार. शिट यार, डिप्रेसिंग. लाइफ इज डिप्रेसिंग, मैन. बाय द वे विद गेम में अपडेट हुआ क्या? नो, नो अपडेट्स देयर, सो गोइंग टू द अर्जुन गेम अगेन, ही प्लेड विद हिकारू, वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग। आप एफएम कब बनोगे भाई? जब मूड करेगा भाई, एफएम बनने का तो क्रेज है नहीं, नथिंग विल चेंज भाई। बिकम डब्ल्यूजीएम, या बट बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेशंस है उसमें भाई। ही हैज आल्सो वर्क विद ए आर रहमान फॉर छिया छिया मैशअप। क्या बात कर रहे हो, रियली? बताओ यार, ये तो डिसअपॉइंटिंग हो गया भाई, सडनली आई हेट द एनिमे टाइटल मैन। अब आई डोंट, कल से सीएम लगाना भाई। भाई क्या यार ब्रदर, ये क्या कर दिया भाई? नहीं नहीं, एनिमे ठीक है यार, एटलीस्ट रेयर तो है। अब मैं भी म्यूजिक लिखूंगा कल से भाई, मेरे आएंगे गाने। नहीं नहीं नहीं, एनिमे ठीक है भाई। कल से स्पॉटिफाई पे गाने चालू हो जाएंगे टिकू के, क्रेजी सॉन्ग्स इनकमिंग। By the way, 52 minutes for Arjun. He's been thinking for almost 11 minutes. Yes, we'll have Priyanka join in about 20 minutes chat. So she'll be joining us, I think, at 6 p.m. Especially for generation that got into Yield Round 2. Yeah, that's crazy, man. A5 looks good here. I think A5 looks good. I'm not sure I want to hurry into it because it doesn't do anything. Basically, it's a nice move, yeah, but it's not doing anything per se. So I would rather keep it just here where it's well defended by two rooks rather than one, because my this rook is free. Once I play a5, this pawn is hanging. I have to keep the rook on a1, if that makes sense. So once I play this, I cannot move this rook away. So इतना commitment नहीं रखना है लाइफ में भाई, I think freedom रखनी है. So that's why I keep the pawn here ताकि ये well defended रहे. प्रियंका चोपड़ा चेस भी खेलती है, प्रियंका चोपड़ा से खेलने लगी यार। Tiku, which car you have? None by. I don't know how to drive a car, and that's why I don't have a car. Like, I don't see the point. गाड़ी घर पे रखने का पॉइंट क्या, चलानी नहीं आती तो। Shit यार, क्या गजब बेइज्जती है। So I'm like totally Uber Ola dependent. PSI गेम स्ट्रीमिंग शुरू कर दो। हाँ भाई, अब ये बच्चा भाई, आई लव चेस मैन। लाइक कोई और गेम में उतना मजा नहीं आएगा, डू इट फॉर 2 days एंड गेट बोर्ड। बाय द वे, रुकी डेट के बाद स्टिल वेटिंग फॉर अर्जुन्स मूव। लेट्स गो फुल स्क्रीन बाय द वे, बिकॉज हैंस नीमन हाथ मुंह पे रख के पूरा बेन का सेटअप बना के बैठे हैं फिर से, जैसे अर्जुन कल खुल बैठे थे। क्या करेंगे अर्जुन यहाँ पे? आई थिंक F3 इज द प्लान यार। टिकू भाई, मजेदार चैट्स नहीं पढ़ते, क्या बात कर रहे हो? सारी चैट तो पढ़ ली, कोई छोड़ी नहीं भाई। हाउ मच एक्सपी टू बिकम मॉड? 1 million। फीसा का पावर पावर लेवल चाहिए तुम्हें मॉड बनने के लिए भाई, इट्स नॉट इजी। Levy reached 3100 blitz. Wow. Really? Did he? That is crazy, man. Like, I feel like मेरी rating भी बड़ी है. Like, I have just touched 2650 blitz and 2700 bullet. And I'm already very proud of it. But then I hear कि Levy ने 3100 कर लिया. Wow. Bullet, okay. तो 400 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस. Okay. ठीक है. I'm gonna try to touch 2800 like in this year. Like, that's the goal. कि 2800 बुलेट टच करना है। ब्लिट्स में इट्स टफर बिकॉज गेम्स कम खेल सकते हो इन द सेम टाइम, इतना टाइम होता नहीं है। सो बुलेट आई ट्राई 2800 दिस ईयर, दैट्स द गोल। इजंट B7 हैंगिंग? सो चैट, हमने देखा है, बट रुक टेक्स B7 पे, व्हाट विल ब्लैक डू? हाउ डज ब्लैक विन द गेम? तानिया को बुलाओ भाई। तानिया नहीं बुलाया भाई, कल बोला था समय को बुलाओ, और मैं तानिया को बुला भाई। चिल्ला बुलाने से कोई आता नहीं है भाई। तानिया कमेंटेटिंग फॉर द मेन ब्रॉडकास्ट भाई, ऑन Chess24। इट्स नॉट बुलेट इन पंजाब, बुल्ट भाई। मैं थापर में पढ़ा हूँ भाई, पटियाला में। मुझे मत बताओ भाई बुल्ट क्या होता है, ठीक है? इतना हीरो नहीं बनने का क्या? या इट्स कंप्लीटली गॉन। नाइट टेक C3 एंड यू कैन रिजाइन। because knight takes e2 आ रहा है, rook takes e2 आ रहा है. If you take the knight, the rook hangs, and basically the game is gone, chat. It's over. You can pretty much resign the game. So one mistake and the game is over. So that's why chess is very hard. Levy is 2300 FIDE. Yep, I know. But FIDE is not a good judgment sometimes. I think FIDE बहुत events खेलने पड़ते हैं. Levy doesn't have the same time to play as many events because he's so much content. So I think it's not a fair judgment of Levy कि भाई 23 rating है. I think Levy can easily become a GM if he gives 1 year, but he can't do videos then. And it's a hard trade, right? Why would he give up something which only he in the world has for something which thousands of people in the world have? It doesn't make any sense. um, साहिल भाई अरे मोदी जी को बोला, मोदी जी कैसे आएंगे यार? मोदी जी has other stuff to do. What is your favorite format in chess and cricket? By cricket, I think T20 because that's something I can watch. Chess, I think I like both classical and blitz. So because they're extremes, I don't like rapid also night, but rapid में समझ नहीं आता. Like classical का फर्क ये है कि if the event is like the world championship or the Olympiad, like I like the process of it. Like धीरे धीरे करके game निकलती है, and then you have a blunder. Blitz में it's just fun, but for like rapid, I don't know what to do about it. Yeah, I'm like, okay, beach mein hai, like it doesn't do anything. Meanwhile, by 46 minutes, Arjun has been thinking for 17 minutes almost. भाई कर क्या रहा है बंदा? Same answer, duo. But he meant it for playing. I meant it for watching also. That's the difference. Like as a commentator or as a viewer, I would prefer watching those two. By the way, um, अर्जुन भाई थोड़ा मुझे सदमा दे रहे हैं भाई बिकॉज इतना क्या सोच रहे हैं यार. One look at the Vidit game quickly because he's still better. And after King F8, he played the best move, Rook E1. And look at this, black plays Knight to E7 because he understood कि भाई अगर मैं Rook trade कर दूंगा, let's say यहाँ पे Rook takes E1, King takes E1, I can't even develop easily. Like White has every piece developed. The King can even come to C2 or E3. And जो A5 A4 plan है, it's not as strong now because I have to get the pieces in. So going back, 97 खेला उन्होंने, but now White can still pressure Bishop E4, for example, dominating the knight makes a lot of sense. One of the best moves actually is F5, a very weird move, dominating both the bishop and the knight. And if you think about you can just take this, then there is Rook takes C8, King takes C8, and the beautiful move. Simple hai वैसे, takes, and bishop takes B7. Followed by this check, and this endgame is just done. Because knight trade होने के बाद ना, this structure matters even more. And now let's say Rook to D8. Okay, Rook D8, I am not even sure if I want to trade Rooks. So Rook B8, Bishop check, King E7, and ये endgame with it पूरा torture करेगा यहाँ पे Nicholas को. So going back to this position, I think we have a very interesting position यहाँ पे, but Vidit is clearly better. But F5 निकालना is not easy though. It's not easy. But Bishop D4 I think looks like a very logical move for me. देखते क्या करेंगे यहाँ पे Vidit. Meanwhile, going to the game of Arjun again, जहाँ पे again he's been still thinking no moves यार. ठीक है, are you watching FIFA World Cup? नहीं यार. I think I'll watch like the finals maybe. वो भी if I find time because finals भी July 20th को है. As we discussed yesterday, that's during Chennai GM. So I don't know if क्या रहेगा वहाँ पे scene तब, am I in Chennai or not. But yeah, not too many games though. Time ही नहीं है यार. I wish I had time because majority of events end late night and ये matches I think सुबह भी होते हैं कुछ right? Oh, what? घायल हूं लेकिन घातक नहीं हूं भाई. Okay, that is objectively a great move. No, practically a great move. But there is one move for Hans Niemann only now. Only one move. जिसके बाद he at least equalizes. But only one move. So now he has to find this g5 idea, which is doable. If you play bishop e3 back after rook to d7, black is clearly better, -1 eval. Because suddenly ये सारा pressure दोनों pawns पे गायब हो चुका है. He will switch the queens and start attacking. If you don't go back, then you have to play something like bishop e5. But then f6, sir, the bishop is almost trapped. Bishop c7, rook d7. So you have to play f3, knight takes c3, queen c3, fe5, de5, and then queen e6 के बाद f4, d4. बाप रे, you can't take this. Queen a5 only move. And ये position खेलनी पड़ी. And God, I mean, I have zero idea how this is equal. ब्लैक के पास किंग साइड अटैक हो सकता है, ब्लैक के पास पास पॉन हो सकता है, व्हाइट के पास अपना अटैक है. भाई, इट इज एन इनसेन पोजीशन, एंड टू फाइंड दिस फॉर बोथ प्लेयर्स विल बी टफ. सो गोइंग बैक, आई मीन, एंड ये खेलना भी टफ है, राइट? बिकॉज यू सी बिशप ट्रैप हो रहा है. So maybe that's why Arjun was thinking for a long time. He understood this variation, chat. Bishop e5, f6 में he's sensing a complicated game जहां दोनों का मौका मिलेगा. वो हैंड्स का टाइम देख रहा है, कह रहा है टाइम कम है उसके पास, लेट मी गो फॉर इट. आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाट ही इज गोइंग फॉर. बट रूक b5 objectively is a mistake, but practically it might work out for Arjun. But I think crucial moment, he has to go g5 now. He has to go g5. Wow. Hans Niemann under pressure. Will he find the only move in the position, man? Bhai, and also depends how much time he takes. If it takes, yahan pe, for example, let's say 15-20 minutes, right? Then the game will already work, chat. Because then he's gotten hands into severe time pressure. And wo endgame khelna will be impossible. वो जो हमने position देखी complicated. जहां पे वो queen यहाँ पे है, pawn यहाँ आ रहे हैं, you know. So, if Hans plays the best move in 2 minutes, 5 minutes, then I think Arjun's gamble didn't work. So, I think यहाँ पे कितना time Hans लेते हैं crucial है. Best version against French. I would say maybe like advanced variation. I think I like this white challenges black. Meanwhile, come on. हैंड भाई कम से कम 20-25 मिनट ले लो भाई. आई थिंक आराम से, कोई जल्दी नहीं है. आई मीन, अगर आपको कुछ खाना वाना है तो हम डिलीवर कराते हैं समोसे, बढ़िया बढ़िया गर्मा गर्मा गर्म समोसे. Come on. By the way, start jumping to the Vidit game quickly. Do we have a move? Oh, we have a few moves. Look at this. Wait. So after 97, f5 played. He found the best move. Vidit Gujarati आज फॉर्म में लग रहे हो इसे 3 मिनट लेके. After a5, he found again the best move g4. a4, again the best move b4. And a3 के बाद, भाई, he seems to be in a controlling position. He seems to be in a dominant position. Wow. I think Nicholas भाई आज मुश्किल लग रहा है भाई. And also 18 moves to play, but end game है. So यहां पे खेलना आसान रहेगा यार. सो मेरे ख्याल से विदित गुजराती हैज टू डू समथिंग क्रेजी. हम भिजवाएंगे समोसे भाई वीडी भाई को, बिल्कुल भाई. आई थिंक पुराना धंधा है अपना, ऐसा तो कुछ लोगों को याद होगा. ओ G5 played, क्या बात कर रहे हो? There is no way. He found G5. Hans Niemann has played G5. He found the best move. This crazy man on the board. He's played on the board. Insane move by Hans Niemann here. So he takes only what 5.5 minutes, 5 and 44 seconds by the best move. And Bishop वापस लेके अगर अर्जुन आते हैं, that's already bad for him. He has to go Bishop E5 now and basically go for the sharpest variation. ला ला ला, what a game भाई. भाई यहाँ ड्रामा होने वाला है. And Bishop E5 के बाद, this is basically trapped. F6 only move to attack this. We don't have a square for the bishop. So F3, attacking the knight, knight C3, queen C3, Fe5, D5, queen E6 now, attacking E5. So F4, D4, queen A5, takes. By what? Bishop D5. Oh my God, takes, and bishop E4. Oh, this is like the Indian variation chat. And it tells you कि क्या हो रहा है इस गेम में भाई. This is anybody's game chat. And look, do you want to go deeper? Look at this. Rook D8. And chat, question to you. What do you think is black's best move in this position? Tactical puzzle. Come on, puzzle rush moment. What do you think is the best move for black? Come on, chat, let's go. Yes. Queen to H3. Sacking the rook also. King F7 and now Queen C7 check, King E8, and it is a draw after Queen B8 check and a repetition. So this is the forced draw, which happens if both the players play the best moves. Now, either of them could make a mistake. We started on move number 20 with G5. We ended on move number 32. And in fact, it goes on, right? They have to calculate, like, let's say King E7, Queen C7 check, King F8, Queen D8 check, King G7. Like, it goes to 15 move की calculation है भाई. And इसमें कितनी branches है, कितने alternative moves हैं जो दोनों players को देखने हैं. It's very tough. What a find by Hans. Really impressive move, man. What should someone do if he could not find endgame with low time? I think endgame is high stakes. One mistake will cost you the game. If you can't find the best move, play a normal move which improves your position. And it's not true just the endgame. Follow endgame principles. Rook behind the passed pawn. Passed pawn must be pushed. Knights in the rim is dim. King is a strong piece. Like ये endgame principles by principle follow करोगे, usually you make a decent move. So yeah, study endgames. I think your intuition will improve. Intuition is very important. And I think that will help you make better decisions in time pressure. F3 right now, by the way, also has a similar goal. But the problem is कि भाई यहाँ पे knight takes C3, queen takes C3, Gf4 के बाद, this is a better version for black because now rook E3 आ रहा है. ठीक है. And if I take on F4, then rook E2 आ रहा है. And suddenly at some point ये rook G8 पे आएगा and I am completely busted. In fact, queen G6 अभी आ रहा है भाई. Why rook? Why should rooks have all the fun? Let's get the queen. So that's why he has to first play bishop E5, F6 and now play F3 ताकि ये E file ऐसी पूरी open ना हो जाए. And white's king is safe. That's very important here. So अर्जुन के लिए भी task आसान नहीं है यहाँ पे, but Hans के लिए भी आसान नहीं है. This pressure by Arjun is great, board 3, 1 or 2. I mean, it's debatable. I mean, Hans is technically at least a board number 2 guy, right? Like in most teams, Hans will be board number 1. In very, very strong teams, Hans will be board number 2. Only in the US team, Hans will be board number 3 or 4. Like, so I think Hans के सामने अगर चल गया, then it's a decent bet, right? By the video game, after A3, he played bishop to E4, a logical move, I think. Basically, this bishop is now ready to drop back to b1 as well, defend this pawn if need be. And king के लिए रास्ता बनता जा रहा है. He's also kind of dominating the knight, right? In knight के पास कोई squares नहीं है. So कोई squares है नहीं. So let's see what happens. Meanwhile, bishop e4 के बाद, what does black do? That's a different question. You can't bring the bishop out. You can't play b6. You can't play b5. You can't, rook a6 doesn't make sense. So c5 apparently is the best move, but it's not easy to play because I can just take. Meanwhile, chat, going back to the Arjun game quickly. So g5 के बाद Arjun by the way has 37 minutes. नाकामुरा, अरे ये क्या है भाई? भाई क्या मतलब, ये क्या अरेस्टेड मीम्स क्या है भाई? हर बार कोई डिफरेंट प्लेयर हो जाता है भाई फॉर नो रीजन. ऐसे लेम जो कहाँ से आते हैं भाई? क्यों भाई? चेस प्लेयर्स बहुत काम होते हैं यार. Even the most controversial chess players will usually never get in a fight, or वो लगता है ऐसे दिखने में कि कुछ हो जाएगा, but कुछ नहीं करते भाई. They are very calm. Can we draw against thousand gorillas? Are they playing a chess game, or are they like doing actually like like a, I don't know what they are doing. Like, are they battling one on one? They're not really, yeah. Arjun writes the chaos. He just loves complicated positions to throw the opponent off guard. I agree, but the Hans is also that kind of player. And if this was Arjun's opening prep, it might work for sure. But it's not his opening prep, so he's on the board, and Hans could come out on top. Like it's not super surprising. कुश्ती नहीं कर रहे भाई. नहीं नहीं, वीडियो गोरिल्ला की कुश्ती नहीं हो रही भाई. One hack for Arjun here is to maintain the 10-minute difference, or at least stay ahead of hands on the clock. Let's say वो 5 मिनट यहाँ और सोचता है, and let's say plays when he has 31 minutes on the clock, and he finds bishop e5, I would choose Arjun. Like, I would choose him as the likely contender to win this game or draw this game. But either if he plays any of these moves, or if he takes like 15 minutes here and goes below hands, then I will choose hands as the favorite to win this game. So ये practicality की chess कभी भूल नहीं सकते. Even though you might play the exact same move, but based on the amount of time you have, the favorite might change because the game is so complicated now. What is the biggest, most famous tournament you have played? Famous tournament? Not really. Nothing crazy famous. Yeah, कि ऐसा कुछ कहलाओ candidates या कुछ like World Cup, ऐसा कुछ crazy खेला नहीं है यार. How's Faridabad District Championship? नहीं, उससे famous खेले हैं, but nothing super crazy, man. Like Dubai खेला हो मैं. I've played one tournament in Dubai, but it wasn't like I was invited or something. It was an open event. Is bishop e5 only move? Yes. I mean, he can play bishop c1, bishop d2. My only problem is these are passive moves. Let's say bishop c1. I mean, just by the look of it, yeah, you don't like it. And now queen e6 के बाद pressuring e2, black का attack बन सकता है. Let's draw a rectangle, by the way, which I really love often. Let's draw this rectangle. अबे rectangle तो बनाना सीख लो यार. भाई मैथ्स क्लास से rectangle बनाना सीख लिया होता ना आपने. मैंने at least वो बेस्ट था. In this rectangle, black has a queen, a rook, a bishop, a knight. And white, all he has is a bishop. I mean, I'm sorry, but this is like a huge, oh, he plays bishop c1. Bye, this is going to be tough now. Okay, I'm glad he played quickly. That's the good news. But he played a passive move. Now I think Hans Niemann has control over the position, chat. It's slightly better for Hans now. It's not better for Arjun anymore. No chance. सर आर यू अर्निंग वेल? भाई अभी मैं भेजता हूँ, अभी टैक्स का स्टेटमेंट भेजता हूँ आपको. मैं भरूंगा ना टैक्स तो आपको सीसी कर दूंगा ईमेल में. भाई मुझे बताना भाई. Am I happy with my life? Yeah, I'm happy. I think I'm doing what I love. That's more important. Further famous for two things. Tikku bhai and अरे भाई ये कौन सी यूनिवर्सिटी सुना भी नहीं. Meanwhile, jumping to the VD game, क्या चल रहा है वहाँ पे? No moves, by the way. by Nicolas Theodorou. So क्या कर रहे हैं वो? Okay, let's go to Arjun. No moves here. Ajubai is like, show me what you got. Arey bhai, I wish that was the I wish that was the intention behind playing Bishop C1. I wish, brother, but that's not it. I think that's realizing that something has gone wrong. And I think he's proud to play Bishop G6, which is also a decent move actually, because ये Bishop थोड़ा lose है अभी. This can be attacked sometimes. And देखा G4 was often a move. So it kind of defends the bishop, like that's why it could be a move. Bishop C8 also, by the way, is possible because then you defend this pawn forever, and now you can free the F pawn as well for a potential attack. Okay, he goes G6, logical move. Allowing hands side to slide to the big side is a big mistake. Yeah, but that's going to happen anyways. And by the way, chat, it's 6 p.m. and we have another guest joining us, and it is WGM Priyanka Rotaki. Welcome, Priyanka. Kya hal chal? Long time no see.
Yes, hi, Sahil. How are you?
I'm fine.
I was
Yeah, bolo,
I
bolo.
was just seeing the position. In fact, I like the bishop c1 over bishop
Ooh, interesting.
e5.
But कैसे? Isn't it passive? It feels like यार future क्या है bishop का? Maybe he can come to a3, but a3 में कर क्या रहा है bishop? I feel like king side पे black is kind of dominating a little bit.
But I think, okay, like this idea of f3 and some variations, even h4 is quite interesting, right? With bishop
Hmm.
e5, he has to spend a lot of time to play. And
Hmm.
even after that, it is like very unclear because there's
Hmm.
f6, f3, he has to calculate a lot. So if he has to make a decision between bishop e5 and bishop c1, I think bishop c1 makes more sense. Like it's more
Hmm.
natural if you look at the position.
That's very interesting at least. And I think वो f3 का plan would be crucial. Does he play it at some point? But f3 के बाद, I think let's say knight f6. I'm still a bit, होता है जैसे किसी का कोई बच्चा होता है उसको डर लगता है बच्ची कुछ हो ना जाए, वैसे ही e2 pawn है मेरे लिए प्लान का. I feel like कि कुछ हो ना जाए इसको, because it feels like black is gonna pressure this with every single piece he has at some point, and इसको बचाना थोड़ा tough लग रहा है. How do you defend this pawn?
But it's not even being attacked by so many pieces, just the rook. And I think for now, it is not going to be a problem. But maybe what I'm slightly worried about is if we ever take on b7, e2 can
Hmm.
hang. So maybe one move to consider could be like rook a2, for example. And
Hmm.
now you can always like try to go move the queen and take on
Hmm.
b7, like just keeping an eye on e2.
Hmm.
But I was actually hoping before joining the stream that he would actually go bishop c1 over bishop e5
Nice.
because bishop e5 looks very like dangerous to play.
It is absolutely. I think what tactical tha, and Hans Niemann, I think, played that strategic move, bishop g6 also, kind of cementing this a bit. And of course, he would love to move the queen at some point to the king side, but ye pawn thoda sa irritate bhi kar sakta hai. And what do you make of Vidit's game, Priyanka? I just want to get your opinion because it feels like he's dominating the game.
Hmm.
सारे piece इतने active, like comparable to the black pieces. I think a color opposite, blue or yellow opposite होना चाहिए. But like, I mean, he should win this, right? I mean, 9 out of 10 games, he should convert this game from here. Like, every piece is passive for black.
Right. His position definitely looks so much better because mostly because of the pawn structure of black.
Hmm.
And also this bishop e4, I was just saying, what is bishop e4? What could his idea be? Does he want to go bishop c2 or bishop b3 or what?
Oh, that's a
Because otherwise it
interesting.
doesn't make any sense to go
Hmm.
bishop e4, right?
Agreed.
But at least I think we should be happy about the time because it's not so like in other games, there is not huge time difference.
Hmm. Agreed. I think यहाँ पे problem ये है कि chat basically what is black's move? Yeah, like black कर क्या सकता है? Like I just don't see. You can't develop the bishop. Knight के पास square नहीं है. अभी वहीं c6 तो आया है बेचारा. Rook के पास कोई ढंग का square नहीं है. I mean, I feel like this is a hard task for Nicholas to even come up with moves. जो time difference है, वो within 5 moves you will see them both at the same time situation. Priyanka, this is very hard for black to. I'm gonna flip the board. Yeah. Now try to find a move, chat. What does Nicholas do? I mean, what's your move, Priyanka, that comes to mind? Yeah, very tough.
Very difficult actually. What can he possibly play? So can one idea be rook a7, b6, bishop b7, but that allows rook d7 at the same
Mm,
time.
yep.
Oh, another idea of bishop e4 could be to go knight
Mm.
g2, knight f4, knight h5. What do you think about that?
Ah, also interesting actually, because knight technically has done his job here, yeah. So could move to greener pastures. Could be knight f3, d4, b5. Could be knight g2, f4, h5. So many paths, and I feel like black is just suffocating. It has to be precise, of course, because he wants to win this cleanly. Time pressure में नहीं घुसना है. But man, this game is so tough for Nicholas. ये survive करना like almost borderline impossible लग रहा है मुझे.
Definitely. I think he should not have many problems. Like if he plays like in the last game that I joined with d5
Hmm.
and all the precision, right? If he plays
Yeah.
half good here, I think he's good to win.
But Bianca, the last game was not the D5 one. The last game yesterday,
The last game I joined, I said.
yeah,
I didn't
I
join
I
yesterday.
I was so depressed. Chad knows this. कल इतना depressed थे हम लोग because both of the players lost. Like
Yeah.
Arjun lost, Vidit lost, and like I think like कुछ हुआ नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं मिला. खाली हाथ आना पड़ा कर हमें stream के बाद literally. And Vidit is still in last place, and Arjun also lost his lead. Now he's like 1 point. By the way, we have a result. And that's the tournament leader, Vokitov, already drawing his game. So he's like, bhai, I have the lead. Draw, and let me win the tournament ahead of Nodirbek and all these top talents in my own country. Yeah, it's a big tournament for him.
Especially being the lowest, right? Is he the lowest actually? Yeah,
Not lowest,
no.
but on the lower
He's the
half for
second.
sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Wow.
And that is really impressive.
Yeah, he's just playing great chess. Even was slightly better in with black here against Shaq. So it's going to Arjun again. So iska matlab, can we have the standings on the screen for a second? Because Priyanka, I think itna obvious hai. And so we can share it on Zoom also if possible.
Hmm.
It looks like कि Arjun को आज जीतना ही पड़ेगा. If he draws this with 2 rounds to go, I don't see him catching up with Vokidov. Like that's very tough.
Yes, I think he has to win, but this position, I mean, is very tricky for both sides. It could be anybody's game. But I think Arjun is good in these kind of positions, yeah, where there's a lot happening and he somehow finds a way out, I feel.
Mm. Mm.
But let's
And
see if
Vidit,
we
of
can.
course, doesn't want to finish
Yeah.
in last place, man. Like Indians Norway chess mein, I think we had the last place in both sections, which I didn't like at all actually. So hoping कि last place हमारा नहीं होगा, and also first place हमारा hopefully होने के chances maintain रहेंगे for as long as possible. And let's have one look at the Nodirbek game against Madaminov, Priyanka, because looks like a crazy game. I want to start from here. Chat, look at this. यहाँ पे Queen B3 was the best move. Nodirbek doesn't find it, and White is clearly better apparently. And now suddenly, धीरे धीरे okay, Madaminov has gotten a completely equal position, and now knight f5 is the only move for Nodirbek. So कैसे कर रहे हैं Madaminov? I'm genuinely shocked. Like he's the lowest seed of the event, the only 2500 in the tournament. He defeated Vidit. कल की गेम देखी आपने क्या Vidit की इसके साथ Madaminov के साथ?
Yes.
भाई क्या गेम थी? Like that
That
insane king
that was
g2.
crazy.
How is he playing so
Yes.
well?
I mean, these Uzbeks have always been very underrated, right? So now that they're getting the opportunity to face the top players, I think people are getting to know them. But I think even in like women chess, they've been really underrated for a very long time.
Hmm. Wow.
Also,
And
of
I
course, definitely excellent preparation, right?
agreed. I think Madaminov का जो ट्रेनिंग Snarov से हुआ है, Snarov has clearly benefited from it a lot. He won the World Cup, won the candidates, but Madaminov has equally benefited from it. And ऐसा लग रहा है कि उनका actual level might be easily above 2650 if not more. Because यहाँ भी he's forcing Nodirbek to find the only moves in the position. And okay, he does find it, but he's really not allowing anybody to beat him. And by the way, he lost, I think, to Vokidov and Yakubov, but I think he's only has wins and losses. Yeah, no draws. So his style of play is really exciting. भाई result आना ही है game में.
Yes. I mean, that's exactly what the viewers also want, right?
Yeah, agreed. Um, and Priyanka, I was worried about Bishop C1. And after bishop g6, f3 was played by Arjun, knight f6, and
F3 and G4.
yeah, and your move was nice actually. Rook a2. Also, bishop f1 was okay here to keep this
Hmm.
protected. But he plays g4, and now rook e7 ke baad, it feels like black is simply saying, give me this pawn.
What is G4? I'm trying to understand. What does he want with G4? Does he want to go H4 next? So probably he wants to
h4.
go H4,
And if I double, this is looking very scary, yeah?
G4, Rook, H4. No, but I think I have to go E3.
Yeah. And if e3 pay, then of course, like black can now, black is not forced to
Ah,
do anything here.
damn. Bishop F1, there is one nice variation, right?
Oh, wait, bishop
Instead of
f1, if we
E3.
go back.
I think
Oh,
knight G4 is a possibility. And now Rook
wow.
E4, is it?
Oh, yes, it is
Oh,
working. And he's
damn.
completely winning. That is insane. And queen can join in very soon, chat. So Arjun ke sare piece yahan pe completely locked out of the king side. By the way, he's played a move. Rook e7 ke baad, he goes e3 though, directly. So not h4. He just plays the pawn to e3 first.
That makes no sense of why he would go G4.
I kind of agree. Maybe he wants to bring this long term here, but I don't
Also,
see
he
how you
hasn't
can do
spent a
that.
lot of time, yeah? So he was probably like thinking F3, knight F6, G4 all along.
Hmm.
But
Yeah.
I don't understand why. Probably he wanted to go E3 anyway, but that would allow G4. So basically, G4 is to just prevent black's G4 and then go E3.
Hmm.
Maybe he's hoping to hold the position.
Yeah, but this looks passive. And now apparently Chad, I think, of course you can play h4 and transpose into the line we saw, but queen f2 is the other try. I just want to understand what is black's plan. He plays the best move. Let's say I had played a random move, Priyanka. I don't know what the move is. Let's say I play king to h1, like one of the bad moves possible in the position. Apparently it's close to lost, yeah? Like bishop d3, queen c6 ideas. I'm guessing, I don't know what the exact plan is, but black
Also,
has.
H5 is, but H5 might allow H4. I don't know. That looks
No, it does
crazy.
look interesting actually, because if you take, then this bishop also comes into the game.
Yes.
So black has active moves, but he plays the best move queen f2. So kind of at least queen to the
Yeah.
king ke paas aa gayi. He's holding on to the king side.
But I think this without playing e3 or g4, like direct rook a2 with the idea of, moving the queen and
Hmm.
doubling on the b file with the rook would have been
Hmm.
more nicer, yeah. But now after queen f2, he can still go rook a2 and rook b2 is but now it doesn't look that deadly.
Yeah, and I think उसका plan एक ही है h4. And my question is, black अगर completely उसको ignore कर दे प्रियंका, like he's gonna leave the h4 pawn on scene on WhatsApp. तो अर्जुन का प्लान क्या है? I just don't see like what's his next plan, because I can't push this pawn. This is hanging. If I go here, this is hanging. Bishop develop करे तो करे कहाँ? Okay, bishop somewhere d2 I can go, but there's no clear
And then what?
plan for white.
Right.
Is there?
Now that I know, I think for now, I think one idea of his could clearly be h4, right? Like he has to go
Hmm.
h4 and then somehow get his rook to the b file, like rook a2, rook b2, put
Hmm.
some pressure and then maintain on that file and just wait for black to do something. Because if there's anyone that can try to do anything, is black for now.
Yeah, and I love
So he
this move
went
from
queen
hands.
c6.
He defends this pawn, Priyanka, prepares a6 in some cases or b6. Queen of game में आ गई suddenly. And अब तक तो ये positions queen के बिना खेल रहा था hands. I mean, like practically, if you were playing this position, Priyanka, white pieces से खेलना चाहोगे कि black से?
Definitely playing from black looks more active, right? Because there's
Hmm.
always some ideas with rook into e3. Not right now, but
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
always in the air. You can't really move your queen because you always have
Hmm.
to calculate if this is working. But now, if h4, so black just chooses to, just ignore the threat, right? He's not going to do
Yeah,
anything about it, I think.
agreed. But what do I do as black though? Do I just play
Maybe
b6? Like,
b6. Can I just go b6 and just
hmm,
pass the move and ask what he has?
that looks very
Because
nice actually.
hg5, hg5, e4 like never
Oh,
works, right? Because your position
wow.
is too.
Priyanka, you will not believe it. E4 is the best move in the
Ah,
position,
really?
but it does lead to what you are scared of. That is knight takes c4. F takes and
Oh,
rook
come
takes.
on.
That is insane. Chat, can we agree first? You are sacking a
Okay.
knight and then you're sacking a rook. That's crazy.
So in that case, I think this could be a very nice idea of sorry, white.
Hmm. Hmm. I think it could simplify. And just to understand how this goes, so you take the rook takes c4, and now the only move for white is queen to f3. So this attack is very strong. Black is setting queen e6, and then rook can come via this path, and ये सारे piece Priyanka सिर्फ यहाँ बोलते हैं ना घास खा रहे हैं basically, like while the action is happening on the
Yes.
other side. So we have h4 on the board by
But
Arjun, by
is
the
it
way.
so easy to find this idea as black to take on e4 with the rook, like the piece, minor piece first, and then to give the knight? It doesn't seem very easy to play, right? If
Agreed.
that's the
Agreed.
only way for black to play, then I think we still have some hopes.
Yeah, I think that's very tough to find, and you have to find because bishop if अगर आ गया ना, so you basically could be
हाँ.
just lost. So maybe hands be forced to find it, Priyanka, and ऐसा लग रहा है कि मतलब h4 on the board, we could totally see it, chat. This is exactly what we discussed. If b6 is played by hands here, we could literally enter that variation
So
right
b6
now.
was already played.
No,
Okay.
not yet. If he plays it, then we could see this
Ah,
happen on the board, Priyanka, actually.
yes, that would be nice. I mean, even in the end position after rook e4, queen f3, it is still not easy, right? And to
Hmm.
make that decision, I think Hans would have to spend a lot of time.
Yep. Yep. He would
So
have to,
it's still
and
26th move, and I think it's not that easy.
yeah, not easy at all. Just by the way, we have another result. Yakubov and Nepo have drawn. So that's
Yeah,
another
yeah.
draw. And Nepo now goes to 3.5. Right now, Arjun is in 8th place and Vidit is in 10th place, Priyanka. So we need some wins under our belt today. It's very important. Otherwise, ये tournament वाला आज ही खत्म हो जाएगा हमारे लिए if they both lose. So Vidit की advantage एक बार देखते हैं. थोड़ा होता है ना, होता है ना कि when you look at some beautiful view, Priyanka, अच्छा लगता है देख के. वैसे Vidit की position देखते हैं एक बार. आहा, मजा आ रहा है. Bishop e4, c5, b5, beautiful move, not giving black any relief. And now rook a5 played from Nicholas.
So c4 is most likely going to be played, and
Hmm.
then rook a4 and bishop d3, or no, maybe rook c1.
Rook c1, maybe.
But rook b4,
Yeah, he's
he's
getting
trying
in
to
somehow.
find yes, some way or the other, he's trying to get his rooks inside. But is it enough? Maybe I can even think about doubling on the e file. Maybe
Like
rook
rook e2.
e2.
Hmm.
Actually, can I go rook c2 so that I can go rook e3 next?
Yes, that's a nice plan actually. And rook b2 pay, you'll just take and play rook b1 and win the pawn, yeah?
Yes.
So, okay, black will liberate his pieces, but it'll cost him a pawn. So that's fair enough. But okay, black at least found some plan, yeah? At least he can activate one
Yes.
piece now.
c5 was a good move. It
Very
looks
nice move
very
actually.
weakening, but that is the only way to generate any kind of counterplay if there is any, right?
Yes.
Otherwise, his position is very, very passive.
Agreed, and great in understanding whether to go for this structure. Looks like a pawn अपने पीछे से blocked there, but look at the black pieces. Yeah, absolutely struggling. No moves. He's literally playing with one piece right now, and that's the rook on a5. So interesting. You have two results, two draws. Nodirbek against Madhavinov looks like a draw right now. Vidit seems to be better against Nicholas, and now we go to Arjun's game. जहाँ पे b6 was played, Priyanka, it's on the board. Why we could see
Okay.
this?
So e4 is the best move, right? Is that
First
the
you take
only
on
best move in
g5.
the position? Yes,
First you
take,
take.
take, and
Huh.
so you have to go e4. Come on, like if you get this position, what other
Hmm.
moves do you have? Like moves like queen g3 is like just passing the move. It's like you're waiting
Yes.
for black to do something, right? You have no idea, like no plans.
Agreed. I think basically Hans को a6 खेलना है. His next move is going to be pre-move a6 basically. And when you bring
Hmm.
the rook back, then he's going to basically sit down aram se and maneuver. I don't know what the maneuver is, but you can never go e4 now, I feel. So your chance is gone. For example, the best move here, Priyanka, is knight h7. This is the Indian's preference. You defend
Mm-hmm.
g5. And yahan se basically it's hard to play as Arjun, right? I mean, what is your, like, one of the best moves, bishop h. And I get the plan,
And rook h2.
but it feels rather optically great, but objectively not really doing much. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, to find moves like rook b2 followed by bishop h1, rook h2, like moving also your queen from f2
Oof,
is quite difficult.
very difficult. So going back,
But I think
life.
I'm pretty sure Arjun is
Boy,
kind of a player. Oh,
he
damn.
played
I
he
was
played
just going
bishop
to
e2.
say he's the kind of player that goes for these initiative moves, right? Something like e4 because that's his style. He probably just didn't spot it because there's no
He
way he
didn't.
sees it and not goes for it.
Agreed. And now, Chad, the only active piece on b5 has to come back to b2, can't even come to b1, and which is, I think, basically forced, right? Either here or here. And once it comes back, Hans is kind of taking over. Not that he has a finishing blow yet, but देख के लग रहा है प्रियंका कि ये e4 कभी नहीं आने वाला गेम में. I think it's done.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't really see the point of bishop d2 again. Like, what does he want? Does he want to go like rook e1 and then bishop c1 back? But that allows a6 and a4 pawn is hanging. Like,
Hmm.
I'm quite not sure of what bishop d2 is planning.
Yeah, that's a
Because even
great.
with the idea of where we want to go queen g3, rook b2, we always wanted the bishop on c1 so the rook can at least go to h2.
Yeah, that's a very good point. ये इसका रास्ता block कर रहा है. And what Priyanka was saying is, if you play rook e1, this pawn will be hanging. Chahe directly, at some point, indirectly, this will be just hanging. So you can't even bring this rook into the game. ये rook इससे block हो गया. ये rook हिल नहीं सकता. This bishop literally has no decent squares. This bishop on d2 has no squares. So जो हालत विदित की है ना, प्रियंका, विदित के ओपोनेंट की, वो कहीं ना कहीं अर्जुन की भी हल्की सी मुझे देख यहाँ पर फील हो रही है, लाइक ही डजंट हैव एनी एक्टिव मूव्स फॉर एनी ऑफ हिज पीसेस.
Yes, I don't understand how he's going to play. Now the position is very, very difficult to play.
This is so tough. Chat
But I
question for
guess
you.
he'll just give up the pawn on a4 and go for some e4 ideas only, rook e1, e4, something like that.
That is so
That's something he
difficult.
has to do.
That is so difficult, chat, because your past pawn any endgame would be completely winning for black. Chat, what do you think? Does Arjun win, draw, loss? What's your prediction? Chat ne batao. Um, by the way, chat saying, why can't Arjun play rook b4? He can, but rook b4 ke baad bhi, at some point, if you move this rook, a5 ke baad, this rook will have to move and a4 will be hanging anyways. So, meanwhile, I love the full screen, perfect timing, Samay bhai, बिकॉज अब 20-20 मिनट, 20 minutes फॉर हैंड्स, 24 फॉर अर्जुन. सो टाइम पे आ गए हैं प्रियंका. एंड हैंड्स ने उसको, विदित को तो मौका दिया था. होपफुली ही गिव्स अस एन अपॉर्चुनिटी एज वेल हियर.
Yes. I mean, now the time management, okay, the only edge we had was the time, right? Now Arjun is also closing, which is not very ideal situation for him. But I think he's also struggling a lot to find the any kind of plans, right? It's not easy at all to play this position. Now that okay, e4 was one chance that he had, but in general to play positions like this where he just has to wait. For a player like him to just wait, not doing anything is definitely not easy
And Hans did play a slightly weak move, and Arjun surprisingly has another opportunity to
to
get
play e4,
e4
is it?
in. Yes, he can take on g5, which he should have done anyways. And now his best move is actually e4. And knight e4 does not work anymore because we have this rook for protection here, another rook here. So he has to take with the pawn, bishop g5, and suddenly there's some initiative. If we take here, I take with the bishop, and my rooks suddenly come into the game. There could be some kingside play. This pin is strong, and it seems like this is the best way forward for Arjun, with queen h4 next to really hammer down on this spin. But Priyanka, it's not easy to play this way, right? Because he didn't do it earlier as well. Like, there's no reason for him to change his, the structure here.
But I think now it's more easier to play e4 because
Hmm.
now knight e4 ideas are not possible. Now it's more
Hmm.
straightforward because now you see that h5, e4. d4 is the only move that you have to be worried about because your rooks
Hmm.
are back and then there is no danger of getting checkmated anytime. So d4 and then bishop g5. I think here it's more favorable to play e4 than in the last move.
Hmm. That's a great
So I
point.
think we still have chance.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think I'm still not sure if like he saw knight e4, even considered e4 is my worry only. I'm hoping he
Hmm.
considered e4, saw knight e4 and said no, ये हमसे ना हो
Yeah.
पाएगा. Because if he has not seen it, then he might not do it right now also. So I'm really hoping he's seen it. And by the way, जो extra 2-3 मिनट clock पे है, उसका फायदा उठाना चाहिए अर्जुन को यहाँ पे to take on g5, play e4. Anything else he plays, I think is basically every move black does, by the way, chat. चाहे वो king g7 हो, चाहे वो rook e6 हो, is basically going to make this bishop g5 move less effective. So e4 with every move is gonna become more and more weak, right? Because अब rook e6 खेल दिया, there is no pin on the knight. So e4 is never gonna happen because bishop g5 is not as strong anymore after taking. So ये तो मार ही दो भाई. I think this should be like an automatic move for Arjun.
Yes. No, but now I have a feeling he will go for it. But if not that, like what else? Maybe rook e1 is the only other move that he can probably consider.
Hmm.
Again, with the idea of e4, I think we are going to see e4 on the board for sure. It's just a matter of time because if not for e4, we have no other idea left on the position.
He
So even if
found
rook
a
e1,
move. He found a move, Priyanka. He played bishop f1. That
bishop
was.
f1.
Is he gonna offer a queen trade? Is that the plan for Arjun? Because that
Hmm.
seems to be the only reason to put the bishop on f1. And Hans has played one of the best moves, rook to e6. I think he's going to the endgame, yeah?
Also, probably Hans had seen this coming, yeah? Bishop
Hmm.
f1. So it could possibly like mean that both the players have somehow missed e4 or like overlooked
Hmm.
e4. But actually, the idea of queen h2 also doesn't seem very bad. Now, but you still have to probably take and then go queen h2.
Yes.
And black definitely should not exchange the queens.
Yep. That's a great point, Chad. Because let's say white plays queen h2 now, which I think Arjun will do. Okay, first let's take on g5. पहले ये थोड़ा सा clear कर लेते हैं. And then let's say he plays queen h2. If you take, then suddenly, like king comes to f2, ये जो king side attack के chances zero हो गए. I will defend the e3 point with my king and the bishop, and then I have a free hand to at least try and create counterplay long term. And yeah, pawns are a great weapon against this knight and bishop because they don't have the e4 square. And this could long term be weak as well. So I think endgame may Arjun is definitely not worse, Priyanka. So Hans should not agree to this queen trade.
Definitely. And also, one of the idea of his could be to possibly, get his rook to h1. All this plan, maybe
Hmm.
that's the reason he could have actually played bishop d2. We never know, yeah? King
Hmm.
f2, bishop e2 or something, and rook h1, like h g5.
Yep.
But it's very unlikely that it will happen.
It's tough for Hans to ignore this trade, right? Queen लेके कहाँ जाओगे? Because you just came from
Of
c6.
course.
Um,
But I think you'll have to go to c6.
hmm.
Okay, now that the rook is on e6, probably even you can consider queen e7.
That's a bit. I like that square actually. Also, okay, but
Because rook
depends.
e3 is also in the air.
That's a fair point. You can sacrifice the exchange in some cases. So great move. And I think Arjun, by the way, falling below hands Priyanka on the clock. So pressure बनता जा रहा है.
At this point, I think, okay, time too does play a role, but I think he
Hmm.
has to spend time because this position
Hmm.
is in no way like easy to play. He has to
Hmm.
somehow find a way out. I mean, by the time he reaches move 40, if he can at least play in seconds, it doesn't matter if he can just figure out from this position.
Yeah, Arjun has 19 minutes on the clock. He has to manage the moves and the time and the pressure. 11 more moves to go till he gains those 30 minutes. Just going to have a brief look at the Vidit game after, rook a5, rook b1 was Vidit's choice. So he did not go for the c4, allowing rook b4 idea. Bishop d7, finally, that bishop gets a little bit of breathing space, but then c4 locks it in instantly. And now
Hmm.
knight to c8 was the choice. But Priyanka, this feels like it's like pray कर रहा है black space के लिए. Like this is just a great squeeze by Vidit. Like rook to d1. At some point, this should be hanging as well. And फिर ये pawn निकल
Right,
जाएगा. And ये rook on a5 looks a bit stupid actually.
right. I mean, the rook has to go to a4 before at some point or the other for
Hmm.
sure.
Yep. Yep. And
So probably white can go something like knight g4, knight f4. Sorry, knight g2 or knight f4.
now the d5
But
square is also available, by the way. Like that's
hmm,
so tempting to put the bishop or the knight there. So I matlab, and with us 7 minutes, is that a sign of worry? Like 7 minutes, 14 moves, 2 moves per minute, Priyanka?
I mean, with such a comfortable position, it is a little worrying because he's spending a lot of time in a position where he doesn't need to spend a lot of time. So it is a little worrying because I think he still has to make 13 moves, right?
Hmm.
No, 14 moves.
14, yes.
So, I mean, with 7 minutes on the clock, I mean, one wrong move and the advantage could drop. Now that the pawn is on c4, I'm a little worried because knight d6, if he allows knight d6, rook a4 kind of counterplay,
Yep.
that could be a little tricky.
That could be
We
tricky.
just have to hope that he starts to play faster.
But a good question in the chat. Why not bishop b7 and take the pawn instantly? I think the problem is you pick up the rook first. Let's say you take with the rook or the king, and knight b6. And it's hard to defend this pawn actually. And bishop d5, he'll just take and pick up b5 and rook c1. There's always like
Rook
rook
a4.
a4 ideas. So
So this is what I
black,
was worried about.
hmm,
The pawn on c4 is more vulnerable now.
agreed. I think knight g2, your move is nice. Just bring one more piece into the game. ताकि full force से हम लोग खेलें. This knight is not really doing much, yeah, right now. So Vidit
Right.
has 6 minutes now, Priyanka. This is getting a bit too close for comfort. Yeah, like he has such a dominating position. Time से खराब ना हो जाए.
Exactly. I mean, I think the pawn on b7 is going to remain a weakness for a very, very long time. So if
Hmm.
not now, you can take it some other time. But right now, I think your priority should be to not give the c4 pawn for in exchange of counterplay. So you always need your bishop to protect the pawn, like bishop d3. For example, if knight b6, bishop d3 is a nice move where you can just protect it and then get your knight to f4
Hmm.
and then probably d5 or h5 and then win.
Hmm. Agreed. Nicholas, by the way, is literally half praying right now because he has no option, no space for his pieces, no active squares. He's waiting for it, or it does not do it, and he finds the best move, Rook B D1. Beautiful move. Of course, attacking the bishop, but more importantly, Blanca also taking over the square from the knight. So both knight and bishop kind of become again like useless, yeah, after Rook B D1. And +3 eval, basically white is playing with
Actually,
an
isn't the
extra piece.
bishop trapped?
I mean,
Because
this Rook
knight
E7.
b6, rook d6,
Ha, that is winning, I
but
think.
rook e7, he can never move the bishop now. Now even this knight g2, knight f4, knight d5 is a lot more stronger because whenever you go knight b6, I could have rook d6, for example.
Ooh, this is very nice. So chat looking very tough. Beautiful move by Vidit. I just hope that time pressure does not spoil it. That's the only worry on our
Hmm.
minds. He still has to play 13 moves in 6 minutes. Let's take a brief look at Arjun and rush back because यहाँ बहुत fast खेलना पड़ेगा विदित को. He's gone for e4. Wait, how did this happen? Okay, we saw rook e6 last. Queen h2 was played as expected, and your move, Priyanka, queen is on the board. He takes on g5
Yes.
and
And then
finally
e4.
plays pawn to e4. And the queen is ripe for this pin here. But d4 pay, of course, the center is opening up, and black has tripled here to potentially attack. But luckily for us, all the squares right now are a bit covered, yeah?
Yes. Do you think there is a possibility of knight e4 happening on the board?
Oof, that's a good question. Apparently, it is possible. It's not losing for black, but I don't think so. He goes for it because for Hans, again, he also has 20 minutes. If Hans had, let's say, I don't know, 40 minutes on the clock, he might go for it. But
Hmm.
as it is, it looks very tough, Priyanka. I feel like I think d4 is the logical move. He will play this. I'm just not
Yes.
sure after d4, bishop g5, who is even better
EF3
because,
is also logical, I think.
yeah, isn't this just hanging? Like, what is White's plan now?
He just has to play on the compensation on the f6 knight, I think. Just go queen h4 and win the pawn on c4.
Ooh, that is
Like
interesting.
bishop f6 can be one idea. Like c4 is always in the air, right? So,
Wow.
but this position still looks very difficult to play from white as white.
And Priyanka, you mentioned this idea briefly कि भाई रुक को हम h5 पे ले आएंगे. Actually, rook h2 is a huge threat. For example, king g7, rook h2, and Arjun is again better. In fact, the only move for hands is f2 or he's lost. So there is some venom for Arjun in this position of t4. I'm glad at least he went for the active option. Because अगर passive में रहते ना, like at some point hands might break through. And look at hands, he's thinking, yeah?
Yes. I mean, I think he always had this idea in his mind for sure, this idea of e4, but I think he was just waiting for the right time.
Hmm. सही
But I like
वक्त.
e4 on the last move instead of bishop f1. I think there it was more easier to
Hmm.
evaluate and play. Because here he
Agreed.
is totally counting on the queen e7 move, right? If not for queen e7, I don't think e4
Hmm.
would be as strong as it was right now.
Agreed. But चलो अर्जुन ने कहा सही वक्त अभी है.
हाँ.
तो he goes for it and I think hands के लिए crucial decision. One of the best ways to defeat somebody at chess is to give them choices where they have alternatives to go wrong or be right. And the more choices you offer them, the more chances that he makes a mistake. Um, फिलहाल के लिए hand scratching his head, not sure about the best move. Time फिर से नीचे आता हुआ प्रियंका. I feel like ये ऐसी गेम है जहां पे it's gonna end by a blunder. I think I have a feeling one guy's gonna blunder this and we're all gonna be shocked in that moment, but very hard for both players to calculate this. And oh, amazing, why both the boards now available. I love it.
Yes, this is perfect. Now
Hmm.
it's a lot more easier for viewers to watch both the games at once.
So right side we have Vidit versus Nicholas, left side Arjun versus Hans. And okay, by the way, आज दुष्यंत भाई, I don't know if Sakesh भाई contact उसका reply नहीं आया भाई. I think he was like बहुत हो गया भाई commentary. प्रियंका रोज करती रहती
Time
है, I don't
to
know.
time to prepare or something. I don't know. I think he's planning to play some tournaments, so probably he's preparing for
हाँ.
it.
Yep, perfect layout indeed. Uh, what is life but comedy? Wow, we are going into you know uh,
Philosophical way of life.
हाँ फिलोसफी में चले गए हम लोग हम. But I know life is chess ऐसा बोलते हैं, but इतना भी नहीं घुसना है.
Mm.
um, by the way, Vidit still 6 minutes chat, 6 minutes on his clock, so just keep an eye out for that game as well. Let's not forget that. Vidit, by the way, is wearing some jersey or something. I don't know क्या he's wearing, but anyways, I'm hoping he wins this game because बहुत जरूरी. And if he defeats Nicholas is the second last ranked player, so he will automatically not be in last place. Simplest way to make sure you don't in last place, defeat the guy who's second last.
Yes, that's a nice way to put it.
That's literally my philosophy. भाई last board पे दूसरे बंदे को हरा दो, last मत आओ. um, वे जीते यहाँ हारे टाइम हमेशा कम होता रहेगा. यार आई नो, आई थिंक बट सी इफ ही विंस इट, कई बार होता है ना, क्रिकेट से कंपेयर कर सकते हैं प्रियंका. लाइक इफ द बैट्समैन स्टेप्स आउट and hits the ball out of the park, it's a great shot by the batsman. If he comes out and hits the ball out of the and tries to hit the ball and gets stumped or bowled, then the commentators will say, "Oh, there was no need for this. He could have played a defensive shot." It's very similar now. So if Vidit manages his clock not so well, but wins, people say, okay, the time was needed. Yeah, he needed to calculate those crazy variations. But if he ends up losing, then it's like, okay, the time management is bad. I think the kind of the end result justifies the process a little bit. So let's see how he plays this. Um, he takes it, by
Okay,
the way.
so
Pawn takes on the board,
uh,
Priyanka.
pawn takes, is it?
Yes.
So pawn takes, so bishop g5 is most likely to come. I hope not bishop c4, of course. Looks very
Ooh.
bad.
Yeah, ef3. And suddenly after takes, this hanging
And
is not,
yes, g4 is hanging.
this could be
Looks very
problematic.
bad. You should
Yeah,
definitely play bishop into g5 faster. You should not think.
agreed. And also it supports your plan of queen h4, rook h2, and you can also build up your own attack while trying to defend your king. I think very rare both sides attacking on the same half of the board, kind of the king side.
Okay,
And it
bishop
takes
g5 is played.
excellent move. Oh, takes on f3 as well quickly. It feels like we are in serious time pressure now. Yeah, both players playing very quickly, and queen h4 only move for Arjun Erigesi now. The blue arrow shining bright. Will Arjun find it?
I think he will play queen h4
He has
because
to.
if not that, then he can simply untangle his position, right? He can simply move the queen away, and after that,
Hmm.
g4 is going to be a problem, and you don't want to give that bishop so fast.
Yeah, he
If you
has
are
to play it.
giving that bishop, then you have to make sure the queens are off the board.
Hmm. And and finds it. Beautiful move by Arjun. And chat,
Yes.
believe it or not, the best move and the only move for advantage now is Queen C7. Priyanka, how easy or hard is to find Queen C7 here for hands?
Queen c7, damn.
That's
So
impossible, yeah?
what is the point? So bishop f6, you want to take. So queen f6,
Huh.
there's queen g3. So king
Yes.
h1, is there f2? No, but
King
f2, then this you
H1.
simply take. So king h1, bishop e4 to start with. That makes more sense.
Yes.
And then now
And
you're threatening f2.
and God knows if it's a draw or not, yeah? If there's a perpetual or not.
I mean, how is this a draw? So queen g5, king f8, queen h6, king e7. I don't see any checks actually. If queen g5, there's king d7.
Ooh. So it's tricky. Apparently, Bishop G2 is the last saving grace, and the game goes on.
Oh my goodness.
But this is very tough. But going back for a second, I think Queen C7 is almost impossible to find.
I
So
mean,
Arjun,
it's not so difficult keeping in
hmm,
mind that queen g3 is a huge threat,
hmm, hmm,
but
wow,
there could be some alternatives of why he might not choose this.
yeah. For example, the difference between Queen D6 and Queen C7, first of all, is not clear to me.
Ah,
So
oh, there
I
is a
think
difference. Oh, damn. Okay.
so. Um, maybe c4 is defended on c7. Maybe that's the point. Chat, this is so subtle now. Halke halke points say decide the best move, and hands ke liye it's so hard to find. The cameras went off. We'll get them back in just about a few minutes, in a minute or so. Priyanka, मुझे लग रहा है कि यार this could be anybody's game. We could have a big blunder from hands, a big blunder from Arjun, and I like कि भाई rook h2 का plan है, and we are really directly going for mate. Like that should really scare hands a bit and might put a lot of pressure on him.
Definitely. I think the difference between queen d6 and queen c7 is the fact that c4 is not protected.
Hmm.
So queen
Yep.
d6, probably white can take on c4. So queen c7,
Hmm.
the idea is to protect the pawn and unpin his queen and also keeping an eye on the g3 square.
Hmm. Multi-purpose move, always nice.
Exactly.
So chat, crucial moment in this game. So camera please check karte rehna, because we could have the game being decided any second now. Chat, mere hisab se Arjun and Vidit both, by the way, look at that move in the last position instead of bishop d3, and look at how complicated it is. Bishop d3 was the best move, but ek kadam aur chale gaye, preventing rook a4, which does look logical. Priyanka, suddenly it's like a not a great move, yeah, because knight
But
b6
I think
exists.
it's still fine, right?
Yeah,
Is
it
it
is.
so
It is.
bad? Because
I mean,
knight b6, you just keep your bishop on b3, and there is no idea of rook c4, rook a4, there's no pressure on c4, and now you slowly bring your knight. Why is it
so
so dangerous?
the dangerous idea is actually quite crazy, chat, and it's completely engine play. I don't know Nicholas can even find it or not, but the plan is okay. Whether you take or not is irrelevant. But the plan is bishop takes b5, sacking
Okay, and
this.
now c4, is it?
Yes, you play c4, bishop
And rook
c2, rook
b5,
d5.
rook b2. But it's not at all easy. So now if
Not
I go
easy.
rook b1, for example,
Rook takes, Priyanka. This is
and
impossible.
then king d2, right?
Yeah, even this is actually close to winning, but it's like black has some play, and you have to find the only move knight f3 now. But very
So
hard,
knight
very
f3,
hard.
b4,
B4,
and
knight
now there is
d.
knight c3.
Yes,
This
that's the
is
plan.
very
And
tricky.
b3 also. It's tough. It's really tough actually. Knight d4 खेलना है, knight c3 पे you have to now find king c2 and the game goes on. But very tough. I think I'm not
Ah,
even sure if finds it.
okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But the game goes on, Priyanka. The game goes on. But okay, going back to live position right now because Vidit has 6 minutes and
I
12
mean,
moves to
knight
make.
b6 will be played on the board for sure.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, it is played. Knight b6, bishop b3, and rook into e1 will have to be played because otherwise rook d6 is a huge threat. So he cannot allow rook d6. So he has to go rook into e1.
Okay, do you
I
think?
think the worst case scenario, like okay, take and king e7 is more like natural, right?
Hmm. Yes.
You just prevent rook d6. But now, okay, white has a free hand. Now you can just bring back your knight g2, knight e3.
Yeah, we get the same position, but now I think the knight is in the game. So I think that's very stable for white. So, chat question to
Right.
you now. Will Vidit's opponent, Nicholas here, sack the piece for a couple of pawns to gain some counterplay? It seems like even that is winning for Vidit, but he has to find a sequence of only moves. Very tough for both sides.
Yes. But I think that's most likely going to happen on the board. Honestly,
Hmm.
I feel like the rook e1, king e7, because he's been defending the whole game.
Hmm.
So to suddenly play moves like bishop b5, thinking, okay, I can somehow hold it, I think it's a very difficult decision to make.
Yep, very difficult indeed. And if he does it, that would be insane. Um, so meanwhile, chat jumping back to the Arjun game because Hans is only 10 minutes. I love this camera angle. Can we get it for Arjun also, Samir? Um, and go full screen because Queen has to get Hans now. Priyanka has 10 minutes to play what, 7 moves. It's getting a bit tricky. Good opportunity for Hans to go wrong, make a blunder, make a mistake, give Arjun the opportunity to get an advantage. This spin is very uncomfortable. The rooks are now suddenly ready to enter the game as well. Getting very interesting things this game overall.
Actually, for queen c7, what's happening for rook h2? Knight h7, is it? Simply.
Oh wow, knight h7. That is brutal, yeah. That is actually just
Yeah. Oh, so actually it makes sense, right? It makes sense to go move the queen because now rook h2 is a deadly threat. And how else would you save the mate? You'll have to
hmm,
move your queen for sure, but you just have to decide whether d6 or
hmm.
c7. If he's
Yes,
thinking, probably he did consider queen c7.
agreed. And Hans' ka intuition say yeah, this is a crucial moment in the game. So he's thinking about it. Where should he put his queen? As is a queen d6 play, there is bishop c4. And that's why queen c7 is the stronger move to take control of this g3 square. Taki, if white were to go all in, black has this deadly check on g3, which makes the game very tough. So Arjun, and nobody's getting up from his seat now. They know कि भाई यहाँ पे time pressure is real, chat, really real, because with the game में
Oh,
हम लोग less stressed है because end game है. यहाँ पे it's a sharp middle game, Priyanka.
did you see with its game? It has been played.
Oh, he played it.
Yes. So he's taken and bishop b5, c4, rook b5 has been played on the board. Now, okay, of course, rook
Wow.
b1 has to be played. But damn, that is really impressive because I thought since he was defending the entire game to make such a decision would not be that easy. But to play it at the right time, I mean, it takes very good understanding to do that.
Yep, I've not seen many of Nicholas's games. So my wife was playing the World Apple Blitz, I think, Priyanka, and at that point, so Nicholas and we were in the same hotel and we took the same bus
Mm-hmm.
because we had the same, I think, flight timing basically. And I like, was very down to earth guy, very nice, and also like felt like somebody who's very ambitious. बात करने से, don't know him much, but देख के लग रहा है he's already defeated hands in this event. Now he's creating counterplay, so strong player with huge potential. And I'm not sure rook b1 khelna chahiye. King d2 apparently is also a move, trying to get the king to c3 and maybe trap this rook here. But it's a tough choice with it because he has 6 minutes to play 8 moves now. It's not an easy situation to be in, especially if he has not seen this sacrifice coming.
Definitely, I think he must not have been looking at this direction. But for Nicolas, it's more like because it's a desperate attempt.
Hmm.
What else does he have? He has to be very, very accurate to defend such a kind of position.
Hmm. He has to be really accurate now. But, now that Nicholas has sacked a piece, I think Nicholas also has to be very precise because one mistake and this is just a piece up. So this
Of
is going to be
course.
a battle of wits. Meanwhile, jumping to the Arjun game, less than 7 minutes now, and Hans plays
Queen
Queen D6.
d6. That's more natural in general, right? You see Queen d6, you're not leaving the knight for hanging, and then okay, you lose the c4 pawn, but you don't really care about that if you're not sure about giving up the knight on f6, right? But
Hmm.
even bishop c4, I think after bishop c4, the only move. Actually, it's not that easy to play for black, right?
Oh,
It is actually a very smart move with
the
similar idea.
wow. Chat, look at this. Chat, can you guess? Any guesses? What is the only move for Hans Niemann? And Priyanka, do you think he's seen it? I mean, he must have, yeah? Otherwise, he's lost.
Otherwise, I mean, exactly, like he has to see it because, I mean, it's the same, right? If he wants to save the knight after bishop c4, he cannot move the rook
Hmm.
because the knight falls anyway. So he has to find knight at 7, bishop e6, and knight g5. But that is still not easy to play from both the sides because now queen f4 is also coming.
When I can't take the knight because there is queen g3. So that's not a possibility. I have to bring the bishop back. And then there are ideas of rook e2, Priyanka, apparently.
Also queen f4, rook e2, really? Bishop c4, I thought. So, bishop
You want to play
f5
bishop
and then
c4
rook
here.
e2.
Bishop c4 also possible. And then there is like queen f6, for example. Like that's another deadly
Hmm.
idea. I feel like yes, चारों piece converge होंगे white king के ऊपर and this could get tricky. By the way, bishops are on the board. Arjun finds the only move and now the blue arrow for
Yes,
Hans. Let's go full screen. Crucial moment Priyanka for Hans Niemann यहाँ पे.
right. I think, I mean, he has to play knight at 7 for sure. Yes, for sure he has to
Hmm.
play. Otherwise, okay, Arjun is just simply better.
Hans ने हाथ निकाला, अर्जुन ने हाथ निकाला, Hans ने हाथ वापस ले लिया, अर्जुन ने हाथ वापस ले लिया. And now brilliancy played
Yes.
by Hans Niemann in time pressure. What a move.
There's no way you play queen d6 without seeing knight at 7.
Hmm.
So probably he was calculating this all along, right? Instead of queen c7, bishop f6, he could be calculating bishop c4, knight at 7 instead.
Yes. And now, Arjun, of course, you've said A, now you have to say B and take that rook. Otherwise, it's all done and dusted. The rook is moving forward for deadly checks. Not right now exactly, but it is all but over. He has to take on E6. And Hans, he's doing this thing today. Like, कैसे वो अपना face cover कर रहे हैं, like, मतलब shirt से. I don't know if it's like a psychological ploy or it's just randomly he has a cold. I don't know what. like, what I don't know.
I
Backman
think
लग रहा
it
है थोड़ा
could be
बहुत.
very random. Usually they
हाँ
always have some suit or blazer or something on, right? You can't really do that.
हाँ. Because I'll tell you, when I've seen people do this, like sometimes like they're wearing a t-shirt as a hands is, and the hall is too cold. They'll cover their nose to
Huh.
kind of mask the cold a little bit, like thand na lage. Like that's what I've seen.
Huh. That is also
Uh,
possible. But
Arjun,
in
by the
this
way,
situation, as with a low time on the clock and the possession being so complicated, it is possible that he might be feeling cold. But
yeah,
okay, we never know. He played knight at 7. Now it's Arjun time to. I mean, he has to play bishop e6. I'm a little worried that he's even thinking.
yeah, yeah, he
Because
has
if
to.
not, bishop e6, it's just completely lost because I moved the rook on the next move.
Yep, agreed. And chat, I think Arjun has more time. That's the good news. Double the time hands
Hmm.
has. And Panchi move pending hai. So it's like 3 minutes per move. So it's comfortable time for Arjun actually to think. Meanwhile, just a brief look at the Vidit game. Jahan he did find Rook B1 Priyanka, the best move. So I
Hmm.
think Vidit could still be on path to win his first game at UzChess.
It is very much possible, though I think it is a little more trickier than before. But at the same time, I think it's so easy to go wrong as black.
Hmm.
So the most natural response here is obviously you'll have to take, and then go knight d5.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, okay, maybe king e7 can be a possibility, but knight d5 threatening knight c3. So king d2 is more or less forced, and then to follow it up with b5, b4 is what looks more natural to me.
Hmm. B5, let's say, knight f3, b4, knight d4, only move for Vidit, by the way. Which makes sense. I mean,
So
makes a lot of sense though.
yeah, probably to prevent knight b3, and also yeah, that could be probably the only reason, in fact. Now, can I
Hmm.
just go knight d5,
After this, here,
but maybe just h3, or like how is white continuing?
h3 also possible. I mean, knight c6 apparently is the most clinical way.
Hmm.
But of course, there's knight e3 check to calculate.
But okay, once you win the b4 pawn, it's nothing.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Absolutely. I think maybe b3 takes check. Now the king goes to c3. Now you take, and take. Is this any chances for a draw? Not really, right? I mean, the king should be back in
Hmm.
time.
Yes,
Hmm. Interesting position. The king is still cut off, actually. It's not easy to move forward. So, should be winning
right.
for Vidit. Um,
That should not be difficult to win.
hmm. Can we see Bishop Knight mate today, Priyanka?
Oh, probably. But how is black going to lose the knight?
I mean, he will stack it for the
Mm,
last pawn, and like he'll exchange one
yes,
pair and it's like, well, okay, it could happen, chat. आज हो सकता है
it is
Bishop,
possible.
है ना?
Yes, it is definitely possible.
Oh, that's gonna be fun actually if that happens. I hope this has kind of practiced it. याद है. Sometimes gets tricky, but
Yes.
we have a move for Arjun. No moves in the Arjun game, but he has been thinking for 3-4 minutes now.
But okay, they only have to make five more moves. So
Hmm.
now if they're spending time, like the next few moves are going to be fast.
Hmm. Chad is asking, does Vidit know Bishop Knight? Priyanka, do you know the checkmate with Bishop and Knight?
Yes.
So how much time on the clock you would need without increment to be very sure you'll convert that endgame? Like Bishop Knight starting position, so let's say random position on the board. How much time do you think you need to win the game?
Ah, that's an interesting question. Probably like 3 to 5 minutes without the increment, I think. Yeah,
Hmm.
that should be enough. Just to have time to make moves.
Yeah. I think that's fair. I think 3 minutes to 5 minutes is a fair request. I think I think, for example, there's a guy, I don't know, Penguin GM tha, I think who it was, like
Hmm.
he claims to do it in like 10 seconds or something, like kuch bhi kar lo, I'll do
Okay,
it
I
in 10
mean,
seconds. So aise log bhi hai. But I think I
that
would
is
also do it.
just too much.
Haan. I think for Vidit, I think somebody like Vidit, I think maybe it should be doable easily, chat, on the increment itself,
Yes,
right? Because har
definitely
chak
we
pe 30
have more
seconds mil rahe
increment.
hain.
You don't really
So,
need time to think. There is nothing to think. It is just the
haan,
method. Like to play the moves, you need time.
yes. Very likely Arjun not taking the rook as he's thinking for long now. Now, as
And of course, he will
before
take.
I could refute it Arjun by saying, okay, come on, I have to tackle this
Okay,
claim.
he did play that.
Yeah,
I think
and rook
he's spending
e6.
time on the next move of what to play. Sometimes players do this, right? When there is a forcing move, they can just stop for
Hmm.
a while and they start to calculate about branches in the next move.
But Priyanka, what we saw the best move was knight g5. Hans did not play it. He played rook e6. And now bishop h6 ke baad, the game is actually on. Like it becomes like somehow
Yeah,
sharper,
I'm
right?
quite
Because
surprised actually why he would not want the dark bishop, especially because his pieces are little, I mean, the squares are weak, right?
yeah, white can't take it. So this just
Probably
means,
he
chat.
thought ulta, right? Maybe he must have thought that, okay, light squares are more vulnerable, maybe something like
Hmm.
rook e4, queen e6.
To
It
pick up
still looks
g4.
very, very tricky.
It does. It does. Chad, bishop h6 now is the best move. Anything else, and Hans is better. And even though after this move, the black king is cut off, right now the white king still looks a bit weaker somehow because rook e2 could be an idea. Bishop coming here, as Priyanka mentioned, rook e4, queen e6. If g4 falls, the game is over, essentially. So, a very interesting position. Priyanka, does he find bishop h6? What do you think?
And he has to move his bishop at some point or the other because this
Hmm.
g3 hanging. It's
Yep.
rook h2 is one move that he can consider to prevent knight g5. There's just two moves, right? Rook h2 and bishop
Yes.
h6. If you compare both the moves, like okay, I think bishop h6 feels more logical.
Hmm.
Because what exactly is the rook on h2 doing? It's not like the knight
Nothing.
can jump anyway.
Yep.
So at least if you go bishop h6, the rook can be flexible on the b file at least.
He plays Rukesh too. No, Arjun.
Really?
Because, yeah, he played it. And you know what? Like, this is the move I would play if this was bullet chess and I was playing somebody much weaker because I know they might just take. But look at this
Ah,
hands plays the best move instantly, Priyanka. Rook e4. And now he's
of
slightly better.
course, yes. Yes.
Wow.
Ah, there's a very nice variation actually.
Okay. Show us.
That is after, sorry, just a second. Yeah, rook
Uh-huh.
h2. There is, if rook e4, I first
Played.
thought rook e1 can be
Hmm.
an idea, but there
Yeah.
is a very nice tactic. My idea is okay, if rook e1, queen e1, knight g5, I want to go queen
Yeah.
e8 and follow it up with rook h8.
Yes. And if here, then it's mate.
Like,
And if
yes,
queen
if queen
here,
f8, then rook
then rook
h8.
h8 check. And you pick up the
But
queen.
there's a
Very nice.
very nice intermediate move.
Yeah. And it's just kind of a killer move. Yeah. Pawn
Yeah,
to f2. Like just distracting one piece. One piece. If king takes, then this is check. If rook takes, there is no attack on h8. And if queen takes, there is no check here. What a beautiful move. Wow.
and then yes, it's over.
By the way, look at this. Rook e4 के बाद apparently bishop d2 now is the only move for Arjun. Chat blue arrow जब भी board पे आता है ना, this is where your spidey sense should start tingling, even as a viewer, because anything else and Arjun could be completely busted in this game.
Right, it looks very difficult to move. Bishop d2, the problem idea could possibly be rook e1 on the next move, is it?
The idea
Because
I think
f5,
is
then what exactly is happening after bishop d2 f5?
you will not believe if I told you, Priyanka. The idea is king to h1.
To just move the king away and give up the pawn. Wow.
But this is impossible for Arjun to find. I feel like this is
I mean,
insane. Like
bishop
you just
d2 is the kind of a move that you would reject once you see f5. But
wow.
how do you prevent f5 from coming? It's not like you have a way out. Probably you can start. Okay, can you start with
Bishop
king h1?
king h1 first. Okay. Um, apparently the
Oh
move
my
is
god.
f2, and this is basically
f2
winning.
and queen d5 so that you can attack the bishop on g5 and also discover attack.
Why
I
Arjun
mean,
could
this
lose
is
this in one
crazy.
move. He could lose this in one move. This is high stakes for Arjun Erigesi and Priyanka. Practically, you have to agree. All the tactics seem to be working for Black right now.
Exactly. Seems like a very, very difficult position for Arjun to play.
Oh
But
man,
rook
this is
h2
tough.
was a strange decision to make.
Yeah, I agree. Kind of. It just feels like kahin na kahin pe Arjun went wrong
But
with
we
Rook
can't
h2.
really blame him, yeah, like because the position is too difficult to play. He's been defending for a very long time, and every move he has to make the right decision,
If he loses, he's
which is
gonna drop
definitely
two.
not easy.
World number 10, he's gonna drop two, just ahead of Prague,
And
and then we'll be on the
mm,
brink of losing the only Indian in the world top 10. Don't want that. Arjun Bhai, come on. I know
we
it's
still have
tough,
two
but
rounds left.
yeah.
So let's
Oh.
hope for the best.
And by the way, just one brief look at Vidit before we come back here because I have to move karna mushkil. Vidit has 1 minute on the clock to play 5 moves. Rook b1 के बाद takes was played, knight d5, knight
Ah.
f3, and this is where we are. Can we have both the boards, Sanya bhai? Because लग रहा है कि शायद दोनों games में time pressure real है. So if you can have both the boards, that will be amazing. There it is. Thank you.
Oh, this is actually a very nice idea by Vidit. So knight f3, the point is now knight c3, right? If
Hmm.
knight c3, there is king d2, knight b1, king c2. And the knight
You
is
drop it.
trapped.
Got it. And if b5, I think we just transpose the other lines. Yeah.
Yes. But this
Hmm.
is a smarter way to play, right?
Agreed.
It's like
Agreed.
just giving him a chance to go wrong. Not that he will, but it's like, yeah, b5
Yeah.
was played. And now you don't even have to go immediate king d2. Now maybe knight d2 is also a possibility.
But okay, okay, yes, knight
But
d2
okay, probably.
is knight e3 maybe I'm worried about, or no, because then I have c3 c2 with tempo and also I'm attacking g4.
What do you mean? C3?
92,
You mean
92,
90?
93.
Knight
And
D4
now,
I want. No, not
knight
knight
d4.
D2.
Knight d4. Okay, knight
Yes.
d4 looks strong. I think that will go into the main variation we saw. So that should
But
work for
before I
Vidit.
don't want to go with my king. I want to go knight B5,
Hmm.
but king E7. Okay, but I think that should be fine.
भाई के पास
Oh my
50 सेकेंड
God.
है. He's he used to play 5 moves in literally increment now, or that's all he has, 30 seconds increments per move. And look at him, he's bit shaky. Chat, question to you and question to you, Priyanka, as well. Yesterday we had 0 out of 2. How many points do you think we get today out of the 2 points in front of us? क्या लग रहा है प्रियंका? Oh, I thought he dropped the bishop on D. I almost lost my mind, but he finds bishop D2. Great move.
Okay. I got scared there for a moment. I thought he didn't play bishop D2.
Wow.
Okay,
Abji
bishop
bhai.
D2 is played, so F5 is most likely going to happen.
Yeah.
But one good thing is, okay, they only have to make 2 more moves. He has to survive for 2 more moves and he'll at least get some time to,
Hmm.
plan something. So king H1, rook G4, queen F2. I mean, he has to play king H1 if he finds bishop D2 after F5.
Yes. And
So
I
the
think
question is whether black will play F5 or queen D7.
both of look tempting. Queen d7 पे apparently king f2 खेलना है, which is not easy. And chat, I think Arjun ने 40th move पे ही blunder किया था कल. That literally 40th move, I think it was the blunder, Priyanka. So I think कहीं ना कहीं पे I'm hoping it doesn't happen again. कल या परसों किसी एक दिन तो किया था. So this is a crucial moment, chat. Arjun Erigesi on the left, 4 minutes to make 2 moves, and Vidit on the right with 45 seconds to make 4 moves. While the G4 on the board.
Yes, he has to go knight D4, of course, to prevent B3.
Played.
I think he will play knight D4 within no time. So king E7 makes sense.
Yeah, and then I think one knight sees acha knight abhi udhar hi hai, so maybe it's interesting how by the queen d7 played by Hans Niemann, rook g4 on the board coming up. King h1 is okay, but not as strong. Apparently, the best 2 moves, Priyanka, are king f2 and queen h6. Both of them make zero sense to me right now. I have to be honest. Like,
Queen
king f2
H6
to
also,
miss.
the idea is to go king
Huh.
F2 after rook G4.
Oh my God. Why? But king f2 looks like allows rook e2 check, Priyanka. It is so scary. How can you find king f2 in
No.
such a position? Yeah.
Yeah, king F2, I think rook E2, there's king F3.
Oof. My, that is insane. That is insane. How can you have a plan of king f2, king takes f3? That is almost impossible. If Arjun finds it, man, I mean, kudos to him.
I think it's possible that he might start with queen H6 if he sees king F2, because now after
Huh.
check, then it's more likely. Like, I think queen H6 makes more sense because queen G4, then you can go king
Hmm.
H1. And the E4 square is not yet there for the bishop.
Hmm.
But
Wow.
so queen H6, maybe rook G4, then king F2 has to be played.
Oof. That is so tough. At least easier than directly king f2. That I agree. Directly king f2, मैं तो नहीं खेल
Yes.
रहा भाई. No chance. He is the one and only madman. Yes, it is possible. We'll have the camera soon. By the way, he has to play. He found king to f2. What?
Okay, that's awesome. I mean, damn. I didn't think it was that easy to make.
And you know what? Rook g4 is only move now for Hans, or he's lost.
Of course, he'll play rook
What?
G4. So queen H6, then okay, then we can relax because 40 moves have been played because queen H6 is the only move. Because queen H3, I think there is rook G2. So he has to go queen H6. So that's good news for now.
I'm still in shock. I'm still in shock. What? Wow. I mean, क्या बंदा है भाई भाई कैमरा ले आओ समझ में जल्दी से because now rook g4 as you mentioned, queen h6 only move and now queen d6 attacking, keeping this under check. But Priyanka, now only move is queen h3. I mean, they are dealing with only moves which make no sense to me. Like, ये चल क्या रहा है dance? पहले queen h6 and now queen h3.
Because queen G3 has to be prevented.
Oh yes, that makes sense. That makes sense. But okay, rook g4 on the board. Now, finds queen
Queen
h6
H6 on the
also.
board. Only move.
And they've reached 40 moves. They've reached 40 moves.
Now they'll get some time to breathe at least.
I'll get some time to breathe, Priyanka. I mean, I'm still in shock. How did he find King F2? I still can't believe it. That's an insane move to find in time pressure.
Definitely. I mean, Rook and Queen are present on the board, and the black pawn is on F3, and to play a move like King F2 is insane. And I would think Queen H6 is most logical
Wow.
because then
So
Queen G4, then you don't even have to play King F2. It probably
I'm
is. That is insane, crazy.
so impressed, Priyanka. I think क्या chess खेल रहा है अर्जुन यहाँ पे, मतलब he's literally मतलब half mocking the engine कि भाई क्या engine भाई, मतलब I can find all your moves. There's nothing special about you. And now Hans has to find Queen D6. I think the only move. I think काफी logical है, but and look at this
Is that
Queen
the only move?
D6. Yes, it's the
Yeah.
only move. And look at this situation. Queen H3. And I think I saw some variation.
Rook D4, right?
Yes, one is Rook D4, by the way, where you have to calmly play Bishop E3 or whatever. I also saw some F3 and King F3. Okay, I mean, I don't know this sort of chess. I have not seen chess like this before. I mean, this is insane.
Right. I mean,
Wow.
I don't know what to say. To play more like King F2, and now, okay, Rook D4, this entire variation is just
Oh, by the
crazy.
way, Vidit is completely winning. Something happened. I think
Ah,
knight D4
okay.
ke baad, King E7, knight B5 he found. And now King D7 ke baad, Bishop E4 is the only move, and he found it just in time before the king gets up to C6 and C5. And it seems like Vidit is actually winning now.
Yes, because now knight B6. So now there is no longer B3 ideas, right? How does white play?
I
Maybe
think
king
he's
E3, king D4 can I go? But then B3, bishop B1, and then A3 falls.
oof,
Yeah,
possible to hai. Can we go King C2? Just keep it safe, or is it like too risky? Black might get
but
some
I
time.
thought, how are you going to improve?
That's a good point. That's a very good
But
point.
actually, black also does not have any moves, right? Because if I move my knight, bishop D5 is a possibility.
But knight A4, bishop D5, knight
Knight
B6, I guess.
B6. But then
Okay,
I
I can take
take.
F7 at least.
So king
For some,
C6 has to be played. Okay, this I think with it will win without any problem for sure.
oh, just goes on. So some tricks for black chat, but Vidit is winning. Yes, he is winning, but he has to play one more move before he gets 30 more minutes. So एक और चाल उनको खेलनी है. बस उसमें blunder होने के chances कम है दो. So I think he should be okay to win this one. But what chess, Priyanka? I mean, insane to see this over the board. Vidit winning, Arjun also finding these tricky moves. And now Queen D6 seems to be the best move for hands to maintain equality. Otherwise, by the way, is Rook D4 possible? Like we saw it in another variation. Oh, it is possible.
I think it's still the same. You can go bishop E3, right?
And direct Bishop E3 we can go. Okay. Now Rook. I can't go this because Queen also controls this. So Rook G4 वापस जाना पड़ेगा. अरे बाप रे. What?
But this is more tricky. After rook D4, even now I
हाँ.
think CD4 is a possibility because queen D4, there's queen E3, queen E8. Now I think there is queen E3, which is why I think it's important that you start with
Ah.
queen D6,
Ah, interesting.
provoke the queen back, and then go for this variation.
Yeah, this is very tough. Bishop
And
H6
this
आ
looks
रहा है.
very difficult to play from both sides. Very risky.
Agreed. Look at this queen. Okay, not gonna go deeper in it, but king to F3 पे आ रहा है भाई. Oh, this is so tough. Do we have the cameras? Can we check again? Cameras hai to. Would be nice to see the players right now. No cameras and time pressure. By the way, Hans still has to play one more move before getting that extra time. So एक चाल उनको खेलनी है यहाँ पे. Priyanka, less than 2 minutes to go for Hans. क्या पता गलती कर दे. No, he
Let's see.
finds the best move. Wow.
Yeah, first queen D6. So now queen H3, and then also to play rook D4, then makes more sense than F5 to me, because if he was going to go F5, then probably he must have done it on the last sense that he had instead of queen D7, right?
Yes. This
But it
moment, I
is, of
think we
course,
will.
possible that he might go f5 because there is no attack.
Hmm. I think Arjun hopefully has seen Queen H3 because I thought why not Rook G1 for example, but apparently Rook G1, King G1, and then Queen G3 is just game over. Yeah.
So after bishop e4, rook g4, bishop e3, queen g4, queen s3 is the only move? I don't
You
understand.
mean here? In which
So there
position?
was some glitch. No. I
Acha,
thought
acha,
in the other position.
got it, got it. But he Queen H3 only move now, chat. You can see the blue arrow. He has to find this move, and somehow both the players dealing with these situations जहाँ पे हर चाल पे only move निकालनी है. I'm glad कि he has that time now. ये 2 minute नहीं है उसका clock पे. He has extra 30 minutes chat now on his clock. So, Priyanka, what do you think about the time control in general? Like, I would rather have like a blitz game जहाँ पे time नहीं मिलता है. It would be so much more fun to watch both players with 2 minutes rather than now both of them getting 30 minutes and then trying to take their time and वो fun थोड़ा खत्म हो जाता है I feel.
I mean, as a player, I would hate to play this position with just 2 minutes on the clock.
हाँ, agreed.
As a viewer, that would be very entertaining, but that could give a heart attack for anyone, right? Like, imagine playing this position with just 2 minutes on the clock because you spend so much time only because you know that, okay, there is going to be additional 30 minutes. Otherwise, I don't think players would get so low on time for no reason, right?
Yeah, yeah,
As a player, I
agreed.
think I would love to have that extra 30 minutes so I can just breathe for some time.
Agreed, agreed. And I think both the players would really appreciate these extra minutes that they get. But of course, अगर नहीं होते फिर यहाँ वो बार हमें देखने को मिलता ऊपर नीचे could go that way.
For sure.
Uh, Show VD game. VD game में no changes by the way. I think Bishop E4 was the last move. Nicholas has to play
Right.
now. Has 25 seconds to make his last two moves by the way. वो खुद time pressure में है.
Probably like we can see resign any moment because especially because there's going to be 30 minutes on the next move, right? Additional 30 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe he'll play on, but I think Vidit के लिए आसान 5 seconds for a bit. What is he doing? चलो भाई. Oh, he played B3. He went in instantly. Yeah, maybe he thinks Vidit अगर 40 moves पहुंच गए, then he's gonna defend this anyway. So let me just try and
But
let him
now
make that
just
choice
bishop
now.
b1 wins,
Yeah, he played it.
I
Played
think.
it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Just protect the pawn and then win the a3 pawn.
Yeah. So this is gone. I think Black's only plan now is chat ki two. जब knight a3 मरे, maybe rush
Some
here
c3.
and try to win these pawns somehow. ये exchange हो जाएंगे and then knight versus knight and bishop. Have you ever had that endgame, Priyanka? Like one piece versus two pieces.
Oh no,
I've had that before actually. Nightmare to defend, but
fortunately
okay,
not.
it's possible. Oh, look at this, yeah. Last trap by Black. But okay, I mean, Vidit should know what to do now. Takes, and
It would take what? Oh yeah.
take b3, take this, knight
Yeah,
takes,
because
and
take a2 will just take bishop
yes.
a2, knight a2, and then
Sorry,
just.
इस knight से क्यों मार रहा हूँ? Yes, takes and takes now. And this should be
Yes.
easy win for, I think, Vidit. Vidit is playing really well today. He is. I think time pressure could still be better time management, but he's playing well. So, any idea on the cameras? कुछ आया क्या? Would love to see actually. Meanwhile, we were going to the Arjun game. Only move to be played. This is just utterly lost for Black. There is no play whatsoever. I agree. I think Vidit should convert this one, especially if 40-12 chal ho gaye. So Priyanka, assuming Vidit wins, he's not going to be in last place, but unke first aane ke chances to hai nahi. Arjun, if he draws, I think again, like no chance to finish first, right? So what is going on in Arjun's mind right now? Is he thinking about the result, or he's like, "Bhai, bas game bach jaye, bhai, bas that's enough."
I don't think he's the kind of person that would be worried about the result so much. He'll probably think about how to get out of this danger right now. Because if they had this extra pressure, right, in general, I don't think they would get where they are, where they are so worried about the result or the final standings, right? Because Arjun especially, like he is good at winning tournaments and that too convincingly. So I'm pretty sure he's used to that thought by now. So probably he's just thinking about how to, defend this position for now.
Yep. And Mar diya with a pawn. Now Nicholas has a choice. He can take the piece but give up another pawn, or he can take the pawn but lose this one. So both completely winning for Vidit. Bishop e1 was the last, I think, crucial decision which he did very well. Oh, he goes for a2, by the way. He's going for the piece.
Yes, but I think soon he's going to resign.
He's gonna take instantly. Let's go full screen, I think, with it. How much time do you think this game's gonna last, Priyanka? Like in terms of converting this from this end game, do you think it takes a lot of time for Vidit, or do you think it's gonna be like a 10-minute game now and Black
No, I
resigns?
think it's going to be like 10 minutes maximum.
Interesting. Also,
Especially
pass.
because he has extra time, right? So it will not take longer.
Vidit is enjoying this, yeah. Like he's moving around, he's coming back, playing quickly. Like he's liking key. Finally, I'm kind of winning. I have time on the clock. Like everything going according to plan. I think for the first time in this event.
Right. I think he would be very relieved that he's got the win finally. Because he was always at the on the defending side, right?
Hmm.
So to be on the other side after a long time, especially when you're not in a very good form, feels very nice.
Agreed. And by the way, just one look at Nodirbek against Madaminov, who also just touched the 40 move mark, also feels like an insane position. The rook is hanging, there are some checks. White has a rook, black has a knight. So, insane position and still apparently dead equal. And now, Queen f6 check is the only move for Madaminov, which of course he'll find, but looks
Yeah.
like an insane position. Yeah? Queen f3 and then Queen d4, threatening Queen g1 mate.
Yes. Yeah, but I think Queen f6 is very logical because you want to be on the dark square because you have a dark bishop. You always want to
Hmm.
exploit the dark squares around White's king.
So Madaminov trying to defend this hard end game. Now jump into Arjun chat, the crucial game for us. Vidit to jeet jayenge, I think, but can Arjun first of all hold on and then potentially win? Is the question right now. It's equal, but एक ही चाल है अर्जुन के पास, and that is queen to h3 to defend against this check. And Priyanka, after many of those, like f5 is one of those moves. Now white has to play either king f3 या फिर rook a to h1. I mean, this is. Tell me you understand this
I
because
mean,
I don't.
I don't understand. What exactly is the point?
I think the plan
Probably
should
just
take on
Queen f3,
f3.
right? Protecting. He did
Yes.
go Queen f3. I was actually a little worried because he was spending so much time on Queen f3 because if not Queen h3, then what else? Because Queen g3 is a huge threat. So you play Queen
Yeah.
h3 first and then I think that would have been better
Hmm.
because there's no other alternative.
Yeah, agreed. And it's still very tricky chat. For example, like I was thinking bishop f5 से कुछ कर सकते हैं क्या rook g2, but rook g2 is counter check. So it's not really possible. So weird position for black also. Like it's very hard. Like white has put most of his pieces on dark squares, and black has complete control over light squares. So it's like only the queens kind of playing on the opposite color, Priyanka. Like the white queen playing on black strength and black queen playing on white strength. So a color complex की battle चल रही है, and anybody would come out on top at the end.
Right. Now I'm just wondering what would black play? Do you think he would play something like f5 or rook d4?
Ooh, rook d4 is always tempting, but I think knowing hands, he might go f5 now. Purely because I think keeping that rook there makes like, I say, it's always waiting for white also to handle that rook on g4. You can't really move any of these pieces around, right? Rook d4 ke baad, it becomes more concrete. And basically, you are exchanging this rook for this rook kind of in many variations, which I think maybe doesn't seem to be in black's favor. The rook on a1 is not doing much right now. Might do something spectacular soon, but as of now,
But for
maybe not
me,
much.
because rook d4 is tempting because c d4 is not the best
Hmm.
move. If bishop e3 is the move that white has to play, then why not rook d4? Just pick up a pawn and then
Hmm.
play rook g4 back, right?
But he could still play this Vanga. So that's the thing. Like, is black okay with this endgame? Is the question, because rooks exchange. Like, now for black to win, like how does black even win this? Because right now these pieces,
He played
this
f5.
Oh, he played
Hmm.
f5. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah,
That makes sense because
it makes more
he
sense, right?
loves this rook actually, and this is an active piece. And now one of the moves is king f3. Yeah, not gonna do that one. Rook e1 also looks tempting. I still don't get rook ah1. Why is that so strong? But
I mean, at this point, even if Arjun plays King F3, I won't be surprised.
oof, that is so crazy. By the way, what happens on rook g1? Is that a move or no?
Rook G1, but Rook G1, okay. But
Because that
are
looks
you going to
tempting.
take on G4 anyway? Because if let's say I don't do anything, let's say for example B5, so
Okay.
take, and then you want to go
Huh.
Queen G3.
I can't. Oh, rook is hanging. Oh, my bad. I forgot. Okay, queen g3.
Yes,
And
and
yeah,
maybe
you're right.
take a knight of 6. Yeah, probably I think white will definitely not be worried to play this position coming from that position.
Hmm. But okay, this is also nothing spectacular, although it simplifies the position, but it's nothing great for Arjun. If he's playing for a win, that doesn't seem to work. Also, I think rook g1,
Yes,
there's this crazy move. Knight to f6, just
knight
allowing this
f6.
check. There's
But
nothing
just
there.
king f7 and no checks.
Yeah,
In fact,
so
black is just winning because now there are just too many threats to handle for white.
wow. So knight f6 is a threat here, chat. That is a potential idea for hands in many variations. So अर्जुन को उसका भी ख्याल करना पड़ेगा. Chat, this looks scary for both sides. Priyanka, I mean, how do these guys play this position? I think मैं होता हर मूव पे ब्लंडर होता भाई, हर मूव पे. Like it's every move you will see a mistake or a blunder or a question mark. At least एक question mark तो होता. Like how do these guys find it? Like the engine level accuracy, man, from both the players.
I mean, that's why they are playing where they're playing, right? They're considered one of the best. So I think these guys think about chess, see a chess like 24 by 7. And every
Look
move
at
that we
this.
are thinking, okay, very difficult to make, for them it's very natural.
And look at this. He
And now
finds
look
rook
H1.
h1 as if it's nothing. Yeah, he finds the best move. And look at this. Now hands has an only move. Knight f6. भाई मतलब
Knight f6, I think, is a very logical and, in fact, a tempting move to make. Because you see knight e4, which is like inviting, yeah?
भाई ये अर्जुन
Because you
काफी टाइम से
always
रुक
know
पकड़
queen h8, huh? He didn't
काफी
play
टाइम
it?
नो ही प्लेड कैमरा अटक गया था बट लग रहा था कि ही वाज ट्राइंग टू रियली होल्ड द रुक इन हिज हैंड अ लॉट बट ही वो अटक गया था कैमरा बट रुक h1 played and now do you see anything else apart from knight f6 that makes sense?
Maybe b5 or queen e6. Ah, but your idea is to take queen f3, right? So
Hmm.
no other move really makes sense.
And then I think rook h7 is the plan apparently. Um,
Possible. Because you take
because
everything and then queen f5.
let's see, rook h7, bishop h7. Oh no, here I think the queen comes in, but
Mm-hmm.
queen a check,
Ah, okay.
and
Yeah,
you
yeah, you're just
put it
winning.
up like this.
Yeah.
So it's winning. So knight f6 is the only move for Hans Niemann. Planka, this is getting, I don't like cameras chahiye, but this is getting a bit exciting. And he plays knight f6. Now queen, why? How are these guys finding only moves, chat? By only move after only move after only move. Now queen f3 only move. I'm sure Arjun finds it, yeah?
He played it. He
Queen
played
f3.
queen f3.
Wow. Wow.
So knight e4. This is, I mean, insane, yeah? Both of the players are playing extremely well.
It's just magical chess for me. Like, like chess variants, Priyanka, you might have heard of many. For me, this is just
Yes.
magical chess. And now king f1 loses to knight takes d2, knight rook takes
And
d2,
rook
and rook
f4.
f4. So king e1 he has to find, or king e2.
So king e1, I'm a little worried about queen a3. Maybe king e2, yeah? Because is queen a3... Because what after queen a3? It looks very dangerous for both sides, honestly.
Priyanka, don't fear when Arjun is near because yeah, he will find something. And apparently there is like a repetition, queen e2, queen d6, like I don't know what queen d6,
Ah,
some repetition, queen a1, like queen d1, queen, some repetition here. But I just, I'm not. कई बार ना प्रियंका क्लास में बैठे होते हैं स्कूल में या कॉलेज में या कहीं पे, एंड स्टार्ट क्लास होती है, यू अंडरस्टैंडिंग सम स्टफ, एंड देन एट सम पॉइंट यू लुक अवे, टॉक टू अ फ्रेंड फॉर 2 minutes, एंड देन you just skip like 30 seconds and you can't understand the class anymore. Chat kabhi aisa hua hai kya? I have, I'm in that stage now. It's gone so far above my head कि I'm not even trying to understand it. Like it's just insane.
yeah, makes sense. Okay,
Man,
good. Okay, king e1 is played.
yeah. 28 minutes for Hans, has all the time in the world. By the way, no updates in the video game chat. So we'll really go to that game. But I think this game might finish first. And to maintain equality, it seems like black has two moves, queen e6 and queen a3. Anything else, and white has this check, which can make the game interesting for Arjun.
Yes. Queen e6. What is happening? What do I play? Rook e2? Queen e. Yeah, rook e2.
Oof, queen e6 is also
Or
very tricky.
queen.
Rook e, oh, rook e2, there is queen a2. So now,
Hmm.
wow, this is a
But
deadly
then
check. So
probably I just.
you go back, maybe, but then, oh, Priyanka, this is so tough. यार दिमाग दर्द कर गया भाई ये position देख देख के, and I'm gonna leave it to Arjun if he can. Do you have the camera, Soye भाई? I think ये अर्जुन पे छोड़ देते भाई. आगे वो संभाल लेगा. This is too tough. वीडियो गेम क्यों नहीं दिखाते भाई? इस गेम में देखो तुम चल क्या रहा है. वीडियो गेम तो completely winning. I mean, he's just gonna bring the king up धीरे धीरे and push the pass pawn. At some point the king or the knight will have to stop this. You can pick these up and it should be easy win for Vidit now. He's thinking for a while, I think थोड़े time के लिए, but he knows it's winning. Yeah, he
But
knows it's
okay,
winning.
yes. Knight in games are like pawn in games, right? If you're a pawn
Yeah,
up, you're most likely going to win. And
yeah. And
c5 followed by maybe knight
knight,
d6 and get your king.
yeah. And if
I
knight
think it's
d5, then
easy.
knight d4. You completely
Yes.
stop the king, and I think the king can then move forward. So easy plan for Vidit, I think. So this should be elementary at his level. Priyanka, would you agree with that?
Yes. I think okay, he's going to win for sure.
Hmm.
He also has a lot of time.
Yeah, and look at this, by the way. Madam Minofi game pay, he's threatened mate in one. I matlab, he's making it really a nightmare for Nodirbek to win, yeah? Like, what a guy.
But I don't think Nodirbek is going to win, right? Up to like after queen c1 and queen f4. I'll just maintain my queen in the dark diagonal.
Hmm.
Say queen d1, I go queen e3. So again, I'm threatening a checkmate.
Oof, this is already now King G2 only move. Like, it's getting tricky.
Yeah, king
So,
g2 and okay. Maybe even h4. Even taking control of the g3 square.
oof, this is so interesting. Actually, I feel like ये position बहुत देखने में मजा आएगा प्रियंका, because यहाँ पे
Right.
it could go either way. Going to the game of Arjun back. Do we have a move? Do we have the camera at least? No, we will win this. He wins even when he's losing. Yeah, but I think Madamino was in the form of his life here. His confidence is very high. His second has been doing so well. Oh, sorry, his first has been doing so well. With it looking like a badminton player. Oh, wow, that's true. Actually, in his jersey. Okay, let's go full screen again, actually, because Hans Niemann has to find one of these two moves. And it's not trivial. Our producer bhai loves these games. Longer the better, and excited होंगे अभी.
For sure, the position looks very exciting. I mean, this has been one of the craziest games, right, of today,
Oof, indeed.
or probably of the event.
Do
Both
you
the
think we
players
get
are
a,
showing immense. Hmm?
yeah, I think, do you get, we think a result here in this game or a draw? What do you think? Do we get one side winning, or is it going to be a draw? Check your prediction also.
Oh, wow, very difficult to say. I think, like looking at how they've played so far, it is possible that it could end in a draw
Hmm.
because I don't see white winning, especially after rook at check king f7.
Hmm.
Like there are no checks at the moment, so that is. At the same time, I also don't think black can win because all of white's pieces are now well placed.
Hmm.
I think okay,
Actually,
Arjun is out of danger probably, but it's
it's
still very
like,
tricky to say, right?
yeah, I mean, look at the pieces. These rooks are kind of in an attacking pose. Knight on e4, rook on g4, excellent pieces. Both the bishops kind of bad, stuck behind their pawns. I mean, both the kings completely open. I mean, it's like a completely like crazy position. Kudos to both these guys for even finding these best moves. Like, it's insane how sharp chess can get. And Hans even like luckily they have time here. Otherwise, the blunder aate hi rehte. But I feel like it all depends on the kind of pressure these guys can handle. क्योंकि यहाँ पे अगर एक गलती हल्की सी, for example, I don't know what could be a mistake, Priyanka, that makes sense. Like for example, a move you consider that could be a mistake. ऐसा कुछ दिमाग में आ रहा है कोई
In
move?
in this position,
हाँ, कोई ऐसी चाल जो गलती हो सकती है, like which hands might consider and it just ends the game.
okay, that's interesting. What can he? I mean, he has to do something with the queen because honestly, all the other pieces cannot really move, right? The rook cannot
Hmm.
move. Maybe rook g3, but then that would just give queen f4, so it cannot really move. If the knight moves, there's always queen a8 in the air. The bishop literally cannot move because rook h8, rook h7. So the only piece that can move is the queen.
Maybe king f7,
Or
is
maybe
that a move you
b5.
consider?
Or maybe
Queen
b5
d5.
is something I would. No, pawn to
हाँ,
b5.
b5 is nice. I think b5 definitely makes a lot of sense. You're trying to create a pass pawn, maybe also trying to break this central formation for white. And it's very close to equal also. So it seems to be a great move actually, Priyanka. Even the bad move you thought about is a great move. So maybe the bad moves I'm gonna try myself. Maybe that's what we need. I'm gonna try King F7. I'm curious.
At
And
king
yes,
f7. Okay.
and now Rook H4, and suddenly Arjun is better. So maybe it takes my level of expertise, chat, to get like a mistake here. Even this is not losing, but at least Arjun gets into the driver's seat now with the exchange up position.
This is still crazy. Like, even after king f7, rook h4, rook
Hmm.
h4, rook h4, knight c3 is a possibility
Arey
because I
baap
want to
re.
go queen e7 and win the rook.
Oof. So I can't take the knight, yeah?
Yes. So, what do you
Wow.
play?
I have zero idea. I'm gonna be honest,
So,
chat. Like,
because maybe queen b7, but then now there is queen g3 double attack
oh,
again.
this is so tough. Bishop f4, maybe? Bishop
But maybe
e5 check.
now queen. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this looks very difficult.
Oh,
Ah, but
this
queen e6 check. Huh?
check and counter check.
And king f7. Yeah.
Okay, this is, I mean, the bishop is holding everything by a thread. Yeah, I mean, it's like it could go from plus zero point 0.5 to plus 500 in one move if the bishop
Maybe
moves.
queen h1. I don't know. This looks crazy.
Arey baap re, queen h1 and knight e4 pe apparently you can even just take, even just give the, I mean, it's in, I mean,
Rook
how do these
h7, but
guys,
okay, I think, huh?
yeah, how do these guys even calculate all of this? Like, this is impossible.
Right.
Tikku is like reverse Magnus. Top three moves are mistakes. अरे भाई 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 ये क्या भाई मैग्नस लेकिन डिक्लाइन पे है तो क्या मैं अब टिक पे हूँ फिर इसका मतलब आकाश भाई क्या मेरा फीचर सही लग रहा है फिर um, स्कोर बता दो बस इंडिया बताओ इंडिया अफगानिस्तान चल रहा है यार चैप्टर कम ऑन यार ये तो भाई क्रेजी चेस गेम है आई लिटरली वुड लव टू सी कि अर्जुन और हैंस ये पोजीशन अगर टाइम प्रेशर में खेलते तो कैसा लगता आई एम सो क्यूरियस आई फील लाइक दे वुड ब्लंडर एवरी सेकेंड मूव हियर like even at their level this is so tough.
Definitely. I mean, it's so easy to move, right? There are
Hmm,
just too many things happening on the board. We'll have to calculate everything with such precision.
man. By the way, oh, he finds queen a3 the best move. And now the
Hmm.
question is it gonna end in a repetition? या फिर अर्जुन कुछ करेंगे? And यहाँ पे बहुत सारी moves है chat. Apparently queen e2 just waiting, preparing queen c4 is an option. d5 is also an option. Rook h8 is
Actually,
also an
queen
option.
d3 is also an option, right?
Oh, queen d3. Apparently not, and don't ask me why.
Really? I thought queen d3 is most logical because queen a1, my idea was to just go king e2. There is no knight g3 because queen into g3.
Huh? Yes.
So rook g2 is also not coming. So why is this not working?
Apparently queen a4 is the
Ah,
move.
you
And
simply take the pawn.
it's like brutal, yeah. Like just picks up a pawn
Ah,
and says, "Like, kya mila aapko?" Oh, this is very interesting, and kudos to hands for finding it. And now, I mean, queen e2 का difference ये है on queen a1 check, for example, like there is I think queen d1 which defends the pawn. So इतना हल्का सा difference. I mean, it's so hard to see for anybody. But hands took a lot of time. He took 11 minutes almost to find that move queen a3. So they are taking time here, and Arjun should do the same. It's not easy to play in this position.
right. And with this game, your idea was played keeping the knight on d4,
Hmm.
just cutting off black's king for now, and then probably just go king
Yeah,
e4, king d5, d c6,
yeah. I
or
think I would
even
just
knight
put the
b5, knight d6.
yeah. I think king d5, then knight b5, knight d6 just takes care of everything. ये pawn जाएगा तो ये भी जाएगा, then of course he's winning. So this game will end very soon, chat. I think the next 10 minutes this game should be over. So before 8 p.m. IST, this game will very, very likely be over. I don't expect Vidit to blunder this one. There's zero chance literally in my head. So this should be easy wins. A pawn enough, as Bianca mentioned, it's similar to knight in games, similar to king pawn in games. And one pawn usually is more than sufficient, especially a passed pawn, to win the game. So Vidit finally going to get his first win.
Yes. So queen a3, what do you think Arjun will play?
I think he's gonna think for 10 minutes now, is my guess. That's the first instinct I have because
Or
hands also thought for
something
10 minutes.
like
Huh?
rook h6 also looks kind of interesting. Because
Rook
by going queen
h6.
e2, right, you are just passing the move, asking black what he has.
Hmm.
So rook
Interesting.
h6, just, keeping some ideas with rook g6 on the board.
So is rook h8, by the way, like, is there some threat here? I'm curious. So checks captures threats. Like rook h6 looks very interesting. Let's say king
Hmm.
f7.
Hmm.
I don't have any rook h7, yeah? I'm guessing there's nothing. Like black can just
Yes,
take and
because take,
defend.
take, and king e6, perhaps.
Take. Oh, king e6 is already a draw. Wait, what?
So what do you do? Yeah, what do you do? King f6?
No, king
Do
e6
you go?
is okay, chat. This is insane. By the way, even Bianca, even this is working. I am not joking. This is working. And black's best
Hmm.
move is now king e6 here, not taking the rook.
Oh, wow. So taking the rook and then maybe king g8, but you always have so many possibilities, right?
Yeah, I
After
mean
taking.
this could just end, yeah, in a couple of moves. Queen h3. I'm threatening something dangerous.
Yeah, this looks dangerous.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I have no idea about this position. I think this
Mhm.
is just a crazy attack where both the kings are so weak, basically. Ki, um, it's so easy to get a perpetual for both sides. So you might get an attack rolling, but for the other side, it's so easy to get a perpetual at the end because both the kings are so weak. Put one pawn on h7, and suddenly the entire attack for white fails. So what a crazy position! I think मजा आ गया देख के.
Yes. But I'm just curious of how Arjun would be thinking in this position. Would he be like, okay, I will just wait, let him play queen a1 so that I can go queen d1? But after queen a2 or queen a3, white has nothing good to do.
Hmm.
If he wants to play for a win, he will try to play something that has a threat.
Hmm. I agree, but what would be the threat here? It's not so obvious. I mean, queen e2 does have a threat, that is this check, but it's so easy for black to counter it that it doesn't feel like a threat at all. And
Right.
I just don't see this. This formation is so tough to kind of break through. D5, I think chat is recommending, and it's also a move the angel likes. But what after queen a check, king d1, and queen a3? Like, I don't see, like, are you going over
But
d6 now?
d5 looks more like a weakening move. Even if it does hold,
Yeah,
what does white want after
I agree.
d5? That's what I'm more concerned about.
I think the plan is basically to just keep pushing this. I'm guessing. Use it as a
Just keep
distraction.
pushing.
Yeah,
Hmm.
for example, queen अगर वापस जाती है, then I get this check in. Like that's what at least I thought the logic for chat was कि भाई let's distract this. Either knight goes
Probably
back.
d5 idea could also be
Huh.
to, prevent king e6 after rook h7, for example.
Ooh, also true. Also true. So if I play b5 here, oh wow, rook h8 is working now.
Yeah,
Interesting. Okay, d5 though tough. Again, very tough for Arjun to find d5 chat because it's like a भाई यहाँ होता है ना घर में आग लगी और आप कॉफी बना रहे हो लाइक इट फील्स लॉजिकल ठीक है कॉफी इज इंपॉर्टेंट बट सुपर हार्ड टू प्ले दिस मूव.
but it's not like that's the only move in the possession, right? There are too many
Hmm.
possibilities. So anything is possible. d5 is a possibility, and also so is rook h8, queen e2, maybe rook h6 even at some point, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to think can I play king e2. अब तो मैं I'm going wild now chat. I'm like okay कुछ भी देखते हैं भाई. King e2 no. Okay, it's still close to a draw but not the best. Queen a2 खेलना पड़ेगा. And now I have to go king e1 back apparently because some check maybe is threatening. Yeah. Okay, I think we're gonna leave it to Arjun now, Priyanka. I think this is too tough. दर्द हो गया भाई दिमाग में मेरे को literally calculate करके. Chat, I think Arjun, regardless of the game, you have to commend both the players कि इतना बढ़िया chess खेल रहे हैं that there's nothing separating the engine and the players. Like there's nothing between them in the last 10 moves or so. Perfect chess खेली है दोनों ने in a position जहाँ पे one mistake could cost them the game. Both the kings wide open, no pawn shelter, no piece, defense. Literally, literally you can give this check to the king anytime and somehow black is holding. Like that's incredible. So great chess. Frank, I feel like a draw would be a fair result, yeah, because both players, I think, played some amazing chess.
Definitely. I mean, draw would be a very fair result because the
Hmm.
way Arjun had defended throughout the game is just insane, right? With also keeping in mind that he has less time and the
Hmm.
position was too crazy and to play moves like king f2.
Hmm.
I mean, we had engines on, we had time to think. Still, we couldn't get ourselves to believe that king f2 was a move.
Hmm.
And imagine like playing it on the board. I mean, that takes some great nerves.
Agreed. And Kuyate ke baad, now we are thinking, both players are thinking what to do, not an easy position. 16 minutes is the kind of time where you think you have time on the clock, but pretty soon it just evaporates into nothingness. So Arjun still wondering what to do. Tikwa, who are you supporting in FIFA World Cup? Pragat, do you watch football, by the way?
No.
है ना मैं भी देखता हूँ सो नॉट मच आइडिया आई थिंक आई डिड सी द फाइनल लास्ट टाइम जब मेसी एंड अर्जेंटीना वन आई थिंक लास्ट टाइम ही था ना वो बट हैवंट सीन football for a while so we'll check maybe the finals and so on but no clear favorite though and अब लोग अपनी फेवरेट बताएंगे ऑफ कोर्स बट रुक E2 somebody said मतलब अपने किंग के सारे रास्ते आपने बंद कर दिए and now I
Rook
think you can
where?
get yeah this
Rook
is just
e2, but now it's like checkmate, right?
yes that's game over basically. So going back, ऐसे blunder मत करो यार. I think it looks logical. You maybe want to take, but even then, black can just take with check. So not sure if that's the nice move there. Um, Tikubai, when my goat Gukesh is playing, I think his next event is GCT Zagreb. That's gonna start from I think 1st of July, I think to 5th of July is the rough like I think that's the date. I don't know the exact dates, but I think that's the rough dates for the event. And of course, usme it's rapid and blitz, so not sure you can kind of equate the form to actual classical play, but it's an important event because Prague, Gukesh, dono honge, maza aega.
And that will be very exciting, especially because it's shorter format, right? You don't have to wait in between the moves. There's always so much happening in every board.
Yeah.
So that will be very exciting.
And I think he's playing Chennai GM, the next classical event. That's the one will be very interesting because it's a very strong event. As we discussed, Nodirbek bhi khel rahe hain. So, and classical is a real test, right? Because that's the world championship. But the Queen H3 is the move he chooses. So he's gone all in Priyanka, and now King F7 is the best move for Hans Niemann. If Queen A1 check, that's lost. Hans Niemann has only
Yes.
two moves and he's about to move the king. Look at him. He's about to move the king. Only two moves possible for Hans.
Yes, because okay, if Queen H, so now the threat is obviously Queen H8, King F7, and some kind of Rook H7 and trying to
Yes.
checkmate. So King
Hmm.
F7 is like just stepping away because now Queen H8,
Hmm. Queen
I'm
H8 is
sure
still
there must be
possible.
something, right? It is possible.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is possible. And now I think you have to give the checks. I think basically Queen A1 check, King E2, and Knight G3 is the only move
Yeah.
for Hans Niemann. Let's say King F3, Knight H1,
And now you
Rook
take the
H1,
Rook. And probably
and
some kind of perpetual, is it? Rook H7. Or maybe that's not even necessary.
yeah. But how do you end the game though? There's also Rook
Queen
G1, by the way,
A4. I
which kind
thought
of
Queen A4
Queen
because I want
F4.
to go Queen C6.
This is very
But probably
interesting.
can you go Queen C8?
Queen C8 prevents that check.
And now nothing's there. Now Rook H8 is
I,
also a threat.
I feel like we traded a pair of rooks and got the same position. It's still equally nightmarish. So my guess is कि भाई chat यहाँ पे कुछ भी हो सकता है. It's gonna be a draw likely and King F7 on the board. Best move played by Hans Niemann. Um, it's anybody's game, chat. I think anybody's game. I think कैसे ये move निकाल रहे हैं, I still have no idea. Amazing
Hmm.
chess. Um, do you think Uzbeks now are stronger than us in chess? Good question, Priyanka. Who do you think is the favorite at the Olympiad this year? Because US team, I think Hikaru is not playing, I think I saw on Twitter somewhere. So it's gonna be, I think, Fabi,
So
Wesley,
Wesley,
Aronian, and Hans. Maybe most likely something of that. I think the
yes.
lineup. Um, what do you make of the Olympiad? Who do you think is the favorite team here?
Indians, I mean, if you compare the age difference between US players and Indians, I mean,
Hmm.
that's clearly the answer, right? India, but I
Hmm.
think comparatively to Uzbek, I mean,
Hmm.
they're underdogs. I don't think on paper they're strong, right? Like the fourth board, who
Hmm.
do they, who is on fourth board?
I think
But either way,
Vokidov,
I
yeah.
think if we are going to have any problem, it is possibly with Uzbeks. But I think we are
Hmm.
favorites on paper and in general also.
Yeah, I think definitely one of the contenders for gold. इसमें तो कोई doubt ही नहीं है.
Of
US
course.
and Uzbek teams will be very strong to handle. But without Hekaru, I think at least there's a chance. And also Uzbek team fourth बड़े होकी तो यहाँ अच्छा खेल रहे हैं. I'm not sure if he will be able to replicate the same performance there. On paper, at least we are stronger. By the way, brief look at the Vidit
Yes.
game. Not much has changed. I think knight c4, kings comes to d4, knight d2. Okay, he's
He's
still
taking
maneuvering
his
around.
time. Now he
Yeah.
wants to go knight e4 and win the pawn. So king d7 has to be played.
Hmm.
And now king d5.
Oof. I think this should be easy now. This should be easy. So with it still winning, no changes there. Now coming to queen h8 and thinking about what can Hans Niemann do. Um, USA board three, Hans versus India board three. Oh, that's going to be interesting. It could be Hans versus Arjun board three,
Arjun.
actually.
Hmm.
So we could have a rematch of this game, and clearly it's promises to be a treat. Yeah. Um, अगर ऐसे कुछ हुआ तो भाई ओलंपियाड में we'll be on the edge of our seats, chat. I think कोई doubt ही नहीं है. And let's see.
So Queen H8 has been played.
Hmm. Now multiple moves.
So maybe Queen A1, King E2, Knight G3. And that makes sense, right? You just go for
Hmm.
that position because what better you have? Even your king is under danger. So you
Yes.
cannot really over
Oh,
push in this position.
oh, very interesting. Look at this. If I go king f3, on knight h1, the move is rook h1. If I go king e3, however, knight h1, the move is rook h7.
Okay. Sure, but
What?
what? So now take King E6. No,
Okay,
is it
check.
not King E6? So what difference is it? King D5?
Ah, I defend d4.
Ah, now
c4
C4
check
and
is
Queen
mate.
C6.
This is a mate.
Oh, damn.
Wow. Okay, I mean, I was at least trying 1% प्रियंका पहले कुछ कैलकुलेट करने के लिए ना. I'm not even going to do that. इसके बाद तो हो गया मेरा आज का बहुत.
Yeah, okay.
Wow.
So the only difference is that the fact that the pawn on D4 is protected, so the king cannot really run off with D5, C4,
Yeah.
and even D3, right? If the king was on F3, even King D3 could have been a possibility for black.
Oof, oof. Yes, you're right. Yeah, this is insane. So let's just kind of enjoy the game now because यहाँ पे कुछ भी हो सकता है. Vidit, of course, is winning. He should win soon. He's taking too much time, of course, but
I think
at
the only
least,
reason it's taking time is because he knows for sure that he's going to win.
uh,
And it's going to be his first win of the tournament, right? So he's just taking it in.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But I don't
I think
think that's something we should be worried about.
agreed. I feel Plug should play at board one and Arjun board two. Guki and Nihal can go anywhere three or four. Yeah, I think it's debatable, right? I think Plug recently won Norway Chess, so we are kind of thinking Plug board one. If, for example, Gukesh suddenly plays well at Chennai GM, then we say Gukesh board one. Arjun, if let's say suddenly wins three games here, we could say Arjun board one. I think any move order works, any board order works. But I personally like to stick to what's worked in the past. Like I feel like something is working. Oh, by the way, Vidit के opponent resign कर दिया है. Let's go full screen. Vidit Gujarati wins his first game of UzChess against Nicolas Theodoru, and that is a huge win for I think Vidit. Kind of crawling back to slowly to the 2700 mark and gets off the last place, Priyanka.
That's good news. I mean, very nice. I mean, the game also is very
Yeah,
convincing.
yeah. I think
So
very
that's a
smooth game.
nice way to end.
I think maybe the
Hopefully, if
only
he
thing was the
scores
time
one more
pressure.
win.
टाइम प्रेशर
Yes.
भी could have been slightly managed better, but I think in general very smooth win. अब यहाँ इतना दूर आ गए हैं तो भाई चिप्स भी ले ही रहते हैं. Let's have a look at the game Nodirbek, which by the way, Priyanka, suddenly it feels like why black is the one playing for a win.
Right, definitely, because the king is weak. So now Queen H3, King G5, in fact, and black is just winning.
Wow. Why if Nodirbek gets crushed by Mother Minov, like Sindarov's second, that is gonna be like national news in Uzbekistan, I'm guessing, yeah?
Yes, I mean, that's going to be huge for
Wow.
Mother Minot.
मजा आएगा इस गेम में देखने में रिजल्ट एटलीस्ट एंड दोनों टाइम प्रेशर में फिर से जाने वाले हैं. लेट्स गो फुल स्क्रीन ऑन अर्जुन गेम नाउ. हैंस नीमन हैज 13 minutes. Arjun has 13 minutes. Both the players kind of in have I would say in completely open position. Kings के पास safety net है ही नहीं. One wrong move as we saw, right? Like वो king f3 के बदले king e3 चलो, suddenly the game completely changes, yeah. So anything is possible यहाँ पे chat. It's all or nothing for both the players. Oof,
Yes.
exciting. Yeah.
So Queen H8. Yeah, I think most likely Queen A1 is going to be on the board
Played
because
King
Knight
E2.
F6, it's played.
Yeah, he played it. King E2 on the board
Okay.
as well.
hmm
Now Knight G3 only move for hands. I think should be
Yes,
automatic.
I don't think he will spend time there.
Okay, now Priyanka, King E3, King F3. Where do you go?
King F3 is more logical for me.
After looking at that mate, I'm like King E3 kill do Arjun bhai, because you never know.
Yeah, for sure. But King E3 is Very
Yeah,
counterintuitive. Yeah, you don't want
agreed.
to place your king in a position where there are a lot of active checks possible.
Agreed. Crucial moment. Both these moves are fine, chat. They are lead to
Hmm.
equality. King f2 is also possible. Um, but these king e3 and f3 give white more options basically, because you are not forced to capture back instantly, because king f2 pay, this will be a check. So these moves give you more options. He plays f3 though.
Yes, that's most natural way to play. And
Yeah.
now knight h1 will be played. Rook h1. I think it will soon end after queen a4 or maybe queen a2. Queen c8, and I think they're going to exchange the queens also, right?
Oof,
Somehow
are
like
they going to
queen
exchange
e8 or
queens?
something.
That will be a draw then, I think. Easy draw. Now,
But now this position, I'm also worried about black's king. Because,
agreed.
okay, like if the bishop was on b7 f3 diagonal, it's game over for white.
Yeah.
But the bishop is kind of stuck on g6. And a white also has threats like queen moves, rook h8, bishop h6, queen f8. It's like black also has to be careful.
Yeah. And I think you can never discount even this check in some cases. Just if the pawn was here, no, like this would be working
Uh,
100%. So
exactly.
कहीं ना कहीं पे वो एक मूव का डिफरेंस है चैट एंड चैट फाइनल प्रिडिक्शन आई थिंक बिकॉज द गेम इज नॉट गोना लास्ट दैट लॉन्ग नाउ बिकॉज दोनों प्लेयर्स अब टाइम प्रेशर में जा रहे हैं सो गलतियां करने के चांसेस बहुत बढ़ने वाले हैं. What do you think happens for Arjun? A win, a draw, or a loss? Yesterday we saw, you know, both the Indians lose, and now Vidit has won. What do you think happens in this insane game? Win, draw, or loss? Priyanka, what's your final prediction?
I think it's going to be a draw. Okay,
Hmm.
rook g1 has been played, so now it also means that hands knows that it's a draw.
Yeah. And I think Rook G1 should be an instant draw, right? I mean, उसके बाद तो फिर it's all
Yes.
luck के
Rook
to खेल लो.
h7 is also a draw, but that's
Ooh, Rook
again, it's
H7.
not like a necessary move. You can just simply
So if I
take,
take,
and
Queen
probably just
takes, Rook G7 or King E6, what should I do?
king e6, perhaps,
King
because you
E6
don't
क्या?
have, yeah, yes, king e6,
And now,
queen
how am
with
I drawing this
d5
actually?
check,
D5, King
queen
D5,
f5,
King, I don't have a
and
space to run, yeah? King
yes, king
C4 पे क्या
c4.
हो
I
रहा है?
think I'll go queen e6.
You prevent me. King
So
D3
I'll just
पे.
prevent. And now queen. Oh my goodness, what is happening? But queen
Queen
e2 check,
Queen E2,
and then
King
bishop
C2,
e3, bishop
Bishop
e3 at
E3,
least,
King
and
B3.
then I
Is
take
this over?
bishop g1.
Is this
Okay, I
really
take
over,
queen into
Priyanka? Are you sure?
a6.
A6 मर रहा है. Right. Dimaग simple.
Yes.
Okay. Pawn मर गया. Yeah. Yeah. In fact, you can even take on C3 here, and even that's a draw. But yeah, okay. I think we went too deep, but I think फिलहाल के लिए Rook G1 is a draw, Rook H7 is a draw. Anything else is lost for Arjun, by the way. So I think we are basically playing for a draw here. जो समझ में आ रहा है. Win के
Yes.
chances are very low now.
So if draw is the likely result, then I will just take rook g1. Oh, but rook g1, okay, the last trick is bishop h5 and some mates there, but you can simply
Hmm.
go something like queen h4, maybe queen g5.
Yeah. I think a white queen वापस आ गई around the king. It should be safe enough. Some play maybe, but nothing too serious. And Arjun, of course, looks at the clock right now. 12 minutes, enough time. I think what he's
Yes,
calculating
should be more
is,
than enough.
yeah. Hmm. What do you think it does? Rook G1 or Rook H7, Priyanka? What do you think?
Actually, now that I'm looking at the position in more depth, rook h7 seems more easier way to draw. Because
Hmm.
rook g1, queen g1, like in opposite color bishops, right? If your king is under danger, that could be very, very difficult to play. Though this
Hmm.
position is most likely going to be equal. But if you see that rook h7 is just going to end up in a draw because your bishop is also not pinned. It's not like black can over push.
Hmm.
You always have
Uh,
so many possible checks.
hmm. Agreed. It can get tricky. Yeah. One check suddenly coming from here. Like, for example, the best move is Bishop H6. But would you play this because you see this checking coming? Like any human would say कि भाई मेरे को check खेलने ही नहीं देना उसको opponent को. because then this check,
I
then
would
king comes
probably,
up.
instead of rook g1, go queen a4.
Uh, Here, yeah, here you mean, I think queen a4.
Hmm. Like
Hmm.
direct. But rook g1, okay, it's like rook g1 is a draw, rook h7, but queen a4, you have some ideas of queen c6. Though after queen
Hmm.
c8, you will have to go queen e8,
Hmm.
probably, right? And then
Yes. True.
somehow just exchange the queens.
True. And I think
But
Arjun,
this
by the
position
way,
I would prefer.
uh, and Arjun, I think, is thinking what to do. I think rook h7 is definitely cleaner. But as we saw, like it
Hmm.
does involve some long variations. With it live rating, by the way, I don't think he's crossed 2700 because he defeated Nicholas, who's 2600 something. So I'm telling you the exact rating. It is 2697.9. So 269 it essentially. So 2 point away. If he wins tomorrow, or if he just scores like one win and one draw in the next two rounds, he will cross 2700
Yes,
again. Oh, he plays to get seven. Wow, on the board.
yes. That's just more straightforward, right? You don't even have to like
Yeah.
worry about your king.
Yeah, king e5, queen e5 was mates, so मार दिया उन्होंने. Queen h7 now.
Hmm.
Like कितने क्लिनिकल है लोग यार. पिछले 15-40
Yeah,
इन्होंने पूरा इंजन की तरह खेला है. Time
I
pressure में
know.
literally. It's insane.
I
It
think
just
rook g7 is most likely to happen.
हाँ. But rook g7 might be an instant draw also because light square space is going to be a draw, right?
I
Rook
mean, there's
g7.
no way black is going to play for a win here. Like, I
हाँ.
think a
This is
draw
an
is a likely result, right?
yeah, yeah, agreed. Why don't Indian players wear something casual? I think it depends, yeah, what you're used to. And especially when you have sponsors, you are a top level player. Some people prefer having that professional look. I think Bobby Fischer mentioned it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Priyanka, maybe I'm just kind of imagining it, but something like, dress like chess players should dress well because at the end it's a profession. He said something to that tune, I think.
Yes, I also kind of believe in that. I think dressing well
Hmm.
for a game shows how much you respect the game.
Yeah.
Also, it it kind of reflects the mindset you're going to in a game, right? If you're very casual, you might even look at the games, like the moves, in a very casual way. I've
Agreed.
talked about this with a lot of players,
Hmm.
and I think it does play a role. I think like dressing well for a game is really important.
Hmm. Hmm. Yep, it is a profession at the end. अगर कोई lawyer होता या कोई whatever, like they would of
Hmm.
course dress well. So that's the case here as well. Of course, and बाकी we've seen Magnus beat like Kasparov in a hoodie, like draw against Kasparov in a hoodie as a 13-year-old, but
I
not
mean,
everybody is Magnus
yes.
chat. That's the exception.
But now he doesn't wear hoodie, right? So,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think he last wore it in a World Apple Blitz. I remember when he was running when he was late once. He was wearing a
but
hoodie, I
wasn't he
think.
wearing jeans or was
Yeah,
it
yeah,
a
he was wearing a
hoodie?
hood. That was different. I think he was जहाँ पे I think
Uh-huh.
against that famous video जहाँ पे he came in late, 2.5 minutes late. I think he was wearing a hoodie and some other slacks or something he was wearing. So Magnus can pull it off, but for most people, I think it's not easy. And Harvey Specter also mentioned it. Wow. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Salva, Vokesh poor form still remains the same in Chennai, and if he loses a lot of rating, do you think he'll play Olympiad? That's a good question. What do you expect from Vokesh at Chennai GM, Priyanka? Because it's going to be a tough event, home soil. जो इवेंट जीत के वो
I
कैरेंस के
mean,
लिए क्वालिफाई
I
कर रहे थे.
heard him say that he's completely fine with the World Championship happening in India,
Hmm.
which itself shows that he's not at all thinking about the pressure or the homeland. Nothing is playing in his head, right? If he can
Hmm.
play that, then I don't think Chennai Masters is going to be any different. In fact, it
Hmm.
is like an easier tournament comparatively to a World Championship, right? If he's okay with that, I think he'll be more than fine playing it here.
That
It's like practice tournament before the World Championship. It's same conditions.
that's a fair point. Um, Also maybe he's like अंदर से he's like नहीं नहीं इंडिया में होना चाहिए बाहर से हाँ हाँ इंडिया में करा दो no problem whatsoever like just not to give it away yeah like to his opponent also कि वो चाहता नहीं इंडिया but I agree with you I think jokes apart that I think for a world champion the location barely should matter. um, I think जो attitude गुकेश का है at least the 2024
Hmm.
Gukesh it doesn't matter at all and by the way King F6 played by Hans Niemann.
Okay. So now Queen, which check? I think any check will do, right? Maybe queen h8 check is more logical.
I was thinking like queen h6, maybe rook g6, but there's some bishop g5 to win the game. Oh, it is winning actually, but queen f8 is winning, not bishop g5.
So
But
king e6 and d5, I think.
king e6 here,
No, no,
but
no.
then
You
bishop
said
g5.
rook g6, queen f8 is winning,
Okay, okay,
right?
okay. Yes, yes. Rook g6, queen f8, king
So
e8,
king
and
e6 and
d5 check.
d5. Yeah,
Yes, and you pick
taken
up the
queen
rook.
f5.
So going back, I think all of the checks are a draw. Queen h4 is a draw, queen h6 is a draw, queen h8 is a draw. So Arjun has
Yes.
his pick. So 2800 के नीचे चला जाएगा कि I don't think so he will lose that much rating. I am expecting him to gain rating now.
Of
Um,
course. I mean, I don't think that's possible.
yeah. Hence, I think from his body language you can see he's accepted a draw. Um,
Yes.
yeah, it feels like he's already kind of accepted. Okay, there's no win here. Arjun also trying to find the cleanest draw possible. Also with the possibility jahan pe maybe there's a trap or something. Yeah, like hands could potentially make a mistake. Like he's trying to find that cleanest draw where he has some possibilities and hands doesn't. Um,
Right. I think now, if anyone, then white should be having chance because the ball is in white's court.
yeah.
So just if he, as long as he keeps giving checks, one wrong king move, like any dark square where potentially the bishop could give a check from, then it could be
Uh,
dangerous. But I don't think these players would fall for it. So now see queen h6, king f7, queen h7, and it's going to be a repetition.
yeah, they're repeating. Hans is smart. He doesn't play rook g6 and blunder the game. So this is going to be a draw chat.
Mhm.
Unless Hans even suddenly decides to play king e6. I think this is going to be a draw. And
Yes.
that will be half a point. But I think the game, both the players deserve something from this game, Priyanka. Like, what a game, man.
Yes. I
Insane.
don't think anybody here deserves to lose, especially after playing so
Yeah,
well, right? They
agreed.
have shown
Agreed.
immense precision, calculation, everything.
Agreed, man. Agreed. Absolutely agree. What a game. What a game. So, meanwhile, um, Hans Niemann thinking about what to do. Imagine Mukesh becomes, imagine then, like, sun starts rotating around the earth. Like, बहुत चीजें possible है भाई ऐसे तो फिर
Hmm.
25 तो नहीं होगा. It sounds harsh, but 26, 24 Mukesh had crazy form. It was temporary. But I think it's like, it's not about the form also. Na? Like, पूरे साल के लिए form is, okay, he plays king f6. Like, it's very hard to suddenly play well for a year and then just forget chess. Yeah, like, it's not possible.
Of course.
I feel like वो class है उसमें. In fact, I think वो form missing. Okay, I think the camera got stuck, but I think it's going to end in a draw.
It ended. Okay. Yes, the game ended in a draw. And yeah, we can see that they're shaking hands. So now finally the game has ended. And it was a very well played game by
Oh,
both the
okay.
players, right?
Oh, sorry, I got disconnected. Yeah, I was like, wait,
Mm-hmm.
why is the camera stuck again? But yeah, I mean, a fair draw by both the players. Very good game, chat. एक बार Arjun OP, hands OP in the comments, man. Great game. मजा आ गया भाई देख के, actually.
Very well played by both of them.
Again, my internet, I think. Is it my internet or is it like something else, Bianca? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Wait, I feel like I'm live, but I'm not live. My
You
internet,
are
no? I
live,
thought so. I thought so.
but I
Okay,
think
great.
you're
So that
lagging a
means कि
bit.
भाई वो की हाँ आई एम लैगिंग अ बिट कुछ चक्कर है बट परफेक्ट टाइमिंग है जस्ट लाइक मैं कैमरा बैटरी फिनिश दैट डे बिल्कुल एंड पे तो इंटरनेट भी लास्ट तक वेट किया पूरा अर्जुन की गेम खत्म होने का बट देयर इट इज अर्जुन 3.5 I mean he still has to play against Mother Minov and Nicholas. I think 2 wins possible, Priyanka. Still some outside chance of finishing tied first, maybe.
A very slight chance, but I think looking at how others are also playing, it is quite difficult. But of course, it's
Hmm.
possible.
Yeah, so praying for Arjun. I think he wins the next 2 games and potentially wins this event. But meanwhile, that was day number 6, chat. Sorry, day number 7 of UzChess. 2 rounds to go. And of course, we're going to have Hans. Acha, Hans versus Nepo कब है? कब है Hans? कल ही है भाई. That will be an insane matchup as well. After that drama on Twitter that we had between the two guys, it's gonna be important to see if they shake hands. Priyanka, any bets whether they shake hands before the game? Yes or no?
I think you're supposed to shake hands.
Yes, it's a rule.
Even
But
if you don't want to, it's a rule. So you don't want to forfeit the game at
so
the
it's like
cost of just shaking
if
hands.
somebody offers a hand, you don't shake it. It's look like it's a problem. But what if both don't want to shake it?
I don't know. It's just going to be Kramnik Tupolo 2.0, right?
Okay,
So
for anybody who did not get that reference, go into chess history, you'll get it. So that chat, that was day number 7. Priyanka, any final words about today's day overall?
I mean, this has been very long, but very, very exciting all along, right? This game especially, and also with it getting his first win is, I mean, 1.5 out of 2 is a good result for Indians.
Agreed. And Chad, this was with its first win. I think an important one. Last rank se upar aa gaye hain. Hopefully he finishes off with a couple of wins. Arjun still within that striking distance of a tournament win. Agar kismat saath de jaye, there's this still that possibility he's playing two lower seeds and jeet sakte hain. So thank you, Priyanka. Thank you, Chad. Thank you so much
Thank you,
for the amazing
Sahil.
broadcast. And we'll see you tomorrow. Take care and good night.